Chapter 401. The Major Crimes Unit was professional. Li Mo's death, though seemingly an accidental gas leak, was suspicious. The gas company detected an anomaly. How could gas be used continuously for 24 hours? Safety personnel suspected something was wrong, so they contacted the police and the neighborhood committee. Ultimately, his death was confirmed as a homicide. The Major Crimes Unit intervened and the criminal investigation team confirmed it was not an accident, but a deliberately manufactured one. The scene had been meticulously cleaned. Many traces of Li Mo and Demimi's lives had been removed, which proved to be a case of being too clever for one's own good. Lin Han would kill, but he lacked the skill to process a crime scene correctly. He was a former mercenary. A mercenary and an assassin had different methods of operation. A mercenary would not typically stage a death to look like an accident. The Major Crimes Unit opened an investigation and found several contacts in his phone. Because Li Mo was a celebrity with no family, the news could not be kept under wraps. 2 days later, the entertainment industry was in an uproar. Despite being semi-blacklisted, Li Mo still had fans. With the deceased now gone, people began to reminisce about his songs. Cao Chuan rushed back from the capital to comfort Siamoer. Although she had already pledged her loyalty, she was a former classmate, and the sudden death truly scared her. Li Qiansu, however, was secretly happy. Avoiding Lin Han's surveillance, Cao Chuan comforted them for a few days before following Sabai's process to allow Li Mo to rest in peace. His grave was placed right next to Sabai's in a newly developed cemetery. Since many graves were empty, Cao Chuan bought 2 full rows. It was a strange sight. A group of children of destiny were buried there. It was hard to imagine how much luck would gather in this cemetery in a few years. Sitting by the grave, smoking, Cao Chuan looked at Sabai, then at Li Mo, and sighed deeply. He thought to himself, what could he say to them? Of all the people to provoke, they chose Lin Han. Now they were dead. He decided to burn some paper money. He hoped that if they had a chance at rebirth, they would remember to find Lin Han for revenge. Cao Chuan reflected that this world was not safe. He mused that his own back garden was better. That place was just a small dungeon, and it was unlikely for any child of destiny to appear there. Over there, Old Cao was God. But this location was also acceptable. With Lin Han acting as a free killer, Old Cao could remain relaxed and avoid complex strategies. Once a new child of destiny appeared, they would be dealt with immediately. Cao Chuan only needed to acknowledge a son, and Lin Han would naturally help solve the problem. How long Lin Han lived depended on when he decided to make a move against Cao Chuan. If he kept killing children of destiny, Old Cao would not mind providing for him in his old age. Lin Han was truly worthy of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The next day, at the Mercenary Guild, the second mission to find the killer was posted with an increased price. Subai's bounty increased from 10,000 points to 20,000. The bounty for Li Mo's case started at 30,000. The guild noted that the killers for these 2 cases were likely the same person, meaning finding the culprit would bring in 50,000 points. The killer would instantly become a nouveau riche. When Lin Han saw the points, he subconsciously wanted to report himself. 50,000 points could make his illusory divine power even stronger, and his combat power would increase exponentially. He smirked. The cow fellow was getting anxious. The deaths of 2 generations of children of destiny had become cold cases. In a blink of an eye, spring arrived, and the college entrance examination approached. The 2 children in the back garden would not be able to participate. Cao Chuan would not let them return, as safety was the priority. Lin Han had gone completely mad with killing intent. He would slay gods if they blocked his path, and Buddhas if they stood in his way. Although he lacked a special power, his combat power was immense. Whoever came, died. This year's college entrance examination had a slight difference. A new option was added to the application choices. In major first-tier cities, a new discipline was added called the Supernatural Academy. People preferred to call this the Ability Users Academy, or the Martial Artist Academy. The world had changed, and the country kept pace by establishing several of these academies. They recruited ability users, martial artists, and shapeshifters to formalize their status. In a certain residential area, a family of 4 was eating dinner. Father Chen picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his son's bowl. Mother Chen asked with concern why he was so distracted. She asked if he had been bullied at school. Chen Fan shook his head, smiling awkwardly. He was just thinking about the college entrance examination. The girl beside him, Chen Qi, complained that her brother was just putting on an act to impress girls. Mother Chen scolded her to stop talking nonsense. Chen Qi pouted, feeling her brother had been strange since he came home. He was unusually quiet, and did not even fight her for the braised pork. Father Chen took a sip of wine and asked about his plans. Chen Fan declared that he wanted to go to the Supernatural Academy. The family was stunned. They had heard of the academy, but spots were limited. Admission required a high mental energy score. It was tested by a machine, similar to a lung capacity test. The higher the mental energy, the more likely one could activate an ability. Such a genius was rare, perhaps 1 in 10,000. Everyone knew their son was no genius. His academic performance had always been below average. Father Chen remained silent, while Mother Chen said she supported him. Chen Fan smiled and promised he knew what he was doing. After dinner, Chen Fan returned to his room and locked the door. He whispered, asking the system to save him. That afternoon at school, Chen Fan had transmigrated into the body of this high school student. He had accepted it quickly, especially after an electronic voice flashed in his mind. The system was activating. He had learned that this world contained strange supernatural species, also known as new humans. The system introduced itself as an ability user system. He would gain justice points by hunting down shapeshifters, martial artists, or ability users who committed crimes. Justice points could be used to upgrade abilities or enhance his physique. Chen Fan asked for a newbie gift pack. The system opened it, and Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. He had received an S-rank ability, Thunderbolt, and a super invincible awesome enhancement fluid. His physical body would become superhuman. He felt truly invincible. Chapter 402. When Cao Chuan received the news, he was momentarily stunned. Without a doubt, this Chen Fan, whether it was his name or his system abilities, belonged to the strongest category of Destiny children. The more ordinary the name, the stronger the power. Look at Cao Chuan himself. It is a very ordinary name, yet his strength is amazing. Consider Ma Yun from the previous world, whose name was common, but whose economic power was legendary. Or Zhang San. In the legal world, no one can surpass him. It is truly remarkable. Cao Chuan mused to himself, his mind racing. This child of destiny is terrifyingly powerful. He actually has a father, a mother, a younger sister, and a home. It seems like he is a new version of the Destiny child. Cao Chuan speculated that Destiny children change with the era. 10 years ago, they were almost all without family, which made up the majority. 5 years ago, they started to have younger sisters, leaning into certain tropes. Now, while there are still orphans, those with parents are becoming more common, and their strength is becoming increasingly formidable. The old-school tropes of martial artists descending from a mountain still hold some market appeal, but they are not as powerful as these fresh versions. Take Chen Fan's ability, Thunderbolt. It is estimated that even Lei Ting would not have been able to defeat Chen Fan when he was just born. Cao Chuan originally thought Lei Ting's Thunder Ring ability was invincible, but he did not expect Chen Fan to possess this power. It is going to be quite a fight. If Lin Han encounters Chen Fan, the two of them might end up in a mutually destructive battle. Lin Han would likely have the upper hand because his personal combat power is truly strong, having experienced a second palace, which concentrated his luck. In any case, both of these people are difficult to kill. I need to adopt a son. Cao Chuan covered his rice bowl, stood up, and paced back and forth while considering his plan. Since the person has a father, a mother, and a family of 4, Lin Han would not be foolish enough to think Chen Fan is his illegitimate child. To make them fight, it must start with Chen Fan's mother. An idea clicked into place. Late that night, at a small riverside park, Chen Fan quietly left home. According to the system, activating his special ability required an open environment, as activating it at home might affect the entire building. Chen Fan snuck out while his family was asleep. He first consumed the strengthening fluid, which melted in his mouth. His body began to experience intense tearing and pain. Afterward, he activated the ability from the novice gift package. A powerful force instantly enveloped him. Having lived 2 lives, his mental energy was far superior to that of ordinary people, and with the help of the fluid, his strength became even more potent. Electric currents crackled around his body, causing a massive change in the heavens and the earth. A dark cloud covered the sky, engulfing the entire city of Zonghai. The moonlight vanished, and streetlights began to flicker and crackle due to unstable voltage. The air became foggy, and magnetic fields shifted. The scene was incredibly intense. Countless bolts of lightning rained down, striking Chen Fan. However, he remained unharmed. He absorbed the lightning to evolve his body. Time passed, perhaps an hour, and the surroundings turned pitch black. Chen Fan finally absorbed all the lightning and successfully activated his novice gift package. Zonghai is filled with powerful individuals, including elite martial artists and other superpowered people. They all sensed the mighty power of the heavens and earth, knowing some powerful individual was emerging. The local authorities immediately held a meeting, demanding to find the source of the event to recruit this person. By now, Chen Fan was numb from the electricity. Although the abilities made him stronger, he was still technically immortal. Activating everything at once caused him to lapse into a coma. He lay on what had been a lawn, but now the grass had withered into dust. The surrounding trees were flattened, tilting outward in a circle centered on Chen Fan. Cao Chuan passed through the dark mist and arrived beside him. If he had wanted to, a single strike could have finished the boy off. However, Cao Chuan does not kill people, and he certainly did not come here to kill anyone today. Previously, he had arranged for others to monitor Chen Fan. When the boy went out, Cao Chuan received the news and rushed over without being discovered by Lin Han. Old Cao had used a doppelganger to distract Lin Han, ensuring he could not track his real movements. The boy had been knocked out by the shock. The lightning was strong, but Chen Fan's skin was now as tender and white as a baby's, fully evolved. Cao Chuan helped him up, left the area, and drove him to a nearby house. As a real estate mogul, Cao Chuan has houses everywhere, like a rabbit with many burrows. As the sky cleared and the moonlight returned, authorities from the Special Bureau arrived at the park. They found the epicenter of the storm, but they found no people, and no bloodstains. At 4 in the morning, Chen Fan woke up. Cao Chuan was drinking tea nearby. He spoke first, his voice sharp. "You brat, are you trying to die? You dared to activate heavenly lightning without a protector. I do not know whether to call you incredibly lucky, or just fortunate." Chen Fan looked at him, not recognizing him, but sensing no malice. He realized this person must have saved him. Thank you, brother, Chen Fan said. Brother? Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. You brat, you are so disrespectful. I am over 40, and you call me brother. Chen Fan sat up in surprise. He did not look 40 at all, more like a man in his 20s. In his previous life, Chen Fan was over 30, so calling someone over 40 brother was acceptable. But in this life, he was still in high school. Are you really 40? Chen Fan asked. Why would I lie to you? Forget it. I am too lazy to talk more with you. Since you are awake, walk back yourself. Next time, think about the consequences. Do not go to that park. It is destroyed. The authorities are likely looking for you, so keep a low profile. Your ability is lightning-based. Do not use it recently. It is not safe. Chen Fan was bewildered. Who was this person who seemed to care so much? Could he be a benefactor? Who are you? He asked. You will know in the future. Cao Chuan stood up and walked toward the door. This is my vacant house. Close the door when you leave. If you encounter anything in the future, you can use this place as a safe house. Old Cao left decisively, leaving Chen Fan with a mind full of questions. Who was he? What did he want? He did not know, but he felt there was no malice. He decided he would find out later. The next day, Chen Fan went to school. As he and his younger sister rode their bicycles past the riverside park, he gasped to see the area under martial law. He had not expected his awakening to be so destructive. He still maintained the mentality of an office worker, and had an innate fear of breaking the law. Don't gawk, let's go, Chen Fan said, pedaling faster toward school. Meanwhile, at the company, Father Chen was called into the office by his boss. He was told he would be promoted to the general manager of a new branch company in the capital. It was a great opportunity to earn more money, which the family desperately needed. Later that day, Chen Fan's mother was grocery shopping when she tripped on a stone and sprained her ankle. Before she could fall, Cao Chuan appeared and caught her. Thank you, she said. You are welcome. Are you all right? Cao Chuan asked, his arm supporting her. I think I sprained my ankle, she replied. You should go to the hospital. No, it is a small matter. It does not require a trip to the hospital. Mother Chen was still beautiful and youthful, and Cao Chuan's own health products had kept her looking vibrant. The attraction was immediate. He offered to help her to his car. Thank you, little brother, she said. Little brother? Cao Chuan was startled, then chuckled. Big sister, I should be older than you. How could that be? She smiled, thinking he was just being polite. You are only in your 20s, right? Auntie is already 40. Still calling herself auntie, Cao Chuan thought. Are we playing roleplay here? Chapter 403. Are you really older than me? When old Cao produced his identification, the young woman was stunned. She stared blankly at the card, then at his face. They looked identical, as the document was newly issued. The date of birth was clearly written. He was 44 years old, turning 45 after his birthday, and 46 by lunar age. In 2 more years, he would be over 50. Rounding up, he was practically 100 years old. Yet, he looked no older than her own son. This was insane. Although modern health supplements were effective, and she herself looked very young, such heaven-defying results were impossible. Unless, of course, her own supplements were fake. I told you I was younger than you, did I not? Yet you called yourself auntie just to take advantage of me. I am so sorry. I did not mean it that way. You just look so young, so youthful. Miu apologized repeatedly. She was the mother of the child of destiny. Her surname was Miu, and her given name was Yu. Cao Chuan smiled. Everyone says that. It is mainly about good maintenance. Hearing the word maintenance, Miu became interested. Do you also use Tianji Hall products? Tianji Hall is my company, Cao Chuan replied. Ah, this. Miu suddenly understood. No wonder he was so young. She had heard other wives say that the organic water in Tianji Hall's retail skincare products was affordable for ordinary people, so the price was low. Naturally, the effects were not quite as miraculous. However, the organic water used by socialites, celebrities, and high-end clubs was not available for public purchase. It was limited edition. The effects were incredible, and the price was astronomical, far beyond the reach of ordinary consumers. In her own neighborhood, there was a woman who loved to gossip about meeting a wealthy madam while playing mahjong. That woman appeared to be nearly 40, yet her age was indiscernible. People would have believed her if she claimed to be 20. The madam had bragged that her husband pulled strings to spend several $100,000 on a small bottle, even owing a great favor for the privilege. She used it for only a week, and became completely younger. Miu had not believed it before, as she had not seen it with her own eyes, but now she was starting to believe. As they spoke, old Cao helped the mother of the child of destiny to the intersection, and then his bodyguard stepped forward to take the items from her hands. Get in the car, Cao Chuan said. I will take you to the hospital. Miu quickly shook her head. No, really, it is not that much trouble. These are minor injuries. I will just apply some medicated wine when I get back. Cao Chuan thought for a moment and readily agreed. All right then, I will take you home. Hey, you. He called over a bodyguard and instructed him to find a man named Oldly at the market and have him deliver the Mongolian lamb he had pre-ordered. The instruction was a fabrication. There was no Oldly and no Mongolian lamb. It was simply a tactic to let Miu know that he had legitimate business at the market, and that his assistance was a coincidental encounter rather than a calculated one. Otherwise, a big boss like him appearing at a market would seem out of place and lead to suspicion. Old Cao had been lazy with his planning recently, but he remained a stickler for details when he did act. Miu's doubts were resolved. However, after the bodyguard left and the car door closed, she chuckled softly. You are such a big boss, yet you still personally come to buy groceries? It is for health, Cao Chuan said casually. Purely natural organic lamb. Raised from a young age on nothing but organic grass and grains. I do not have many other hobbies, but for good food, I am willing to spend any amount of effort and money. Miu nodded. I can tell. You really know how to take care of yourself, even more diligently than us women. Although it was their first meeting, old Cao held a suppressive influence over luck, an inherent factor that made people naturally feel good about him. They became familiar after just a few sentences. Cao Chuan asked, Big sister, what is your surname? My surname is Miu, the Miu with 3 drops of water. Miu. So much water in her name. Miu, a good name. Wait, why does it sound familiar? Cao Chuan was startled and subconsciously looked at Miu sideways. She was a homemaker, wearing a long dress with stockings on her calves. She was undeniably beautiful. Though not a destined heroine, she was no less stunning than any of them. Were you in Songjiang Middle School for junior high? Miu was surprised. How did you know? Cao Chuan was overjoyed. I knew your name sounded familiar. I have not met many people named Miu in my life. I also went to Songjiang Middle School, one of the first batches of students to return after the reform and opening up for unified exams. I remember the school beauty at the time was named Miu. However, I was in my 3rd year of junior high then, so I never had the chance to meet her. I only admired her from afar. Upon hearing this, Miu immediately felt a sense of closeness. So you are an alumnus. Cao Chuan's move was truly vulgar, but it worked. His age, the mention of the reform and opening up, the unified exams, and the title of school beauty brought back many memories for Miu. Girls from that era were very thin-skinned. When she was called the school beauty, she had secretly cried from embarrassment. Now, thinking back, it was quite amusing. Along the way, old Cao deepened the impression by discussing matters concerning Songjiang Middle School, all of which his assistant had investigated. Many archives were still intact, especially regarding the teachers and principals from that specific period. As soon as the topic came up, the two became particularly close. In a flash, they arrived at Miu's residential complex. The car stopped downstairs. Cao Chuan supported her as she stepped out. I never expected such a fateful encounter today, to meet the school beauty from so many years ago. This trip to the market was truly worth it. Senior, are you making fun of me again? Miu said with a playful glare. Cao Chuan smiled. Let me escort you upstairs. I also want to see what kind of extraordinary person my brother-in-law is, to have married the school beauty of our Songjiang back then. He should still be at work, Miu said. No sooner had she spoken than her husband's voice came from nearby. Wife, you. Father Chen's face turned green. He watched his wife get out of a luxury car, being held and helped by a young man. He wondered if her injury was serious. Is he the brother-in-law? Cao Chuan asked, looking at Father Chen. Hello, my name is Cao Chuan. Father Chen's face remained dark. Miu quickly explained, this is my senior. We went to the same middle school. He is 2 grades older than me. I fell at the market today and sprained my ankle. I happened to run into him and he brought me back. Father Chen looked down and saw that her ankle was indeed swollen. He thanked Cao Chuan, though he still had doubts. A senior? Such a young senior? Cao Chuan chuckled. You are welcome. Meeting is fate. Here, I am handing her over to you. I will be leaving now. Father Chen quickly invited him up for a cup of tea. Miu joined in, insisting that he not be a stranger. Cao Chuan agreed to the intrusion. Miu looked at her husband and asked why he was home early. Father Chen cast aside his previous expression and happily explained, I got a promotion and a raise, so I have 2 days off. Really? Miu became happy, feeling that her day had been incredibly lucky. First, she met an old schoolmate, and then her husband received a promotion. The 3 went upstairs. The home was a cozy, small 4-room apartment. While modest, it sat in a prime location in Zhonghai, likely to be worth a fortune in the future. Father Chen mentioned that his 2 days off were for packing, as he was going to Beijing for a work report soon. You are going to Beijing? Then do we have to go with you? Miu asked with a slight frown. Father Chen shook his head. Not for now. I have not confirmed where I will be staying. Besides, it is difficult for the children to transfer schools before the college entrance exam. Cao Chuan spoke up. Old Chen, what do you do? Advertising, Father Chen said. Are you interested in coming to my company? Cao Chuan asked. Father Chen was startled. Although he saw the luxury car and the bodyguards, he had not thought about currying favor. Miu had not thought about it either. Cao Chuan picked up his teacup. My company headquarters is in Zhonghai. You would not need to be separated and you could earn more than before. Perhaps what I am saying is a bit presumptuous. If I am wrong, just consider it nonsense. Father Chen shook his head and Miu explained, husband, he is the boss of Tianji Hall. Father Chen was stunned. He had heard the name, as his wife's skincare products came from that company. It was rumored to be the most impressive domestic skincare firm, backed by the richest man's conglomerate. He finally remembered the name. He shot up from his seat. You are the richest man, Cao Chuan? Miu was speechless. She was a homemaker, and Cao Chuan did not often appear in public. Rich people were still very low-key at that time. Cao Chuan smiled. Richest man is too formal. I just have a little money. Father Chen became reserved. My apologies, I did not realize it just now. Cao Chuan waved his hand with a smile. Let us not be strangers. Miu calls me senior, I call her junior, and you are my brother-in-law. Yes, Father Chen said happily. Although he was not someone who pushed himself forward, being addressed by the richest man like that made him feel good. Ordinary words carried weight depending on who said them. Chapter 404. President Cao, please have a seat for a moment. I will go out and buy some groceries. If you do not mind, you can have a simple lunch at home with us. No need to trouble yourself so much. Junior sister just bought some vegetables, Cao Chuan politely said. Father Chen shook his head. They are all just greens, not suitable for a meal. We should at least have some meat and some wine. I will be back in a flash. With that, Father Chen left in a hurry. Cao Chuan was speechless. Is he always so decisive? He is probably intimidated by your status. Miu Yu shook her head with a wry smile, then added with some curiosity. Don't just talk about him. Even I was shocked. I never thought the richest man would one day come to my house, and he is even my junior high school senior. Life is full of such surprises. I also never thought I would one day see our junior high school beauty again. You know, back then, I was just starting to feel the stirrings of love, but before it could fully blossom, I went to high school, Cao Chuan said with a look of disappointment. Miu Yu playfully chided. Senior likes to joke. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. It was then that they both realized they still had injuries on their feet. Father Chen had also heard about Cao Chuan's identity, and was so stunned that he forgot about Miu Yu's foot injury. Cao Chuan got up. Do you have any safflower oil or medicated wine at home? There is safflower oil in the cabinet under the curio shelf. Miu Yu gasped, pointing to the curio shelf. Cao Chuan took the safflower oil and returned to the sofa. I will give you a massage. Senior, I will do it myself. Miu Yu's face flushed. Even though she was a mother of two, she had never been touched by another man. While she might not be shy, she was certainly a little embarrassed. Let me do it. You are not comfortable right now. This old Chen too does not care that his own wife is injured. This guy really is, Cao Chuan said, casually sowing discord. Miu Yu felt a little resentment in her heart, but she still said, he was also intimidated by your status. It was not easy to massage with stockings on, so they had to be removed. The stockings were of good quality, but Cao Chuan's strength was greater, and he was adept at removing them. Following the weave, with a ripping sound he said, excuse me. Lunch was eaten at school, either in the cafeteria or outside. The child of destiny has always been a harbinger of misfortune, and Chen Fan was no exception. In contrast, Lin Han belonged to the Son of Heaven. His luck was richer than that of an ordinary child of destiny, and he was an upgraded version, having moved beyond the harbinger of misfortune level. So Lin Han and Old Cao were somewhat similar, with no luck plotlines. They did everything purely based on their preferences. As a result, for this period, the two of them schemed back and forth, but nothing really happened in terms of plot. On Chen Fan's side, he and Chen Qi, who was in her second year of high school, were eating noodles outside the school, with an extra portion of meat. But soon, chaos suddenly erupted at the school gate. Someone is killing people. Run. Help. Chen Fan looked up, his face changing. He saw a beast-faced, human-bodied creature, neither wolf nor dog, frantically attacking the crowd. It looked exactly like a rampage against society, and it was about to charge towards them. This street was a snack street directly facing the school, and many students ate there at lunchtime. Brother. Chen Qi usually liked to bicker with her brother, but facing this situation, she, a girl who had just come of age, was utterly terrified. Qi, let us go through the back door. If Chen Fan were alone, he might have acted immediately. But with his sister, he was not sure if he could kill the monster in one go. So he first pulled Chen Qi to escape through the back of the noodle shop, and then he would return to save his classmates. The siblings fled in a panic. At this moment, the patrolling police officers in the vicinity also rushed over after hearing the news, but they were no match for this thing at all. Bullets could not hit the target, as it was too fast and the crowd too chaotic. So, several people were injured in a short time, and they quickly called for backup. The police department contacted the 18 Bureau. On the other side, in the back alley of the snack street, Chen Fan said in a low voice, you hide here. I will go take a look. Brother. Chen Qi clutched Chen Fan's sleeve, her small face pale. Don't worry, I am just going to see if it is safe. You hide obediently and do not run around. I will be back in a bit. After a few comforting words, Chen Fan left. To be honest, Chen Fan was also a little scared. Although he had become stronger, he had never killed anyone or fought. As a social worker for over 30 years, this was his first time seeing such a thing with his own eyes. There were news and reports about shapeshifter monsters online, but having never seen one in person, the feeling was completely different. It was utterly chaotic. It was like a scene from the apocalypse, with countless dead and injured. Some were directly killed by being grabbed, some were trampled, and some were hit by passing cars. Because cars did not dare to stop, seeing this scene, they instinctively accelerated to escape, and then tragedies happened. Chen Fan's anger flared, his eyes turning purple. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds appeared in the sky, rapidly forming an attack force without a long period of charging. It happened in a flash. The beast-faced, human-bodied creature that was attacking people also sensed the danger, instinctively stopped, and looked up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the top, lightning rolled within the black clouds, and a buzzing sound filled the air. Shapeshifters are also animals, and they all have an innate sense of danger. This guy subconsciously wanted to escape, but the scene that followed was brutal. Rumble. A muffled thunder rolled, and the surrounding glass instantly shattered. Many fleeing students were dazed and almost fainted from the shock. Thunderbolt. Crack. A thunderstorm appeared. The sky seemed to be torn open with a huge gap, followed by countless bolts of lightning falling together, all striking the wolf dog creature. With that one strike, the wolf dog fell to the ground, and upon closer inspection, it was already charred. Dead beyond dead. Justice value plus 10,000. Chen Fan was overjoyed to hear the system prompt, and he also did not expect his attack power to be so strong. Ah, Miu cried out in pain. Cao Chuan patted her calf and said with a smile, all right, get up and try walking a few steps. Oh, it is really better. I did not expect Senior to have such massage skills. It is for health preservation, you know. Cao Chuan laughed heartily, his persona now established. Traditional Chinese medicine is the foundation of health preservation. Not only can I perform massage and bone setting, but I can also do acupuncture to regulate a person's yin and yang. Everyone I have treated has praised the results. Miu asked, are the traditional Chinese medicine formulas from Tianji Hall also researched by Senior? Smart. As expected of our Songjiang school beauty, so intelligent and perceptive, Cao Chuan praised. Miu playfully chided, Senior, there you go again. You always like to tease people. Cao Chuan smiled. Go change your clothes. However, the injury on your foot is only newly healed, and it has damaged some meridians, so you still need to be careful. Do not run or jump hastily. Be steady, rest for a few days, and it will be completely fine. Thank you, Senior. Don't be so polite. Just as Miu was changing clothes, Old Cow, after washing his hands, received a call from Luo Li. After listening to Luo Li's account, Cao Chuan frowned slightly. It seemed the main plot was officially resuming. During this time, he had been playing around with Lin Han, and basically no plot had occurred, because Lin Han was the son of heaven, had a high degree of freedom, and had also moved beyond the harbinger of misfortune level. So, the two of them scheming against each other did not involve any luck plot. This also caused Cao Chuan to almost forget about the plot altogether. Junior sister. After hanging up the phone, Miu happened to come out of the bedroom, having changed into a dress and taken off her stockings. Cao Chuan said, something urgent suddenly came up on my end, so I might not be able to have lunch with you. When I have time, I will treat your family individually. Also, I did not bring any gifts today, so next time we meet, I will bring some gifts for our son and daughter. This was affectionate language, not taking advantage. In some parts of the South, good friends would affectionately refer to their friends' children as son or daughter. No need to be so polite. A gift is definitely necessary. I will also bring you some of Tianji Hall's #1 product later, which you cannot buy outside. Cao Chuan waved his phone. I really have something urgent. Later, please apologize to your brother-in-law for me. I will treat you next time. All right, sure. Miu did not insist on keeping him, and saw Cao Chuan to the door. Senior, drive safely on your way. Got it, you go back. Old Cow left because Chen Fan and his sister would be back soon, and it was not time for them to meet directly yet. Soon after, Father Chen returned first, carrying large fish and meat bought from a hotel, as well as Mao Tai. Oh, where is he? His company suddenly had an urgent matter, so he left early. He said he would treat us to dinner separately next time. Miu was now wearing an apron and was making lunch. The rice was already cooked, and she just needed to stir-fry a few vegetables. Sigh, rich people are really busy. Father Chen shook his head with a smile, not thinking much of it, only feeling like he had forgotten something, and for a moment, he had not remembered his wife's sprained ankle. After a while longer, as a few stir-fried vegetables were almost ready, the siblings opened the door and entered the house. Father Chen was speechless. Why are you two back? Are you not eating at school? Miu also looked at them in surprise. Chen Kiki still had not recovered from the shock, but Chen Fan's adaptability was stronger. Chen Fan said, something happened at school, and they gave us a holiday. We probably will not have classes tomorrow either. What happened? Father Chen asked casually. Someone went on a rampage against society and killed many students, Chen Fan said. What? Miu nearly dropped the spatula in her hand from fright. Father Chen also stood up. Are you two all right? Father Chen looked at his children nervously, especially Chen Kiki, whose small face was as white as if it had been dusted with flour. Mom. Chen Kiki was still terrified and buried herself in her mother's arms, tears flowing instantly. Chen Fan shook his head. Nothing serious, we ran fast and hid. After finally explaining everything clearly, Chen Fan retreated to his room and began to upgrade his skills with justice value. 10,000 justice value was very high, also because the opponent was too brutal. So Chen Fan had a big gain, directly spending 10,000 points to upgrade Thunderbolt to level 2. His combat power at least doubled. His lightning ability became stronger, subtly feeling like it was on the verge of a breakthrough to the S+ level. His skills could be upgraded, according to the system's introduction. As long as he kept upgrading, he could reach the SSS level in the future. On the other side, the street was cordoned off for investigation. They quickly identified the individual through video surveillance. There was also a chip inside his body, indicating that he had committed crimes before, and had just been released from prison not long ago. They were the twin Wolf brothers. One of them was killed by mercenaries, and he was imprisoned. After being released, he began to rampage against society. The case was very clear. Now it was mainly about wrapping things up. And because of this incident, the Zonghai 18 Bureau was going to crack down on all shapeshifters within its jurisdiction. Another batch of shapeshifters would die, serving as a deterrent to those with ulterior motives. Of course, the appearance of Thunderbolt also reminded the 18 Bureau of the events of last night. They began searching for Chen Fan. Chapter 405. Chen Fan's class group chat was buzzing with activity. Everyone was discussing the beast-faced, human-bodied creature from the recent incident. The students were young and seemed unafraid of danger. Those who had witnessed it were terrified, while the others were simply consumed by curiosity. One student wrote about the killer slaughtering people, noting that the streets were filled with the dead and injured. Then, they brought up the mysterious thunderbolt. They speculated that it was a master from the authorities, claiming that a few bolts of divine lightning had instantly annihilated the monster. The student began to praise the savior in the group chat. No one knew that this thunderbolt was actually Chen Fan. The praise felt incredibly boastful, and as Chen Fan read the messages, his lips curled into a faint smile. He maintained the composure befitting a child of destiny, though his aura of confidence was quite pronounced. Of course, the conversation soon took a familiar turn. A male class monitor interjected, asking how many students in the class had gone out to eat that day, and if anyone had been injured. This monitor was handsome, wealthy, and had a strong family background. He also had an interest in the class study committee member, Lin Su, who had shown a degree of goodwill toward Chen Fan. The topic shifted quickly to Chen Fan. The group asked if he was all right, and many people tagged him in the chat. Chen Fan replied helplessly, thanking them for their concern, and stating he was fine. The class monitor's lackey chimed in, mocking Chen Fan. They called him timid and suggested he must have hidden when the violence broke out. Several others joined in, using a joking tone that made it impossible for Chen Fan to refute without appearing defensive or thin-skinned. Chen Fan, having the maturity of a 30-something corporate worker, did not let it bother him. According to the typical narrative flow, the study committee member, Lin Su, stepped in to defend him. She asked if the others were simply idle, and if they found the death of classmates amusing. The group fell silent. The class monitor told her not to be angry, claiming there were no ill intentions. Lin Su retorted that she was not familiar enough with him to be addressed by her first name, and that whether or not there were ill intentions was clear to everyone. She did not give him any face, and though the others did not talk back, they directed their resentment toward Chen Fan. Not long after, Lin Su messaged Chen Fan privately to ask if he was truly okay. Chen Fan felt a warmth in his heart. He played along with his modest persona, telling her he was indeed timid, and had run incredibly fast to protect his sister. He claimed that not even the heavenly thunderbolts could have caught him. Lin Su acknowledged that he had run to protect his sister. She told him not to call her committee member, but to call her Qian Shui. Chen Fan felt delighted. He realized that to show off, one needed a partner who understood the subtext. He promised to call her by her name. She asked where he planned to apply for the college entrance exam. Chen Fan mentioned the Supernatural Academy. Lin Su asked if he had privately checked his mental energy levels, as powerful mental energy was a necessary support for ability users. She assumed that since his family was well off enough, he might have spent the money for a test. Chen Fan joked that he had not checked, but he felt his mental energy was strong because he could stay up all night without fatigue. Lin Su chuckled at his smooth talking. They chatted for a few more moments, noting how much more comfortable they felt talking to each other compared to before. Finally, Lin Su mentioned that she would also apply to the Supernatural Academy, expressing a hope that they would remain classmates. Chen Fan felt a sense of excitement, realizing that his rebirth had genuinely changed his future. Back at the headquarters, Cao Chuan ordered his men to investigate Lin Su's family. The information arrived within an hour. The Lin family was a wealthy, second-tier family from a nearby city. They had 2 daughters. The younger one was Lin Su, and the elder one was Lin Menja. Lin Menja was a member of the Jiangnan 18 Bureau, an awakened ability user. The family had transitioned from a purely business background to one where several members had awakened combat-type abilities. Lin Menja, barely in her early 20s, was already the leader of Action Group 3. Coincidentally, Lin Menja had led the team to provide support at the school gate after the incident. She was currently searching for the person who had caused the heavenly thunderbolts. The investigation was exhausting because the surveillance cameras in the area had been largely destroyed by the lightning. She was conducting door-to-door interviews with the students who had been present. As Lin Su arrived downstairs, she encountered her exhausted sister returning home. Lin Menja explained that the area around the school was being investigated and asked for the names and information of the classmates who had been eating out that day. Lin Su asked why she needed them. Lin Menja explained that she needed to ask if any of the classmates had seen the person who released the thunderbolts. Lin Su's eyes lit up with admiration. She viewed the mysterious savior as a hero who had saved countless classmates. After her sister went upstairs, Lin Su messaged Chen Fan to ask if he had seen the figure yesterday. Chen Fan replied instantly, claiming he had not, as he was merely an ordinary student. Lin Su advised him to cooperate with the interviews and speak openly if her sister reached out to him. Chen Fan looked at the screen, surprised that the interviewer would be Lin Su's sister. Chapter 406. Lin Su was a well-known figure at school, famous as the school beauty. Chen Fan was also considered a notable figure, often called the school hunk. His mother had been a school beauty, so his genetics were quite good. However, no one knew about Lin Su's true background. People knew her family was well off, but they had no idea of their immense wealth or that they had transformed into a family of ability users. Lin Qiansu did not explain much. She simply mentioned that her sister was like a police officer. She told Chen Fan not to worry, and to simply cooperate with the investigation. Her intentions were good, but this gave Chen Fan a chance to act weak while hiding his true strength, allowing him time to prepare. Soon after, the doorbell rang. The housekeeper went to answer the door and returned. She said, "Young miss, there is someone at the door delivering flowers for the eldest young miss." Lin Qiansu thought nothing of it. Countless people pursued her sister. Even back in school, men were always doting on her. After her sister graduated and awakened her ability, she began working for the 18 Bureau, and fewer people pursued her. Perhaps the gap was too great, or perhaps they were simply afraid of getting beaten up. After all, Lin Menja did not have a very good temper. Lin Qiansu chuckled. To think someone would actually dare to send flowers to the house. I would like to see who is bold enough to risk being beaten up by my sister. Lin Qiansu walked to the door. A sports car was parked outside. A young master in a suit held a bouquet of roses, clearly believing he looked quite handsome. When he saw Lin Qiansu, he spoke first. "You must be Lin Qiansu, right? Hello, I am your future brother-in-law. My name is Wang Hedong." Someone was actually not afraid of death. Lin Qiansu raised an eyebrow. He dared to call himself her future brother-in-law. It seemed he had either just started pursuing her sister, and had not been beaten yet, or he was truly fearless. Meanwhile, Cao Chuan had been monitoring the situation. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight with a strange expression. He thought to himself, "Holy crap, it is the Wang Wang squad. Who is the villain here? You are the child of destiny. You are just a luck-obsessed bootlicker. You have lived much longer than the protagonist. You have been there from the beginning to the end. When did you return to Zonghai? You did not even inform me. Your big brother." Cao Chuan had been idle, drinking tea and basking in the sun while monitoring the information he needed. He had located Lin Qiansu through Chen Fan. He had been monitoring for a while, and had analyzed quite a few things. However, he never expected this. The luck bootlicker had appeared. This dog was becoming more and more shameless. Wang Wang used to be so innocent. When he pursued Tang Xiaoxiao, he was cautious. He never dared to speak loudly, and was content with just a glance from afar. Now, look at him. He is pursuing Lin Menja. It is clear that she has not agreed to him, yet he dares to call himself Lin Qiansu's future brother-in-law. Even Cao Chuan, a shameless person himself, found this behavior outrageous. "Who told you my address? Take them back. I do not like flowers." It was a familiar reaction. Wang Haodong had become even stronger than before. Wang Haodong chuckled. "Menja, we are in the same department now, so why be so distant? I just want to be friends with you, no other meaning." He really had thick skin. It was very thick. Wang Haodong had matured. "I do not need friends, just do your work well. Also, do not call me Menja. Whether in life or at work, you must call me Team Leader Linear. Go back." Lin Menja, dressed in her pajamas with her hair not yet completely dry, turned and closed the courtyard gate. Wang Haodong was not angry, perhaps because he was used to it, or because his inner strength had grown. After getting into the car, Wang Haodong went to Feng City to see his elder brother. Inside the house, Lin Qiansu asked, "Sister, who is that guy?" "A plaster, a stubborn one." Lin Menja did not explain too much, but instead asked, "Where is your classmates' list?" "Here." Lin Qiansu handed over the list. On the other side, Wang Haodong was in the car, heading to Feng City. Inside the car, Wang Haodong said to the butler beside him, "How about it, young master? Is my taste not good this time? She is not inferior to Tang Xiaoxiao and Long Yi, and she has a particularly unique scent. Do you know what scent it is?" The butler tentatively replied, "The scent of shower gel." "Get lost," Wang Haodong said impatiently. "Stop messing with me. I am telling you, this time, I am determined to succeed. She has a very strong, cold and arrogant aura, not inferior to Long Yi, which makes one want to conquer her, you understand?" The butler shook his head and said, "I do not understand. How would a butler like me know such things?" Wang Haodong patted his shoulder. "That is why you need to stay by my side, watch carefully, and learn well. Do not think that just because you are 20 years older than me, and your children are almost getting married, and you are about to have grandchildren, that you are still an amateur when it comes to love, understand?" The butler looked like he wanted to curse. How dare he say such things? Forget it. Wang Haodong saw the butler's foolish expression and waved his hand. "There is no point talking about these things with a butler like you. When we get to Feng City, I will talk to my brother. He will definitely understand me." In a flash, they arrived in Feng City, without prior notice, giving Cao Chuan a surprise. "Big brother, I am here." He entered the courtyard. Old Cao was basking in the sun, and was indeed startled. "Oh, my brother is here. When did you return to Zonghai? You did not even tell me in advance, you rascal." Cao Chuan's face lit up with joy. He then glanced at the butler accompanying him, and nodded with a smile. The butler respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Boss Cao, we are family, no need to be so formal." Cao Chuan smiled. Wang Haodong put on a stern face and said, "You go out first, go entertain yourself." The butler took his leave. "Come, brother, have some tea. This is good tea, not found on the market. I only have this much spiritual tea, and once it is gone, it is gone. You are lucky to have come at the right time." Cao Chuan poured him a cup. Wang Haodong chuckled. "It means I have good taste, I just happened to catch it. Brother, I have come to Zonghai this time for work. Oh, Cao Chuan looked puzzled. What kind of work? 18 Bureau. As Wang Haodong explained, Cao Chuan quickly understood. Wang Haodong had also awakened an ability, and it was a very powerful one, perfectly suited for the 18 Bureau. Or rather, it was suited for crime scenes. His tongue was exceptionally sensitive, and his sense of smell was also very good. As long as there was even a tiny clue at the scene, he could smell it out, and even taste it. For example, if the murderer dropped a strand of hair at the scene, he could just taste it a little, or smell it, and he could start tracking the criminal's whereabouts on the spot. This was definitely a powerful auxiliary for a unit like the 18 Bureau, which apprehended new humans. So Wang Haodong came to Zhonghai, and the Jiangnan 18 Bureau headquarters assigned him to Team 3. He had only been there for 2 days when he started pursuing Lin Minjia, the leader of Team 3. It was precisely because it had only been 2 days that Lin Minjia could not give him too harsh a look, still showing him some face. Not bad, not bad. Old Cow patted his shoulder. As expected of you. Your ability is truly unique. How many cases have you solved in these 2 days since you arrived? Wang Haodong shook his head and waved his hand. Let us not talk about cases for now. It is mainly about people. Brother, you know our Team 3 leader is a female, a great beauty. Cao Chuan laughed. You are interested in her again. Hee hee. Wang Haodong was a little embarrassed, scratching his head. This time, brother, I am serious. I feel it is fated. From the first moment I saw her, I swore I would never never marry anyone but her in this life. Even bootlickers knew they were bootlickers, but outsiders could not persuade them, because such things made them happy. The most important thing for a person was to be happy. Happiness secreted countless dopamine, making people excited, just like an addiction. Therefore, bootlickers could not be forced to break the cycle by external forces. They could only detox themselves. If they could not quit, they would be addicted for life. Brother, I remember your disciple. Is she not the director of the 18 Sub-Bureau here in Zhonghai? This Team 3 is exactly under your disciple. How about having your disciple help connect us? Sigh. Cao Chuan smiled bitterly. You are too late, my disciple has resigned. What? How could that be? Wang Haodong was surprised. She was doing so well, why would she resign? I have other tasks for her to do, and the 18 Bureau does not lack her. Cao Chuan did not explain too much. He could not possibly say that Lei Ting went to become the boss of the 6 Fin Gates. Of course, this 6 Fin Gates was definitely different from the one in history. In history, the 6 Fin Gates was a collective term for the 3 judicial offices, which were the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, and the Censoriate. In short, each dynasty had different names. And on the back garden side, it was simple, a proper major authority department. All cases would eventually be aggregated from the Ministry of Justice to the 6 Fin Gates. The Ministry of Justice also became a concept of a sub-bureau. Who would dare to object to something created by King Chu? Never mind if it was reasonable or not, as long as no one objected, that was fine. Oh dear, this is difficult. Wang Haodong got up, pacing back and forth, scratching his ears and cheeks. He had originally thought of relying on Cao Chuan's connections to have Lei Ting play matchmaker. With someone like her as a matchmaker, even if Lin Minjia had any grievances, she would probably still give some face. Now it was hard to arrange. Brother. After a while, Wang Haodong sat back down on the chair next to Old Cow. Old Cow poured him a cup of tea. Wang Haodong ignored the teacup and pressed. You are the master of the sub-bureau director, and also Lin Minjia's superior's superior. Do you know Lin Minjia? I do not know her. I do not even manage their unit's affairs. Cao Chuan shook his head. Brother, you can get to know her. Your seniority is definitely here. As long as you speak, Lin Minjia will give you some face, right? This woman is so arrogant, she does not even look at me properly. I need external help, otherwise, your little brother is in too much difficulty. Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. Is that not inappropriate? What if she falls for me if I step in? That is still better than her falling for someone else. Do not let good water flow into others' fields. If she really likes you, big brother, your little brother will bless you. Wang Haodong said seriously. Cao Chuan smiled bitterly. All right, I will help you talk when I have time. Wang Haodong was overjoyed, picking up his teacup. To offer a flower for a flower, I will use tea instead of wine. Your little brother toasts you. Chapter 407. Wang Haodong's appearance was unexpected for Brother Cao. Upon a little thought, however, it seemed normal. A complete story requires a protagonist, a heroine, a villain, and naturally, a rich second-generation suitor. Even without Wang Haodong, there would be a Wang Hoxi, or a Wang Houbei. Moreover, Wang Haodong possessed 3 luck points, which was far beyond what an ordinary suitor could compare to. Currently, the Child of Destiny, the Son of Heaven's Mandate, the Heaven's Mandate villain, and the luck suitor were all very strong, making for a fitting lineup. Another day passed in a flash. Father Chen left Zhonghai for the capital to expand his company's territory. On this day, Lin Minjia found Chen Fan. Originally, it was just a routine interview to understand the situation at the time, but upon seeing Chen Fan, Lin Minjia had a hunch that this kid was not simple. Although Lin Minjia could not discern Chen Fan's strength on the spot, nor did she know that he was the so-called god of thunder, her intuition told her that this kid was definitely not an ordinary, seemingly harmless 18-year-old. After several attempts to probe him, she could not find anything out about Chen Fan. This only further indicated that this kid was not simple. She had interviewed so many students, from freshmen to seniors, and most of them gave her the impression of ordinary students. Some were scared, some were fearful, and occasionally a few felt excited. Chen Fan, however, was different. Chen Fan was too steady. Back at the office, Lin Minja had her team investigate Chen Fan's family and life trajectory. Back home, Lin Minja found her younger sister, Lin Chien-su, and asked about Chen Fan's usual demeanor. Facing her sister's inquiry, Lin Chien-su replied that Chen Fan did not participate much in group activities, preferred to be a loner, and did not have many good friends in class. He seemed like a very solitary person, but she felt he was actually very active, at least internally. Lin Chien-su's last sentence referred to the feeling she got from their private chat 2 days prior. Lin Minja asked if this kid was very deep. Lin Chien-su shook her head, saying he was not really deep. Perhaps he just did not like to deal with some people in class, as his social circle was generally average. Lin Chien-su then asked if her sister had seen him, and if she was suspecting he was related to the god of thunder. Lin Chien-su understood her sister. If there was no value or necessity, her sister would likely not pay attention to a student. Lin Minja suddenly asked if she liked him. Lin Chien-su's face flushed, and she said that her sister was talking nonsense, as they were just ordinary classmates. Her face was red, but it was a flush of annoyance, rather than a shy blush. Lin Minja stared at her sister for a few seconds, likely confirming there was no special relationship. Lin Minja warned her not to get too close to this kid, because he was not simple. Lin Chien-su exclaimed, asking if he was really related to the god of thunder. Lin Minja replied that she did not know, but he was definitely not comparable to those ordinary students in her school. This kid hid himself well. Although everyone had their own secrets, from your words, it was clear he always liked to hide his true abilities. To start hiding his abilities at an age that should be full of youthful vigor meant he either had a deep scheme, or an unspeakable secret. Lin Minja continued by telling her not to get too close to him until she understood his situation. This was a sister's advice, not an attempt to disparage Chen Fan. She simply worried that her sister might get too close to Chen Fan and end up being bullied without even knowing how. Lin Chien-su responded with an acknowledgement, but she seemed not to have truly listened. 2 more days passed. The school was still on holiday, but the seniors had started returning as the college entrance exam was approaching. Only the seniors returned to school. Many patrolling special agents, armed with live ammunition, appeared at the entrance. Lin Chien-su appeared prettily in front of Chen Fan, greeting him proactively. Chen Fan looked like a domineering king and greeted her back. Lin Chien-su snorted lightly, telling him he was a smooth talker, and that it was no wonder her sister told her to ignore him. Chen Fan helplessly said he had not offended her sister, and that he had cooperated fully with the investigation. They were just playful jokes between classmates. In the distance, however, the class monitor and a few lackeys watched them with dark, sullen expressions. Chen Fan was very perceptive and sensed the malice, but he did not care at all, not taking these people seriously. At the 18 Bureau, Wang Haodong approached Lin Minja, dressed exceptionally showily. Everyone at the bureau wore casual clothes, the kind of attire for serious crime investigations that prioritized comfort. Only Wang Haodong wore a suit. Lin Minja now roughly understood who Wang Haodong was, as he had been there for a week. She stared at him, her expression displeased, telling him that if he had free time, he should go to more crime scenes and catch more murderers instead of wasting time there with her. She told him very clearly that she had no intention of dating. Wang Haodong smiled slightly, saying that he did not say anything about dating. He claimed he just wanted to be good to her because she ate irregularly every noon, and he was afraid her stomach would not be able to handle it. Lin Minja felt a shiver of disgust. She sensed that Wang Haodong was very skilled, and he was not an ordinary suitor. He was a king of suitors. It was useless to try to reason with him. If she scolded him, he might leave, but soon after, he would return, grinning and being nice to her again. This persistent nuisance was truly irritating, but she could not hit him, as one does not hit a smiling face. Lin Minja was furious and told him that if he kept this up, she would ask the leader to transfer him out of the third team. Wang Haodong said with a wronged expression that he just wanted to be a little better to the person he liked. If she did not want to date, then fine. He claimed his liking her did not seem to have anything to do with her. Lin Minja felt a pang of irritation. Wang Haodong added that they were actually insiders. He mentioned he had a very good relationship with her former director, Lei Ting, and asked if she did not know that her master was his biological brother. Lin Minja's eyes flashed, and she asked if he meant Master Cao Chuan. Wang Haodong said happily that she knew his brother Cao. He claimed that whenever he had time, he went to Brother Cao's place for meals and tea. He heard that Lei Ting took great care of her before, and this position of team leader was given to her by Director Lei Ting. That was indeed true. Lin Minja, being so young and holding the position of team leader, was not only due to her good abilities, but also Lei Ting's promotion. She was grateful to Lei Ting, and Lei Ting had indeed taught her a lot, including the search for the God of Thunder. The reason she was so anxious was also because she feared this matter might affect Lei Ting. What if this so-called God of Thunder had some connection to Lei Ting? In short, Lin Minja was a grateful person. However, Lin Minja frowned and asked about his biological brother, and if he was not from the Wang family in the capital. Wang Haodong explained they were biological brothers from different fathers and mothers. He boasted about his relationship with Cao Chuan and Lei Ting. Although Wang Haodong and Lei Ting had only met twice, it did not hinder his good relationship with Cao Chuan. Seeing that Lin Minja's tone was not as harsh as before, Wang Haodong knew he had found a breakthrough point. He began to endlessly boast about his relationship with Cao Chuan. Lin Menja hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded, saying all right to dinner tonight, but warned him not to disturb her work now. Wang Haodong saluted and said with a grin that he would head out now. The reason Lin Menja agreed was actually to ask Cao Chuan about Lei Ting. Lei Ting had left too hastily. The higher-ups said Lei Ting's departure was due to something Cao Chuan needed to do, considered a leave of absence without pay, and she would still be a leader upon her return. But Lin Menja always worried that something might have happened to Sister Lei Ting. After Sister Lei Ting left, Lin Menja could initially contact her, occasionally calling to check in. But after a few days, the phone became completely unreachable. Lin Menja had wanted to contact Cao Chuan for a long time, but unfortunately, her status was not high enough. Cao Chuan was the kind of person who, after breakfast, thought about lunch, after lunch, he thought about dinner, after dinner, he thought about supper, and after supper, he thought about breakfast. It was a never-ending cycle. He planned to freeload lunch at the junior's house. Old Chen left in the morning, and Cao Chuan personally saw him off. On the way, he still invited him to his company, but Old Chen politely declined, because their industries were different, and at his age, a rash career change would be unwise. Cao Chuan expressed regret, but respected his choice. On the way home from the airport, Cao Chuan drove Miyu to buy some groceries. Cao Chuan did not plan to do much. Mainly, he wanted to see Chen Fan and Chen Kiki at noon today. Originally, they did not go home for lunch, but now that such an incident had occurred, many parents would pick up their children for lunch, and then send them back in the afternoon. Although this might not necessarily be safer, parents sought peace of mind. So, at noon today, his son and daughter would also come home for lunch. The second-year middle school students had not returned to school yet, but many of them gathered at the large library to study. Cao Chuan also generously prepared gifts for their meeting. Chapter 408. He parked the car downstairs. Cao Chuan opened the trunk and retrieved 2 shopping bags, which contained a complete set of tech products. There were the latest smartphones, tablets, laptops, and smartwatches. For a child, these gifts were more than enough as a first meeting present. "Senior, this is too expensive," Miyu exclaimed. Her family was comfortable, but these gifts cost tens of thousands, and there were 2 sets. "I also have an investment in this company, so these are considered our own products," Cao Chuan replied. "The internal cost is very low. It is not as expensive as you imagine. Let us go home first." "All right," Miyu replied. She could not say anything more at this point. After all, her senior was a wealthy man with investments in various industries, so he was not short on money. Although they had not interacted many times, Cao Chuan was a good judge of character. Through several visits and investigations, he had discerned Miyu's personality. The same went for Chen Fan's father. He had refused Cao Chuan's invitation. He believed changing careers was risky, and he had just been promoted. More importantly, he did not want to owe favors. He politely declined the offer, even though Cao Chuan was a man of great wealth. Chen Fan's father was content with a modest life. Miyu was quite similar. She also disliked owing favors. She believed in reciprocity, but taking advantage of someone without the ability to return the gesture made her uncomfortable. Cao Chuan knew he could not offer anything too valuable right away, or she would refuse. Her personality was similar to her husband's, and birds of a feather flocked together. Cao Chuan wanted to provide small favors. He would start with the people around her, making her feel indebted. Eventually, she would be unable to refuse his requests. "Oh, and about what I promised you last time, the TNG Hall product number 1, Cao Chuan said. "This is not even stocked in high-end clubs. Only internal family members can use it, and production is very limited." He pulled out 2 packaged boxes. They looked like ordinary skincare products. "Senior, all right, I know you will say it is too expensive again," Cao Chuan interrupted. "This is an internal product. It does not cost money, and it works quickly. It will make you look much younger. You do not want to become faded and be dumped by Chen Fan's father, do you?" Cao Chuan whispered to scare her. "Chen Fan's father is now the general manager of the Beijing branch. I trust him, but you should consider how many vixens are out there. Do not be polite with me. Take this and use it. When you finish it, I will get you more." Miyu also trusted her husband. However, as her senior pointed out, even if her husband did not stray, others might pursue him. He was a general manager now, far from home, and she was not by his side. Miyu subconsciously took them. "Thank you, senior. I told you not to be polite. We are family," Cao Chuan insisted. "Do not call me senior anymore. I am 2 years older than you, so call me brother." "Brother," Miyu replied with a soft smile. "That is better. Always being so formal makes me uncomfortable," Cao Chuan said, feigning anger. "I will not feel comfortable coming over for dinner anymore." "Brother, you can come over for dinner whenever you want," Miyu chuckled. "It is just an extra pair of chopsticks. It would be best if you brought your sister-in-law too." Cao Chuan's expression shifted, and he forced a smile. "All right." Miyu was perceptive. She noticed Cao Chuan's embarrassed expression and the sadness in his eyes. She guessed that perhaps his partner had passed away. Her heart softened, and she felt a maternal sense of pity. "Brother, this is our home. Come over for dinner whenever you want." "Then it is a deal, okay?" "It is a deal," Miyu agreed. "Brother, please sit down and have some tea. I will go cook." Miyu cooked while Cao Chuan drank tea. They worked with the efficiency of an established couple. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a key in the lock. "Mom, we are back." The little girl rushed in first, but she stopped abruptly when she saw Cao Chuan watching television in the living room. Chen Fan followed closely behind. When he saw Cao Chuan, his pupils constricted sharply. It was that man. Xiao Fan, Kiki, you are back. You should call him uncle. He is your eldest maternal uncle, Miu said. Chen Fan's mind went blank. He suddenly understood. No wonder this man had saved him before. He was his uncle. Uncle, Chen Kiki tilted her head. She had never heard of him. A maternal uncle would be her mother's brother, but she had never heard of one. Cao Chuan handed them the shopping bags. Consider this our first meeting. I did not know what you would like, so I bought a few things. Wow, it is a phone, a computer, a tablet, and a watch. Uncle, you are so generous, Chen Kiki exclaimed. Miu glared at her. Do not be so boisterous. Put the things down and come help me. Xiao Fan, you accompany your uncle and chat for a while. Chen Fan put down the gifts and sat next to Cao Chuan. Kid, we meet again. Cao Chuan chuckled. Thank you for what happened last time, Chen Fan said. You already thanked me last time. Cao Chuan smiled. Do you not like the gift I gave you? You have not even looked at it. Chen Fan got up skeptically and picked up the shopping bag. Inside were the unopened electronics, and at the very bottom, a brocade box was hidden. Chen Fan glanced at Cao Chuan, then took out the brocade box. It felt heavy. Open it yourself, Cao Chuan instructed. Keep it hidden from your mother. Chen Fan opened the box. Inside was an unpolished jade cone, shaped like an awl. Chen Fan immediately felt a sense of closeness emanating from the box. He knew that these items were powerful in this world. They could enhance a martial artist's internal energy, a shapeshifter's bloodline, and an ability user's mental energy. What is this? Chen Fan exclaimed. Cao Chuan did not answer. Have you heard of Feng City? Within Feng City, there are ability users, shapeshifters, and martial artists. The most valuable currency in that city is these crystals, Cao Chuan explained. These can enhance a martial artist's internal energy, a shapeshifter's bloodline, and an ability user's mental energy. Even if an ordinary person carries one, it serves as spiritual jade that nourishes the body. This is my true gift to you. Your ability is strong, but it is not strong enough. You like to show off. You have already used your ability to kill a shapeshifter. If you make enemies with the shapeshifters, you might not be afraid, but your mother, your sister, and your father are ordinary people. Can they handle it? Have you considered that? Chen Fan's expression darkened. Cao Chuan patted his shoulder. Work hard to strengthen your power. If you encounter a shapeshifter again, stay away. You are not the only hero in this world. Your current task is to focus on college and protect your family. But remember, when I tell you to hide, I am not telling you to be a coward. If you encounter an unreasonable shapeshifter, kill them if you can. If you cannot handle it, contact me, and I will clean up the mess. I understand, Chen Fan nodded. Chapter 409. Mom, where did such a big uncle come from? Does grandma's side have a big uncle? Chen Kiki asked curiously in a low voice while helping out. Miu was a local villager, but her village was still within the Zonghai area, and her maiden home was not far from here. Father Chen was a university student who had come to Zonghai, making him half a live-in son-in-law. If a never-before-seen uncle or relative suddenly appeared on Father Chen's side, it would be understandable. His hometown was quite far, and there were always many unfamiliar faces when he returned for the new year. But Miu's family was too close for this to make sense. Miu explained, this is your mother's senior, a senior from junior high school. Oh, Chen Kiki understood. He was just a recognized older brother. It was popular now to recognize younger sisters and older brothers. There were too many related students in the entire school. Some were even more excessive, with boys recognizing mothers and girls recognizing grandmothers or uncles. They all used these titles, and who knew what those students were thinking? Perhaps they were just playing it fast and loose. Chen Kiki looked back and saw her brother and the big uncle chatting animatedly. She turned back and whispered, Mom, this isn't your first love, is it? Dad just left and you brought your first love home. Go on, Miu snapped angrily. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Kiki pouted. He is so handsome, Mom. Didn't you ever have feelings for him before? Miu couldn't very well explain that they had just met, so she shook her head. I only have your dad in my heart. That is insincere. Chen Kiki mumbled, then added, but this big uncle looks so young. Shouldn't he be called a little uncle instead? He looks young, but he is actually older than Mom. Miu replied, then pointed to the counter. Get the garlic. Chen Kiki handed over a few cloves of garlic, dumbfounded. Older than Mom. He really doesn't look it. But he seems to be rich. He must be using those better skincare products from Tianji Hall. This girl wasn't stupid. Miu chuckled, stir-frying as she spoke. You're right about that. Your big uncle is indeed well off. Tianji Hall is his business. Hiss, no wonder then. He gave me such an expensive gift the moment we met. So he is a rich big shot. Go, go, go. Stop with that crude talk. You've just learned bad things at school. Someone kindly gives you a welcome gift, and you call him a rich big shot. Oh, Mom, don't be so old-fashioned. Rich big shot is a compliment. It means he is rich. A simple home-cooked lunch, not a grand meal, but very warm. At least Cao Chuan felt very warm, experiencing the feeling of having both a son and a daughter. However, the atmosphere was slightly off. Chen Kiki was full of youthful vigor. Every smile and frown exuded that youthful aura. Cao Chuan liked this aura, because old souls always liked youthful auras. In contrast, Chen Fan, that rascal, was also an old soul, seemingly even more mature than Cao Chuan, stiff and dull. He only dared to say a few suggestive things when chatting on WeChat. He was undoubtedly a repressed flirt. Miyu served food to her son and daughter, and couldn't help but start her nagging mode. If you ask me, it's safer for you to eat at school at noon. There are police officers there with live ammunition, which is safer than you cycling back. Then she looked at Chen Qi. If you want to study, study at home. Don't always run off to the library. The library isn't necessarily truly safe either. Oh, Mom, Chen Qi said sweetly. I've already made plans with my classmates. Since school isn't in session right now, we'll go to the library to read and study during our usual class times, so we don't fall behind on our lessons. Miyu sighed helplessly. You've really grown up. Your wings are truly hardened. Chen Qi chuckled. Not at all. Isn't it okay for me to love studying? Is that loving to study? You just can't sit still at home and want to run out and play. Cao Chuan hadn't interjected, but from these few words, he could tell there was a plot. Definitely a plot. Third-year students returned to school, and second-year students couldn't wait, forming groups to study at the library. In reality, it was just playing. Moreover, as the younger sister of the Child of Destiny, Chen Qi couldn't possibly grow up so smoothly. She was bound to face various unfortunate events. Even if Cao Chuan hadn't attracted Lin Han, Chen Qi would definitely be in danger. Including Miyu, she was also in danger. Plus, with various plot foreshadowing modes, it was impossible that these words from the mother and daughter were just for padding the word count. This was most likely foreshadowing. One worried about danger outside, the other said they had plans and couldn't not go out. Then, danger would indeed strike next. Especially when Chen Fan started to show off, Chen Qi's danger level would increase again. Chen Fan said, Mom, don't worry, it's not that scary outside. Besides, I am here. I won't let Qi get hurt. Since that was the case, Cao Chuan also began to push the plot. Cao Chuan smiled. My son and daughter are clearly sensible. You don't need to worry. As he spoke, Cao Chuan looked at Chen Qi. Add me as a friend later. If anything happens, just call me directly. In Zonghai, there shouldn't be any problem your uncle can't solve. Thank you, big uncle. Chen Qi nodded repeatedly, delighted, thinking that she would take the welcome gift Cao Chuan gave her out in the afternoon, and make everyone envious. Children of this age all have a competitive streak. After dinner, Cao Chuan left shortly after, leaving with Chen Fan. Before leaving, he added Chen Qi as a friend. After leaving the house, he added Chen Fan as a friend. Remember what I said before. Develop discreetly. This world is more dangerous than you imagine, and you must pay attention to those gazes with ill intentions around you. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it. If something really happens, come find me. Understood. Chen Fan nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart, as if he had definitely put on a warming patch. Cao Chuan patted his shoulder. Now that's a good son. I am leaving. Cao Chuan got in the car and drove away. As for Cao Chuan's address, Lin Han was somewhat helpless, but this helplessness wasn't anger. Rather, he felt that he was in his 30s, but after transmigrating, he was called a son. It felt a little awkward. If he knew that Cao Chuan was also in his 30s before transmigrating, and perhaps even younger than him, he would probably explode with anger. Inside the car, Cao Chuan assigned a task to Loli. Send people to monitor Chen Qi, Miyu, and Chen Fan's father. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Understood, master. It wasn't that Cao Chuan was making a fuss, but that the Child of Destiny was too much of a jinx. Even good friends could die because of him, let alone family. So Cao Chuan didn't need to use any schemes on the three of them. He just needed to wait for the plot. Once the plot arrived, he could easily handle it by adapting to the situation. On Chen Fan's side, however, he needed to give Chen Fan more responsibilities. Chen Fan was quite strong, and not just anyone could necessarily take him on. Therefore, he had to let his hired thug, comrade Lin Han, test his depth. But before that, Cao Chuan still had a few things to prepare. Cao Chuan was a stickler for details. For example, Cao Chuan didn't meet his son and daughter immediately before. If he had, Miyu would have definitely said Cao Chuan was a senior she had just met, and that relationship wouldn't have sounded close at all. But after a few days, meeting his son and daughter this time, Miyu wouldn't say he was a senior she had just met. This made the relationship seem much closer. Also, hide the Chen family's information, so that no one can find Chen Fan's family relations, Cao Chuan instructed. Loli complied. A confrontation between Lin Han and Chen Fan was inevitable, but Cao Chuan had no intention of letting Lin Han kill Miyu and the others, so he had to protect their identities first. This would prevent Lin Han from losing to Chen Fan, and then taking his anger out on Miyu and the others. At that point, Cao Chuan would have no choice but to step forward. Why should Lin Han mess with what he was keeping an eye on? You just be a good thug, and the rest is none of your business. The afternoon was uneventful. In the evening, Wang Haodong arrived, bringing a pile of gifts. Cao Chuan was a little worried that this guy would come over to freeload whenever he had time. What if Lin Han targeted him, thinking he was his illegitimate son, and then killed him? Honestly speaking, Cao Chuan was sentimental and didn't like killing people. Wang Haodong's friendship with him was second only to Lin Han, his first love. If Wang Haodong were killed by Lin Han, Cao Chuan would definitely be sad, especially since Cao Chuan wouldn't know where to bury Wang Haodong at that time. He wasn't a Child of Destiny, so he definitely couldn't be placed near Subai and the others. This was a matter of qualification and status. Wang Haodong wasn't worthy. Oh right. This matter should be handled by the Wang family. Then it is fine. Cao Chuan said, you rascal, you come here every day to freeload food and drink. You will have to pay for your meals later. Hee, no problem, brother. Guess who I brought? Wang Haodong handed a pile of welcome gifts to the housekeeper, then spoke like he was presenting a treasure. Cao Chuan looked and saw a woman standing outside the courtyard gate, dressed in a black leather jacket and long jeans, with a heroic expression. She looked a bit like Lei Ting, equally beautiful, equally long-legged, equally well-figured, especially those tight jeans. Her legs were pressed very, very tightly together. Remarkable. This is sister-in-law. Cao Chuan feigned confusion. Yes. Wang Haodong nodded repeatedly. Lin Menja glared at Wang Haodong, then cupped her fists at Cao Chuan in a Jianghu salute. Hello, Master Cao Chuan. My name is Lin Menja. I am the leader of Team 3, Action Department, 18 Bureau of Zonghai. I used to work under Director Lei Ting. Cao Chuan suddenly realized, so you are one of Xiaoting's people. Then you are one of us. Come, let's go inside and chat. Wang Haodong quickly greeted her. Come in. I am telling you, all the tea at my brother's place is spirit tea. You can't drink it anywhere else. You are in luck today. Lin Menja glared at him fiercely. She had really thought earlier that Cao Chuan was inviting Wang Haodong for dinner, but now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Wang Haodong was just shamelessly freeloading. If she had known this, Lin Menja would never have come. It was too embarrassing. But now that she was here, turning around and leaving would be even more impolite. And Lin Menja's angry gaze made Wang Haodong overjoyed. This year, Lin Menja had looked at him at least a dozen times. Never mind what kind of look it was. Did she look at him or not? Out of so many times looking at him, would there be 1 or 2 times that contained a hint of goodwill? Dong Zi. Yes, brother, I am here. Wang Haodong snapped back to attention. Go get the good tea from the tea cabinet. All right, brother. Wang Haodong scurried off to do as told. Cao Chuan invited Lin Menja to sit in the courtyard. Chapter 410. Lin Menja sat down. President Cao began to scrutinize her quite brazenly, from her hair down to her heels. But do not misunderstand. President Cao's eyes held no lust whatsoever. He was simply observing her physique from a cultivation perspective. Let me put it this way. People with long legs, whether male or female, are suited for cultivating leg techniques. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. The same applies to arms. People with long limbs cannot go wrong practicing fist and foot techniques. Lin Menja felt a bit nervous under Cao Chuan's gaze. Moreover, Cao Chuan's eyes were very sharp, as if he could see right through a person. See through, indeed. Not bad. Fortunately, Cao Chuan did not look for long. After a brief assessment, he nodded. Long limbs, graceful physique. You are a good prospect for martial arts, but you must be an ability user, right? Yes, Lin Menja nodded honestly, appearing somewhat docile. If her younger sister, Lin Qiansu, were to see this, her jaw would probably drop. When did her sister become so obedient in front of a man? Her sister was quite the feminist, always believing that women could sometimes be stronger than men. When their family had some financial strength, Lin Menja's academic performance was also outstanding. Among her peers, few men studied better than her, few were taller than her in junior high, and even fewer had better family backgrounds. Later, after her awakening as an ability user, she became even more formidable. Coupled with her knowledge and work ability, indeed few men could compare to her. However, Lei Ting happened to surpass her in all aspects, and she had always looked up to Lei Ting as a role model. Very good. Ability users are quite popular now. The country places great importance on cultivating them, so your future is promising. At this moment, Wang Haodong brought over new tea. Cao Chuan began to brew the tea, and soon its fragrance filled the air. Just smelling it made one feel refreshed and clear-headed. Drink more of this tea. It is unparalleled for improving mental energy, Cao Chuan said, pouring 2 cups for them. Good tea, big brother. Send me some later. All right, Wang Haodong asked. You little rascal, you always come here to freeload. Do you believe I will not let you into Feng City anymore? Cao Chuan glanced at him. You are my biological brother. You cannot treat me like this, Wang Haodong said, trying to be amusing. Cao Chuan shook his head helplessly. I will give you a few tales later, but no more. This tea is very troublesome to cultivate. Enough. A few tales is enough. I am not a greedy person, Wang Haodong chuckled. On Lin Menja's side, as a mouthful of spiritual tea entered her stomach, she instantly felt a special energy cleansing her meridians. It transformed into a surging energy, rushing straight to her crown. Although it could not compare to the immortal rank Tao Enlightenment Tea of Legends, in the mortal world, it was already considered an immortal grade item. Her mental energy visibly increased. Especially with the first use, the sensation was very direct, and her entire ability user combat power crossed a rank. This spiritual tea was indeed very difficult to cultivate. In the Blessed Land, it absorbed spiritual energy from a young age, and the soil's nutrients were all irrigated by spiritual springs, or fertilized by fallen and decaying spiritual fruits. Moreover, depending on the different geomorphic veins within the Blessed Land, the tea leaves produced had varying strengths. Among several mountains, only the tea from the main peak area was the strongest. President Cao had truly gone all out, offering a tiny fraction of his precious reserves to entertain the young lady. Ordinary people simply would not get to drink it. Lin Menja did not mention what her ability was, and Cao Chuan did not ask. This was personal confidential information. At this initial stage, hiding one's ability could be used as a trump card. Even if the superficial aspects of the ability were revealed, some methods would still be kept hidden. Normally, Lin Minja also relied on her fists and feet. Lei Ting had taught her many things. Her ability was extreme speed. It meant being able to activate her most powerful ability in an extremely short time, similar to boosting adrenaline, breaking through human limits, and then using that for combat or escape. When she first underwent her awakening, she could already easily evade bullets. Now, when she sprinted, she was almost invisible to the naked eye. However, the duration was limited. It was a bit like the Flash, but not that exaggerated. Reversing time and space was impossible, at least for now. Her current combat power was at most A, or a plus. This rank actually had quite a large fluctuation. It was not difficult for some B rank to kill a rank. As the saying goes, an open spear is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Rank and combat power are never a fixed form, nor can they be directly equated. With this cup of tea, Lin Minja felt her strength sharply increase, and the duration of her extreme speed could also last a bit longer. Lin Minja stood up and respectfully cupped her hands. Minja thanks Master Cao Chuan for the tea. We are family, don't be so formal, Cao Chuan smiled. Feel free to visit Feng City often if you have time. It is fine to freeload on meals like this kid here. Anyway, I am quite bored by myself right now. As the topic came to this, Lin Minja took the opportunity to ask, is Sister Ting not here? Cao Chuan shook his head. Xiao Ting has another mission. She probably will not be back for a while. Lin Minja secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was safe, it was fine. Judging by Cao Chuan's demeanor, it should not be a dangerous mission, just a long one. A hint of longing flashed in her eyes, mixed with a touch of bitterness. It was tinged with a trace of tenderness, and within that tenderness was even a bit of love. Cao Chuan's vision captured the change in her expression immediately, and he understood. He glanced at Wang Hedong. This kid was truly pitiful. This time, it had nothing to do with Big Brother. She was a lesbian. Recalling the past few days of surveillance, it seemed quite possible. Although she had not shown any inclination towards liking girls, she had explicitly stated that she did not like dating, and did not want to find a man. You could also interpret it as her being a workaholic. But now it seemed, wait a minute. Damn it, no wonder Lei Ting did not introduce this girl to him. He previously thought the plot had not started, but now it seemed that was not the case. It was that Lei Ting knew Lin Minja was that type, so she did not introduce her to him. His little apprentice had gone bad, knowing how to keep a golden house hidden. Cao Chuan did not really care. In his previous life, he had encountered such things many times. There was not much to say about this type. All the talk about role-playing, or you are the man, and I am the woman, was nonsense. Anyway, Cao Chuan's experiences were not like that. It was simply a pure liking for girls. Whether you are the top or I am the top, it seemed to be irrelevant. Where was anything fixed? Unless they were very into role-playing, and had fixed roles, otherwise it was just girl and girl. There was no man involved. However, Cao Chuan did not know if Lin Minja specifically had this kind of personality, nor did he care. Anyway, no matter what kind of thing it was, just win their heart. Let alone people, even a dog would work. Feed it more big bones, and what can you not get it to do? At dinner time, although it was a freeloaded meal, Cao Chuan's dinner was still sumptuous, all spiritual meat, spiritual vegetables, and spiritual fruits. This meal alone cost at least 2 grams of crystals, and it was the kind that money could not buy. This was Lin Minja's first time eating and drinking so lavishly since her awakening. She had previously bought many good things through connections in Feng City's black market, but she had never been so extravagant. She could even imagine that by eating these every day, she could improve faster than ordinary people even if she did nothing. Wealth, companion, technique, and land. Not only cultivation required them, martial artists needed them, and ability users and shapeshifters even more so. Having a master meant having a foundation. Lin Minja was somewhat envious that Sister Lei Ting had found such a good master. After dinner, the housekeeper cleared the table, and the 3 of them sat down to drink some tea and eat some fruit. Big brother, I will come again tomorrow. Get lost, Cao Chuan said grumpily. Always freeloading meals. Do you think I have nothing to do? It is fine if Minja comes, but you forget it. You are not welcome here. Lin Minja was tempted but also knew this was a joke. Wang Haodong shamelessly said, Big brother, you are my biological brother. You cannot treat your little brother like this. I will come with your sister-in-law tomorrow. Lin Minja's expression darkened, but she did not retort, mainly because Cao Chuan was there, and she was, more or less, giving Wang Haodong some face. In her heart, she felt that this kid was taking an inch when given a mile, taking advantage with words. Just looking at you gives me a headache. Get out, get out. I have things to do tonight. Cao Chuan waved his hand. All right, big brother, your little brother will scram right away, Wang Haodong said with a chuckle. He finished his tea, poured himself another cup, and only then stood up after drinking it. Lin Minja also could not stay much longer. She stood up, cupped her hands, and thanked President Cao for his hospitality. Cao Chuan's attitude towards Lin Minja was much better. Come play when you have time. We are family, don't be a stranger. Lin Minja acknowledged him and then left. As soon as she stepped out the door, Lin Minja's expression immediately darkened. She glared sideways at Wang Hedong. I do not like glib people, and I especially dislike people who falsely claim relationships and insult a girl's purity. I did not, Wang Haodong cowered. Lin Men just snorted lightly. And I especially dislike people who cannot take responsibility for what they do. After speaking, Lin Menja said, "Do not follow me," and then walked away, returning by herself. Wang Haodong watched her in her tight jeans disappear, clicking his tongue. The butler floated over, specializing in appearing and disappearing mysteriously. "Young master, holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. Can you not make some noise?" Wang Haodong cursed. The butler said, "You have offended another young lady. No luck this time either, huh? What the hell do you know?" She did not reject what I said inside, but she rejected it only after coming out. "Do you know what that means?" Wang Haodong retorted. The butler pondered. "It means she knows how to be sensible and gives President cow face." "Bullshit." Wang Haodong rolled his eyes. "It means she is demure. She did not refute me saying she was my sister-in-law inside. She tacitly agreed. But only mentioning it after coming out is demure, a demureness unique to girls. She has already fallen for me." The butler was bewildered. "Is that how it is? What the hell do you know? Come on, let me go find a bar and have some fun. Tonight, young Master Wang is paying for the whole place." Being a simp does not mean being exclusive. Most simps still go out and have fun, get foot massages, get their hair washed. Simping for a goddess and visiting sex workers are not conflicting. Can a person not relax a bit? Lei Ting. Lin Han had been listening in. When he heard Lei Ting, it was the woman who had arrested him back then. Unfortunately, she was not in Feng City right now. Otherwise, he would have targeted that woman first. Where on earth did Lucy Han go? Lin Han took a deep breath, feeling anxious and restless, but he dared not act rashly. He believed that as long as he continued to monitor, he would surely get news of Lucy Han's whereabouts. Chapter 411. One thing puzzled Lin Han. It was less of a confusion and more of a gnawing intuition. After eliminating two supposed illegitimate sons, his instincts whispered that they were not the ones Cao Chuan truly cared about. Cao Chuan had personally seen them off, purchased the burial plots, and interred their ashes. Such displays were difficult to fake. Yet, the bounty missions in Feng City remained prominently displayed as the highest-scoring tasks to this day. However, a closer look revealed something strange. If the first death, Sabai, was targeted due to his flaunted wealth and resulted in a random murder, the second, Li Mo, presented a much larger problem. Investigations confirmed it was a targeted assassination. With two illegitimate sons dying consecutively, Cao Chuan, unless he was a complete fool, would surely realize that someone was hunting his family. Cao Chuan did indeed announce bounty missions in Feng City. He occasionally inquired about the case progress at the municipal bureau, and privately dispatched people to investigate the killer, appearing deeply concerned with finding the culprit. However, Cao Chuan's overall demeanor showed no sign of the despondency and pain of a parent burying their child. He even found the mood to eat, drink, and joke around with others. Was this the behavior of a father who had lost two sons in quick succession? Lin Han fell into deep suspicion. Did I kill the wrong people? No. If he had killed the wrong people, Cao Chuan would not have bothered arranging burial plots for them or issuing bounty missions. This indicated that these two were still important, just not that important. Just as Lin Han grew suspicious, Cao Chuan suddenly made a new move. This development resolved Lin Han's doubts and made him curse Cao Chuan as an old fox. The phone rang in the evening. Cao Chuan did not answer immediately, but went upstairs to his study. When Lin Han and the nanny were meeting privately, he had placed listening devices in almost all critical corners. They were usually off, only activated at crucial moments to avoid detection. Lin Han turned off the devices in the living room and activated those near the study on the second floor. Cao Chuan's voice came through. "Have you found the killer?" "Useless. It has been so long, and you still have not found out who is behind this. What good are you people to me? Fortunately, I found two scapegoats this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. These hidden rats, I do not care who they are or which overseas country they're from. Find them and kill them." Cao Chuan continued, his voice dripping with venom. "Now it is Cao Zhengyang on the surface that no one is touching. This means the people behind this already know Cao Zhengyang has no direct bloodline relation to me. They are all looking for my illegitimate son and heir. It seems the emergence of Feng Manlu and Feng City has put too much pressure on those rats. They do not dare to directly attack me, so they want to assassinate my bloodline, to make me heirless. Harming family. Since they broke the rules first, do not blame me for being impolite. I will give you a few more days. Either find those rats, or you can commit suicide. I do not keep useless people." With that, Cao Chuan angrily hung up the phone. A flash of insight went off in Lin Han's mind. He understood it now. No wonder he felt something was off. The theatrical element was too obvious. Lin Han also suddenly understood why. Earlier, when he kidnapped Cao Zhengyang, Cao Chuan seemed completely indifferent to his life or death. He was not a biological son, merely an ostensible heir. This old fox had been planning for so long, all to protect his true bloodline. Lin Han had heard of the power behind Feng City, Feng Manlu. He heard that Feng Manlu was very arrogant, slaughtering overseas intelligence organizations like dogs and leaving no survivors. Cao Chuan currently did not suspect that the person who killed his sons was an independent avenger, but rather believed it was retaliation from an overseas intelligence agency. Logical, very logical. In other words, Lin Han felt extremely safe now. A sinister smile spread across his face. His heart felt much lighter. In the future, when killing, he could throw all the blame onto other organizations. Doing so would actually make Lin Han safer. He also felt that while Cao Chuan was an old fox, he was not very clever. Although he found 2 scapegoats and had Cao Zhengyang, the fake son, as a shield on the surface, this approach was too obvious. If Lin Han were to plan it, at this point, he should bring Cao Zhengyang back to the country and protect him with multiple layers of security. That would be more realistic. Who would let Cao Zhengyang wander around the world? This was clearly telling people that he was bait, thrown out to find a big fish. Being too deliberate made it seem fake. Lin Han expressed disdain. It seems I overestimated Cao Chuan. In his previous life, Lin Han was careless and lost to the country, crippled by those special forces. Cao Chuan merely picked up the scraps. If it were a one-on-one fight, Cao Chuan would be nothing. At this moment, Cao Chuan was silent for a long time, then made another call. It seemed to be from a landline, as there were button sounds. Special landlines could prevent eavesdropping. Lin Han had noticed it when he infiltrated earlier. This landline of Cao Chuan's did not have many buttons, only a few speed dial keys. After connecting, a relay device would dial, preventing anyone from tracing the line to the person on the other end, and effectively preventing hackers. It was like the restricted phones used by high-level officials. Cao Chuan's call went through several transfers. Finally, he spoke the message Lin Han wanted to hear. Xiao Fan, be careful recently. Watch your surroundings when you go to school. If anyone monitors or follows you with ill intent, you must strike first, or escape as quickly as possible. You also need to change your address. When there are people around outside, we will pretend not to know each other, or still call me uncle as before. Alright, that is settled. Try to contact me less. It is a turbulent time right now. We will talk again once I find the mastermind. The college entrance exam is coming up. I cannot be with you, but I wish you good luck, and hope you get into your desired ability users university. Also, something happened at your school recently, did it not? Be careful. I suspect the matter is not simple and might be aimed at me. The brief phone conversation gave Lin Han a lot of information. Xiao Fan, Cao Fan, not necessarily, it could be a different surname. The college entrance exam meant he was not old, at most around 18. Being able to attend an ability user's university meant his strength should be decent. It made sense. Cao Chuan was rich and powerful, in charge of Feng City. How could his true son not have some martial prowess? The previous ones, Subai and Li Mo, were weaklings, easily killed. They did not resemble Cao Chuan's sons at all. This time, it should be correct. Also, on the surface, the two of them pretended not to know each other, or at least not to be close. Even if they knew each other, the address was uncle. Furthermore, something happened at the school recently. He did not say what, but it must be a big deal, as Cao Chuan suspected it was aimed at him. It certainly was not a minor incident. Lin Han nodded, committing it to memory, and fully understood. The eavesdropping ended. He carefully turned off all the devices, and then left the house. He needed to investigate which high school in Zhonghai had an incident recently. This should not be difficult to find out. If he could not find it in Zhonghai, he would look in Jingcheng. In short, it must be a high school in a first-tier city. As Cao Chuan's son, it was unlikely he would attend school in a third-tier city. Lin Han's investigation this time was not conducted in the Feng City black market, but by finding people to investigate in other black markets. He only investigated where a high school incident had occurred recently. The feedback was very fast. Early the next morning, Lin Han received a mysterious email. This led Lin Han to 3 high schools: Zhonghai No. 7 High School, No. 16 High School, and Jinling High School. Jinling and No. 7 High School had 2 murder cases. One was a suicide, and the other was an accidental killing during a student fight. While also significant, they were not as major as the incident at No. 16 High School. No. 16 High School was attacked by a shapeshifter, resulting in over 30 casualties. It was a major incident, and currently, armed special police still patrolled daily. Furthermore, the school had not resumed classes, with only the senior year continuing. No. 16 High School. Lin Han's mouth twisted into a cold smile. Cao Chuan, oh Cao Chuan, you cannot hide it. As long as I want to find you, I will dig you out in minutes. Subsequently, Lin Han went to another black market, found another intelligence vendor, and investigated all male students in the senior year of No. 16 High School whose names contained the character Fan. In the afternoon, the names were found. One was named Cai Chen Fan, which sounded unusual. Another was named Chen Fan. Lin Han immediately pinpointed Chen Fan, for no other reason than the fact that the intelligence vendor could not find Chen Fan's background. They could only find that his name was Chen Fan, a senior year student, but information about his parents, siblings, and family background was completely untraceable in the authorities' system. He had been hidden. When things are abnormal, there must be a demon. Lin Han smiled. This was more like it. When investigating Subai and Li Mo before, their family backgrounds were easily found. But when investigating Chen Fan, nothing could be found. Was this not an illegitimate son? It indicated that someone behind the scenes had helped conceal his identity, background, and family information. If he were ordinary, why go to such lengths? Cao Chuan, oh Cao Chuan, I found your son. I found your son again. A sinister, rasping laugh escaped him. Lin Han did not waste a moment, immediately changing cars and heading to No. 16 High School. It was indeed heavily armed here. He did not get too close. It happened to be when students were leaving school. Not many people came out of the school. Some were boarders, and many were picked up by parents who were worried. First and second years were also not having classes. Therefore, Lin Han easily found that handsome, doomed kid among the small groups of students. Sure enough, so handsome, asking for death. And this one resembled Cao Chuan even more. Other students were chasing and playing, but he was pushing his bike, alone and very quiet, appearing mature and steady. At least in terms of temperament, he was incomparable to the surrounding children. This indicated that Chen Fan was better than his peers, or rather, had stronger abilities, possessing an undeniable energy, the energy of a strong person, the energy of an ability user. Lin Han narrowed his eyes, his killing intent instantly rising. This guy was the illegitimate son, no doubt about it. Compared to the previous Sobai and Li Amo, they were nothing. But even knowing he had killed the wrong people, Lin Han did not care. Chapter 412. Chen Fan left the campus, got on his bike, and headed home. Not far. Just past the main intersection, he felt a sense of danger behind him. It seemed he was being targeted by something. At first, he thought it was an illusion. However, as he rode his bicycle and took a detour, the sense of danger behind him persisted. A child of destiny has very strong intuitive perception, especially when their aura is still active. They can sense even the slightest malicious gaze. Thump. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps his identity as the Thunder God had been exposed. Was it an ability user behind him, or a shapeshifter? Chen Fan knew that different circles had different relationships. Many shapeshifters and ability users were at odds, and Cao Chuan had warned him about this before. At this moment, it was inconvenient for him to go home, lest he bring danger with him. With a thought, Chen Fan turned his bicycle, starting to take smaller roads. First, to try and shake off his pursuer, and second, to find a less populated area. If all else failed, he would strike them down with a thunderbolt. A child of destiny's genes dictate that they do not seek trouble, but they also do not fear it. Especially the more powerful a child of destiny is, the less they fear trouble. Let alone just one shapeshifter behind him. Even if 10 came, Chen Fan believed he could beat them to death, or at least escape if he could not. Whether intentionally or subconsciously, Chen Fan rode his bike, weaving through streets and alleys, and soon arrived near the safe house where Cao Chuan and he had first met. He could not go home for dinner for now, so he would stay here. If anyone caught up, he would deal with them. Have I shaken them off? After a long while without anyone appearing, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He did not know who the person was, but sensing danger meant they were not weak. Moreover, being targeted for no reason, he was somewhat repulsed by such inexplicable and sudden danger. Fortunately, he was riding a bicycle, and the other party seemed to be driving a car, which could not follow him through some sections. That is how he managed to shake them off. But even though he had shaken them off, Chen Fan still did not plan to go back, because what Cao Chuan said earlier made sense. He had to be careful not to harm his parents and younger sister in this world. Although psychologically they were not his biological family, they had treated him well. Therefore, he prepared to call his mother Miyu, to tell her he would eat at school for lunch. However, before Chen Fan could even take out his phone, he was suddenly locked onto by a powerful aura. In that instant, Chen Fan's heart suddenly paused, as if it was about to stop. This indicated that the opponent was very powerful. The sense of crisis in his intuition was as solid as reality. But Chen Fan's reaction was not slow. After all, he was a child of destiny, who had consumed the super invincible awesome enhancement liquid. While he could not compare to Lin Han in overall luck, in terms of physical strength, he was second to none. Bang! A huge figure appeared outside the wall, a void god manifestation, like a true divine beast tiger. It leaped over the wall, pouncing from above. Chen Fan blocked. A huge crashing sound erupted from the head-on collision. Clang, clang, clang. Chen Fan retreated 5 steps, stopping only when he hit the wall, which showed many cracks. He only felt his internal chi churning. He looked at the opponent again, a burly man, looking at him with a sneer. Not bad, you actually blocked 60% of my power. Too bad, it is not enough. Lin Han sneered. He was even more certain in his heart that this was definitely the real illegitimate son. This made more sense. Without any strength, what kind of illegitimate son could he be? And then this yard suddenly appeared, seemingly uninhabited, but very clean, indicating that this place was also his. He was rich. Houses like this were not cheap. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Chen Fan shook his arm, which was numb from the shock. This guy was a shapeshifter, with a void god, and very, very strong. But Chen Fan was not afraid. He asked a question to buy a little time, and his mental energy burst forth, beginning chi gathering. Thunderbolt. I am the one who will send you on your way. You can only blame what? The speed of the thunderclouds gathering in the sky was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, before Lin Han could even finish his boastful sentence, the thunderclouds had reached the top of the yard. The previously sunny sky suddenly turned dark. Thunderclouds rolled. It is not certain who will send whom on their way. Chen Fan was also enraged. He hated show-offs the most, especially those who attacked him for no reason. These damned shapeshifters were truly lawless. He heard that most of the criminals caught by the special departments of the authorities were shapeshifters, a small number of ability users, and occasionally a few martial artists. This showed that shapeshifters were defiant and unruly. Rumble. In a flash, rolling lightning struck down, its power stronger than before. After all, it was fueled by anger, and the crystals Cao Chuan had given him earlier had slightly increased his mental energy. Even a slight increase in mental energy would lead to an improvement in strength. Moreover, he had killed the dog-headed creature before, and his system had allowed him to level up by half, so his strength was naturally much greater than before. Lin Han's expression darkened, and a sense of crisis emerged in his heart. This lightning was not simple. Crack, crack. Huge bolts of lightning struck down, and the entire yard was instantly flattened. Chen Fan, in the midst of the lightning, was unharmed. At this moment, the lightning was him, and he was the lightning. But Lin Han did not fare so well. He tried to dodge but failed. Even though his speed was already very fast, it was not as fast as the lightning. Not to mention the lightning was so thick, and could draw people in. Any target nearby would easily be drawn into the attack range. The continuous lightning strikes were relentless. Chen Fan's mental energy also began to deplete rapidly. The guy who ambushed him was too strong, much stronger than the dog-headed creature, so Chen Fan dared not be careless in the slightest. If he could strike him dead, he would do so directly. He could not let up. Lin Han's Void God manifestation also consumed energy. He maintained the Void God manifestation and fled outwards. Bolt after bolt of rolling thunder struck the manifestation. Each strike was like a 1,000-pound hammer, violently pounding his body, making his internal organs tremble. Along the way, the surrounding houses were also affected. Eventually, Lin Han escaped, his Void God manifestation already scorched black. And Chen Fan was also largely depleted. Soon, the thunderclouds dissipated, and the wind and waves calmed. But the scene was no longer presentable. Chen Fan dared not delay. Firstly, the system had not yet given a notification, indicating that the opponent had not been killed. Secondly, he wanted to avoid his identity being exposed. With such extensive damage, the authorities would definitely be looking for someone, especially since the authorities had been searching for the Thunder God. Chen Fan needed to keep a low profile. Lin Han drove away from the scene. His manifestation was damaged, which was an internal injury. But he appeared fine on the surface, only a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and a pale face. As he drove, the murderous intent in Lin Han's eyes became even harder to conceal. He had been careless. He had been careless this time. He had not expected this kid to be so strong. The main reason was that his trump card was too powerful. Lightning elemental abilities were a very strong type of attack. But not all lightning elemental abilities were this strong. One needed skills. Otherwise, even if Pikachu came, it would just be for cuteness. What was that just now? Divine punishment? Or undergoing tribulation and ascension? Damn. It was too terrifying. It was also carelessness. If he had known this kid was so strong, he would have ambushed him, and not given him time to cast spells. This is troublesome now. Lin Han was secretly furious. This time, he had already alerted the enemy. It might even alarm Cao Chuan, and finding another opportunity like this, without anyone protecting him, would be extremely difficult. Bang, bang. Lin Han slammed the steering wheel several times, cracking it directly. He had no choice but to stop. The car was undrivable. Damn it, nothing is going right. Today is an inauspicious day, not suitable for going out, not suitable for marriage, not suitable for killing. On the other side, Chen Fan called Miyu, saying he would eat at school today. He could not tell his family about this, lest they worry. After all, his family were all ordinary people. His bicycle was also ruined, and could not be ridden. He first bought an identical bicycle, then bought a meal, and was extra careful along the way, until he returned to school, where he finally relaxed completely. Originally, this had nothing to do with Cao Chuan, but Chen Fan still contacted him. After all, Cao Chuan's house had been destroyed. If the authorities investigated, they might trace it back to Cao Chuan, so he definitely had to tell him about it. He sent a message. Cao Chuan immediately called back. What is going on? What do you mean the safe house was razed to the ground? Cao Chuan asked, puzzled. It was flattened by lightning. A shapeshifter ambushed me just now. The opponent was very strong, so I could only use my trump card to fight back. Chen Fan explained. Cao Chuan exclaimed, who did you offend, kid? Why do they want to kill you? How would I know? Chen Fan was still bewildered. Although some shapeshifters did like to bully ordinary people, such a powerful shapeshifter would certainly not casually make an enemy of a stranger. Cao Chuan mused, think carefully, who have you offended recently? Also, is the opponent dead? Probably not. Not dead. Your powerful ability could not kill them. Didn't kill him, he escaped, but he should be injured. Are you alright then? I am fine. I can recover my energy after a day's rest. If I use crystals, I can recover in a few hours. That is good. Cao Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Do not worry about the house. I will investigate. Also, stay at school for now. Do not go back. I understand. I will talk to my homeroom teacher this afternoon about temporarily boarding at school. I will secretly arrange some bodyguards to watch inside and outside the school. No need. Absolutely necessary. Cao Chuan's tone was firm. Bodyguards might not truly be able to protect you. After all, your strength is not weak. But who knows what backup plans the opponent might have. Bodyguards can at least help you stall for some time. Cao Chuan said repeatedly, do not be polite with me. It is just a few bodyguards. I will handle the aftermath. The authorities should not find you, and even if they do not admit anything. Chen Fan nodded, okay. He hung up the phone. Cao Chuan pondered for a moment. Chen Fan was now confined to the school, and Lin Han's attention was also on Chen Fan. There were no men at home in the Chen family now. Cao Chuan took out his phone and dialed a number. Sis, I am coming over tonight to freeload a meal. Chapter 413. The illusory god Dharma aspect is similar to a primordial spirit. Almost. Therefore, damage to the primordial spirit is equivalent to a severe internal injury. After Lin Han returned to Feng City, he took out some medicinal herbs and spirit stones he had recently bought, and began to heal his primordial spirit. The hatred in his heart did not diminish. While healing, he pondered his next moves. Without a doubt, Cao Chuan already knew about this, because he had quietly asked the nanny just now, and the nanny said that Cao Chuan had rushed out after receiving a call. He must have gone to find that illegitimate son. Lin Han was somewhat worried. First, he was worried that there would not be a good opportunity to act against the illegitimate son. Second, he was worried that the illegitimate son had remembered his appearance. If someone drew a portrait, then he would be exposed. That would be troublesome. After being exposed, he would definitely face a pursuit. The more Lin Han understood Feng City and the Mercenary Guild, the more he knew how powerful the Mercenary Guild was. Do not think that just because the Mercenary Guild issued 2 missions and has not found the killer yet, it means these people are not strong. It only means that he, Lin Han, is better at hiding. Once there is a definite target, if the Mercenary Guild casually throws out 10,000 points, it is estimated that tens of thousands of strong cultivators in the entire Feng City would take action. Lin Han considered himself very strong, but he also knew that he could not defeat so many people. That would be courting death. In addition, Lin Han had suffered at the hands of the authorities in his previous life, and he also knew that his killing was a violation of the law. If the authorities intervened, it would also be very troublesome. He regretted it. Lin Han recovered from his injuries, filled with regret. I underestimated him. I underestimated that little bastard. If I had known he was so strong, I should have put on makeup or worn a mask during the assassination just now. I was careless. But no matter what, he had to recover from his injuries first. Even if he was truly discovered, he could hide in the deep mountains and old forests later, and then find a way to change his appearance. And it is not certain that there would even be a portrait. After all, the contact time was so short. That bastard might not remember him. The Chen family. Cao Chuan arrived with gifts. They were not anything valuable, just small favors, products from his own company. The main point was that they were free, so do not be embarrassed to accept them. And the number 1 product was indeed good. How many days had it been? Look at Miu Yu's appearance now, so radiant, with collagen returning to her face. In 2 more days, you will see, wearing a uniform, small leather shoes, and white socks, she will probably be able to pass for a young girl. He did not know if it was because she looked a bit younger, but her voice seemed to have sweetened a few points. Brother, why did you bring so many gifts again? Things from my own company are free. I just brought a few over. Even if I am mooching a meal, I have to have some class, right? Am I the kind of person who eats without paying? Cao Chuan handed her the bags. Once he said that, Miu Yu could not say anything more. After all, they were free. Being too polite would be out of line. It would be treating him like a stranger. Where are the son and daughter? Cao Chuan looked around. Miu Yu placed the gifts aside. Xiao Fan decided to live at school. It is not safe to run back and forth, so he applied to his homeroom teacher today, and will not be leaving the school for the time being. Kiki is having dinner with classmates tonight, and will not be back to eat. Oh. Cao Chuan shook his head and smiled. The gifts I prepared for them are still in the trunk. I originally wanted to give them a surprise. Miu Yu quickly said, don't bring gifts every time you come. The 2 children will get spoiled. The novelty of those gifts from last time has not even worn off yet. Small things, small things, small things from my own company. Cao Chuan quickly said, since the son and daughter are not home, let's go out to eat. No need, brother. The dishes are all prepared, just need to be cooked. Look, what a wonderful woman she is. Frugal and good at managing the household. Cao Chuan said, look at you now, you have gotten so many years younger. It is also the time to absorb the medicinal effects, so try to avoid oil fumes. At the mention of her appearance, Miu Yu was indeed grateful. She had indeed become much younger, and hearing this, she was also somewhat moved. A little bit of oil fumes will not matter, right? A little bit of oil fumes is fine, of course, but it is best to avoid it. Anyway, the son and daughter are not home, so we do not necessarily have to make this meal. Going out to eat is the same. Go on, change your clothes, let's go out. Cao Chuan said without question, pulling her into the master bedroom. Of course, old Cao did not go in. A gentleman does not deceive in the dark room. When a man and a woman are alone, one's character is most revealed. Cao Chuan's main point was also mutual consent. If she was not willing, old Cao would just have a few more drinks with her. Anyway, he definitely would not force her. Old Cao would not do anything illegal, and Cao Chuan's upbringing would not allow him to do such a thing. So, after escorting her to the master bedroom door, Cao Chuan did not go in. He then closed the door. Change your clothes. No need to be too formal. Just whatever is comfortable. Miu Yu did not have much of an opinion, and she also knew that Cao Chuan meant well, and it would be hard to refuse. She shook her head and smiled inside the room, then started changing. She changed out of her loungewear into a dress she did not usually wear, with a waist cincher that made her waist look slender and shapely. She also touched up her makeup at the vanity in the master bedroom. She had to admit, product number 1 was truly good. She had not really worn much makeup these past 2 days. Just a little touch-up for her complexion, and a bit more lip gloss, and she was incredibly beautiful. She suddenly felt like she was back in her 20s. Her mindset had also become younger. She put on stockings, and left the master bedroom. Wow, whose little beauty is this? Brother, Miyu lightly chided. That sound sent a jolt, especially that glance, like a soul-reaping scythe. Indeed, a mature woman, with a natural air of maternal charm in every frown and smile. Cao Chuan laughed heartily, no longer teasing her. The two of them went out to eat together. The chosen location was a private kitchen by the river, where they could sit on a painted boat and cruise the river, eating while enjoying the river view. However, the weather was still a bit cold at this time of year, but that was precisely the feeling they were going for. As they ate the river delicacies, Old Cow placed his jacket over her legs. It was cold, after all. Indeed, it was cold. So, they needed to drink some wine to ward off the cold. Beer would make it even colder. Besides, they were eating river delicacies, including pufferfish, so why drink beer? Let's have some white wine. Wait, white wine is not good either, too high in alcohol content, making Old Cow seem to have ulterior motives. So, let's have some fruit wine, plum wine. Actually, the alcohol content was not low, but after fermentation, it was not as strong, and the alcohol content would be slightly reduced, diluted, and it tasted sweet. In reality, the aftereffects were significant. They drank more than half of a small pot of fruit wine. Miyu's eyes were hazy as she looked at the riverbank night outside the boat window, feeling a little emotional. It has been so many years since I have been this relaxed. Hearing this, Cao Chuan did not interrupt, letting her speak. Miyu said, after getting married, I had children. I have been raising them ever since they were born, from crawling to walking. Then the second child arrived, and I never had time for myself. I cannot even remember the last time I went out to eat. That was a bit of an exaggeration. A family of 4 could also go out to eat. It was just that the feeling was different. She had never felt as relaxed as she did today, no matter what before. It was like a world for two. Of course, when Miyu said this, it seemed she did not mean anything specific, just an emotional remark. Cao Chuan then spoke. The children are grown now, so you will have more personal time in the future. Once they are both in college, you will truly be free. Yes. Miyu nodded. Time flies so fast, we are both getting old. Nonsense. Cao Chuan chuckled, took out his phone, opened the camera, and pointed it at her. Do you think you are old? Miyu raised an eyebrow, only to see herself looking incredibly beautiful, with a rosy complexion. The effect of subtle beauty filters. Beauty filters were not very popular yet, not seen on the market, only available on internal phones. Is this me? Miyu was stunned. She had touched up her makeup, and looked in the mirror when she left, but she was not this beautiful. There was a slight difference. After drinking, blood circulation increases, and when a person's mind relaxes, they become more beautiful. Cao Chuan bluffed, spouting nonsense. Miyu's brain was not very sharp, so she believed him. Instead, she raised her glass and clinked it with Old Cow again. Don't drink too much. This wine has a strong kick. As a woman, when you are out, do not drink too much. Cao Chuan said seriously. Miyu smiled and nodded. Then I will finish this glass and no more. Cao Chuan's mouth twitched. I just said that, but you are still drinking. My words were just to make me seem like a gentleman. Why are you so obedient? But since she was so obedient, then I will. Cao Chuan smiled. After we finish drinking, I will take you somewhere. Where? Miyu did not think much of it. Old Cow's words did have an effect, reminding her to drink less, so if Old Cow really had any ill intentions, he would not have reminded her. A place to relax. Okay. Miyu nodded with a smile, not asking, completely trusting him. Soon, after dinner, which lasted nearly half an hour, the two disembarked. In the car, Old Cow took her to a bar. That is right. It was a bar, a high-end bar, where celebrities occasionally appeared. The environment was safe, and there was no fear of any danger. As the old saying goes, if she is naive, take her to see all the splendors of the world. If she has seen it all, accompany her on a carousel. Clearly, Miyu was naive. Even though she was the mother of a child of destiny, she had not really experienced much. Coupled with feeling so relaxed today, she looked younger, and her mindset also became younger. At this time, if Old Cow took her to an amusement park, booked the entire night, took her to a song and dance show, and then rode a roller coaster, it would actually be fine. Take her to play, take her to regain her innocence, make up for some regrets. However, seeing the splendors of the world could also be done at a bar. She had never been so unrestrained since she was young. One must understand a human characteristic, character contrast. Not to mention children of destiny, even ordinary people have external contrasts. The more honest, obedient, and innocent a person is in reality, once they start to let loose, they become instantly addicted. Almost no one can escape this law. A girl who is a good girl at home, if you take her to a bar a few times, she will get addicted, she will scratch and claw, wanting to go every day, the kind where you cannot not take her. But this requires someone to take her, especially someone trustworthy to take her out to play. Once she plays, she gets addicted. An hour's drive. They reached their destination. He parked in a separate parking space in the bar's backyard. After getting out of the car, Old Cow led her in through the back door. As soon as they entered, they felt the heat and noise inside. It had already started. The show began at the half-hour mark. Cao Chuan said, "Don't worry. This place is usually where people from the entertainment industry and rich people hang out. There is not much dirty stuff here. It is just a place to drink, listen to music, dance, and relax." Miyu had a slight fear, but old Cao was by her side, and she had also had a bit to drink, with the after-effects of the alcohol just starting to kick in. So, she did not refuse. Chapter 414. Learning bad habits takes 3 minutes. Everyone has wild genes within them, and recently, a lot has happened. First, old Chen left, and then the school closed due to an incident. These events made Miyu, a housewife, feel uneasy. Tonight was a rare moment of leisure. It was not a romantic evening for a couple, but rather a moment of peace for her inner self. The after-effects of alcohol were kicking in, and her human nature began to run wild. The entire stage was shaking, and the explosive music made her bloodline surge with excitement. With the strobe lights flashing, even dogs would get hyped. Cao Chuan was stunned by the contrast. It was clear that the more suppressed one is, the greater the release. After so many years of a peaceful life, her edges and rebellious spirit had been worn down by time, but now they were growing back very quickly. Cao Chuan did not order alcohol, but Miyu did. Not drinking in a place like this felt out of place. She ordered white liquor and mixed it with black tea just to have fun. Cao Chuan did not intend to do anything. Drinking was for enjoyment, not for getting drunk. This was the difference between Cao Chuan and those predatory men who prey on intoxicated women. Old Cao did not like easy targets. However, seeing her drink, he did not stop her. It would have been a buzzkill. He figured he could give her an antidote pill later if necessary. Our old Cao is truly a gentleman. Bro, Miyu leaned into his ear and shouted, "Thank you." She still had to thank him, even though he did not know why. Cao Chuan whispered back into her ear, "Why are you thanking me?" "Just thank you." "No reason," Miyu shouted. "All right, as long as you are happy." Actually, he probably knew. A bar is a place for catharsis. All negative energy can be shouted out. Here, everyone is a ghost. Once you leave, you might be a white-collar worker, a leader, or even a teacher, but inside, you are a demon venting the worst things in your heart. If bad emotions are never vented, the heart becomes dirty. That is why many villains in movies and television shows are actually quite kind in real life. It was not until 11 o'clock that Cao Chuan put his arm around her and left. She was high, but not overly so. He had not expected her to have such good alcohol tolerance. She did not even need an antidote pill. This girl had an extraordinary talent. After getting into the car, she clung to him, mumbling. Meanwhile, in a large KTV private room, 5 girls and 3 boys were howling and singing. They were classmates who had decided to relax before the college entrance exam. The girls had been provoked by the boys' taunts, and the boys had promised to protect them, leading them to the KTV. 2 hours passed in a flash. After drinking, everyone's playful mood was activated. The boys, feeling arrogant from the alcohol, bumped into someone while heading to the restroom. It started as a brush of shoulders and escalated into a verbal confrontation. The 3 boys were not afraid of trouble and ganged up to beat the other person. They returned to the private room feeling triumphant. Within a few minutes, a group of burly men rushed in. The girls were terrified. The boys, who had promised to protect them, cowered. "Black bro, it's these little brats. They don't play by the rules. They ganged up on me. The restroom floor was slippery, and I was careless," the man explained. Black bro slapped the man next to him. "How dare you say that? You got beaten by a few little brats. What kind of excuse is that?" Black bro was bald with a tattoo on his head, making him look intimidating. "Are you little brats the ones who beat my brother? Step forward." Several underlings stepped forward and delivered heavy slaps. The 3 boys stood there trembling like quails. Black bro grinned, revealing nicotine-stained teeth. "Ha ha, students, ha, who the hell made you so arrogant?" His gaze swept over to the 5 girls huddled on the side, and he became attracted to Chen Kiki. She was young, beautiful, and her fearful expression was endearing. "Are these girls your girlfriends?" Black bro asked. "No, no," the 3 boys immediately shook their heads. "No? Then get out." The boys were conflicted. They knew what would happen if they left, but they did not dare to resist the menacing men. Fortunately, the manager arrived. He was polite, knowing the KTV had its own background, but Black bro was a gangster who did not care. "These brats beat my brother for no reason. Do you think I can let them go?" Black bro asked. The manager tried to mediate. While he did so, Chen Kiki tried to send a message to her brother to call the police, but the KTV signal was poor. She could not message her parents, and she was afraid of getting in trouble with the school. Finally, she saw Cao Chuan's number. "Uncle, great uncle," she messaged. The message was sent instantly. At this time, Cao Chuan had just helped a sleeping Miyu settle into bed. He left a glass of water for her, closed the door, and rushed to the KTV. He messaged Chen Kiki on the way. He was not worried, as he knew the plot dynamics, and did not believe these people would actually get hurt. He calculated that he would arrive within 15 minutes. "Uncle, help me call the police. Something happened to me here," Chen Kiki wrote. "What is the situation?" Cao Chuan asked. "My classmates and I are singing, and some classmates provoked some hooligans. We are trapped in the private room. Help me call the police," she replied. "Location," Cao Chuan commanded. Meanwhile, Black bro grew impatient and slapped the manager. "My brother was beaten. I am a consumer too. Why should I take this abuse?" The manager waved his security guards away, trying to keep the peace. "Black bro, I know you are upset, but why bother with a few kids? They are just students. Stop with the nonsense, Black Bro snorted. Since you are worried about me affecting your business, I will take these brats outside. You cannot control what happens outside, right? Black Bro, the manager said, looking troubled. Don't take my kindness for weakness, Black Bro roared. He waved his hand at his underlings. Take these brats out, and those girls too. The boys were terrified, and several of the girls were in tears. Black Bro, give us face, one boy pleaded. Give your mother what? Another boy tried to offer money. Big brother, I will pay. My family has money. Black Bro showed interest. How much? 5,000, the boy offered. 5,000? Are you insulting me? Get him, Black Bro shouted. 10,000, the boy yelled. Black Bro held up 5 fingers. 50,000, plus this girl, and then you can all scram. He pointed at Chen Qi. The 3 boys looked at Chen Qi, their school beauty. They were scared. They fell silent, which was a tacit agreement. 2 of the other girls moved away, afraid of being implicated. Chen Qi felt despair, clutching her phone tightly. She realized that despite the boys' earlier promises to protect them, they were willing to sell her out. At Chen Qi's most desperate moment, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Cao Chuan arrived, followed by over 10 bodyguards. The bodyguards pushed aside the KTV security, clearing a path for him. Uncle, Chen Qi cried tears of joy and pounced toward him. Cao Chuan reached out and embraced her. Black Bro's face turned green. You damn. Click. A bodyguard next to him pulled out a gun and pointed it directly at Black Bro's head. The manager's pupils constricted, and everyone in the room instinctively took a step back. Are these the people who bullied you? Cao Chuan asked softly. Yes, she replied. Take them all away, Cao Chuan ordered. Chapter 415. The manager looked at the pistol and swallowed hard. He had encountered a ruthless individual. A bodyguard who dared to draw a gun was certainly no ordinary person. None of them recognized Cao Chuan. His status was too high for them to be familiar with his face, though he seemed vaguely familiar, like some important figure. Old Cao used to have information online, but it was gone now. After a few years, ordinary people no longer remembered what the richest man looked like. Are you trying to scare me? Trying to scare me with a broken gun? Black Bro puffed out his chest. He felt the killing intent, but was not truly afraid. National controls were strict and had recently become even more so. If this man truly dared to shoot, the consequences would be severe. Cao Chuan supported Chen Qi's waist. The girl was terrified and buried her head in his embrace. Cao Chuan turned and left with her, not even sparing Black Bro a glance. He simply instructed his men to take them all away. Then he turned and left. For such small fry, Cao Chuan could not be bothered to waste words. Showing off was something a child of destiny should do. Engaging in banter and face-slapping did not suit Cao Chuan. Bang! A gunshot rang out behind him. No one was killed, but the gunman pressed the muzzle against Black Bro's ear and fired. The bullet embedded itself in the soundproofing of the wall. Ah! Black Bro clutched his ear and screamed, falling to the ground. Blood trickled from between his fingers. The surrounding hooligans and students were stunned. He really shot. The manager's pupils constricted. There was no way to mediate this. They had already fired a gun. Where was his bulletproof vest? Then the bodyguards escorted the 8 hooligans and 7 students, leaving the private room to follow Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan comforted her, gently stroking her back. It is all right. Do not worry. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. I will get some proper revenge for you later. These people truly do not want to live, daring to bully my girl. Chen Qi was still gripped by fear. That sense of despair had left a mark on her mind. Boss. At this moment, the manager scurried over, looking obsequious. Cao Chuan did not stop, glancing sideways. You are the manager here. Yes. My surname is Zhang. You can call me Xiao Zhang. Boss, what is your esteemed surname? My surname is Cao. If the authorities come later, tell them the people were taken away by the Cao family from Feng City. All right. The manager nodded. He knew Feng City, having visited with his boss to spend money. So he did not dare to stop them, only stepping forward to ask a few questions so he would have something to report later. If he knew nothing, his managerial position would probably be gone. The manager saw them off all the way out of the karaoke bar. A row of luxury cars was parked by the roadside at the entrance. The bodyguards' vehicles were all luxury SUVs, the bulletproof domestic Great Night model, which was self-produced and free. The gunshot did not attract any onlookers. The karaoke bar was already noisy, and ordinary people did not have much of a reaction to gunfire. They just thought a firecracker had gone off somewhere. The group was all escorted into the bodyguards' cars. Cao Chuan, holding Chen Qi, also got into a car. The manager watched them leave. Damn it. I told you beautiful women are trouble. Even pretty girls of this age have such backgrounds. It is terrifying. After speaking, the manager did not dare to delay, and quickly called his boss to ask how to handle the aftermath. Anyway, this kind of thing could not involve the establishment. It was a matter of his livelihood. After a while, Chen Qi also somewhat recovered her senses. But she still did not move, her small head resting on old Cao's collarbone. Instead, she reached out to hug his waist, seeking a sense of security. Feeling her actions, Cao Chuan patted her back. Why are you still out playing so late? Didn't I say the world is not safe lately? Luckily, I was close by today. If I had not made it in time, what would you have done? Yes, if her uncle had not arrived, and if the police had not shown up so quickly, she would have been finished. Chen Qi's heart trembled. I will not dare next time. Her voice was trembling. She was indeed scared. Cao Chuan said softly, I am not blaming you, just saying to think more before going out next time. Your parents probably do not know about this yet, do they? Do not tell them. Chen Qi looked up urgently. Cao Chuan lowered his head and looked at her, face to face, so close. He could even feel her breath. The young girl's face was tender, her skin translucent. At such a close distance, Cao Chuan could see her capillaries, clearly seeing the texture of her face. This was what one called radiant, fair with a rosy glow. Chen Qi also stared at old Cao, and at this moment, she felt old Cao was incredibly handsome. Cao Chuan subconsciously raised his left hand, pinched her small face, and chuckled. Okay, I will not tell them. I will handle this matter, but next time you go out to play, you need to tell me in advance. I will arrange a few female bodyguards for you. Chen Qi, not knowing what she thought of, blushed and lowered her head, no longer speaking. They did not return to Feng City. Feng City was not safe. The whole house was bugged. That damned Lin Han was truly inhumane. They drove until dawn, arriving by the river. A group of more than 10 people were escorted to the riverbank by bodyguards. Half of Black Bro's face and half of his floral t-shirt were already stained red. Undoubtedly, one of his ears was already deaf. On the way there, Cao Chuan comforted Chen Qi, while also asking about the specific situation. Although he already knew the details from his intelligence, he still wanted to ask. Baldy, tell me, how do you want to die? Directly thrown into the river, or buried on the spot? I am a very reasonable person, so I will give you a choice. Cao Chuan was expressionless. Black Bro barely heard Cao Chuan's words and immediately shouted, feigning toughness. My big brother is an ability user, a golden mercenary in Feng City. If you dare touch me, you are dead. Damn it. So that is how it was. This plot should have been encountered by Chen Fan. Then Chen Fan would have become enemies with Feng City's golden mercenary, and, because of this incident, would have become enemies with him, the big boss of Feng City. This might have been Chen Fan's plot, and he would have become the villain. But with Cao Chuan's prior planning, everything changed. These lines, used on Cao Chuan, seemed so ridiculous. Very good. I appreciate your defiant spirit. Cao Chuan waved his hand. Throw him in the river. 2 bodyguards beside him acknowledged the order and stepped forward. What are you doing? You are all dead. My big brother, Dragon King, is an ability user. If you dare kill me, none of you will live. Black Baldy yelled in alarm and fury, while the surrounding hooligans did not even dare to breathe. Cao Chuan's hand was suddenly gripped tightly by a cold, small hand. Cao Chuan turned his head to look. Chen Qi, whether out of fear or reluctance, had a face full of conflict. But she was not a holy mother. She did not open her mouth to plead for Black Bro. Clearly, she could understand that sometimes killing one person could save 100. This scumbag, Black Bro, was definitely a repeat offender. Chen Qi was certainly not the only girl he had bullied, and he might even have lives on his hands. After the events of this night, Chen Qi seemed to have grown up all at once. She understood a bit about human nature. Previously, students at school had also discussed issues of new humans, including ability user powerhouses and shapeshifters, but at that time everyone felt it was far from them, and there was no pressure when discussing it. Instead, it brought novelty and excitement. However, the massacre at the school gate a few days ago made them realize, for the first time, that this world had truly changed, becoming even more terrifying than the news circulating online. But people are forgetful, remembering food, but not beatings, especially these students. After a few days, feeling the prosperity of the city, and with ordinary people still being the majority, they instantly relaxed their guard. Then they encountered today's incident, which gave them another good lesson, telling them that this world does not necessarily need new humans to bring danger. Even ordinary people can threaten them, and in such danger, no one can save anyone. Close friends might very well be the first to betray you. As the old saying goes, you do not have to outrun the tiger, just outrun your companions to survive. Splash. As promised, he was thrown into the river. Black Bro was knocked out, tied with a few stones, and tossed into the river. You few, come over here. Cao Chuan ignored the trembling hooligans and spoke to the 7 students. 4 girls and 3 boys, they shuffled to stand before him. Cao Chuan said, not old enough, but big talk. You said you would protect the girls before going out to play. Is this how you protect them? Do you have no guts? Do you not know to fight them? The 3 boys looked ashamed. But one of them, who seemed to have some money, stiffened his neck. There were only 3 of us. Bang. Cao Chuan raised his foot and kicked him, sending him flying 3 or 4 meters away. He used a clever force. It would not kill him, but it would not feel good either. Damn it, still daring to talk back, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Why did I not see you talk back to those hooligans? Do you really think I will only kill hooligans and not dare to kill you? Cao Chuan gestured. Throw this guy into the river too. The bodyguard stepped forward. The boy instantly wet himself, crying seconds later, wailing. I am sorry, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I should not have talked back. Big brother, please do not kill me. The other students were also terrified. They had thought they were saved, but who knew this was about killing people? They had heard Chen Qi call him uncle earlier. What was Chen Qi's family background, exactly? She did not usually seem very rich, but this uncle was clearly no ordinary person, with a convoy of luxury cars, bodyguards carrying guns, and he killed without batting an eye. If his background was not heaven-defying, he could not be this arrogant. But no one dared to question him. They just kept their heads down, like quails, trying to minimize their presence, afraid of angering this person. Cao Chuan reached out and pulled Chen Qi close, then pointed. You deal with the rest of these people. Their life or death is a matter of a single word. You do not need to worry about the consequences. Me? Chen Qi was dumbfounded. Cao Chuan nodded. These hooligans had ill intentions towards you. They deserve to die. And your classmates, at the age when loyalty is most important, they showed no loyalty, wanting to push you to your death. So they all deserve to die. You decide what to do. Whatever the consequences, I will bear them for you. Chen Qi gripped Cao Chuan's hand, clearly exerting force, her heart conflicted. But unexpectedly, only for a brief moment, something seemed to be activated in Chen Qi's eyes. Pandora's box seemed to have opened, releasing a beautiful beast. Uncle, please help me deal with them. Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. Good. Chapter 416. From small details, we can see the bigger picture. This girl has very strong mental energy. She is likely an ability user, just not awakened yet. However, as the biological younger sister of a child of destiny, she possesses great luck and can be considered half a destined heroine. After experiencing a few hardships and disasters, she will most likely grow. If a child of destiny had a burden of family issues, the audience would probably be frustrated. This time, it was not Chen Fan who saved her, but Cao Chuan. With Cao Chuan's stimulation, she directly exposed her hidden attributes. In a flash, the bodyguards knocked out all the hooligans and dragged them away. Chen Qi's face was cold and aloof. When she made eye contact with her classmates, several girls and boys instinctively avoided her, scared stiff. She remembered how the boys had betrayed them for their own safety just now, and she remembered how the girls had kept their distance. Her heart grew cold. Chen Qi could be ruthless with the hooligans, yet when facing classmates she had spent almost 2 years with day and night, her ruthlessness was slightly reined in. Chen Qi said coldly, you should transfer schools. If I do not hear about your transfers within a week, do not blame me. Thank you, the classmates stammered. They knew they had escaped a calamity, and did not even have the courage to resist. After hearing Chen Qi's words, they were almost on their knees in gratitude. Scram, Chen Qi said, feeling even colder. They usually had a good relationship. Otherwise, they would not have gone to the library to study together, or had dinner and sung karaoke. Human nature is truly inscrutable in daily life. You really need to go through some things to clearly see who around you is human, and who is a dog. How could I have befriended these people, she wondered, feeling heartbroken. After the classmates scrambled away, the bodyguards stood guard outside. Cao Chuan ruffled her hair and smoothed it out, taking out her ponytail so it fell loose. Then he tucked the loose hair behind her ears, which made her look even prettier. It was clear that Chen Qi was not calm inside. Perhaps it was her first time deciding someone's fate, and it was 8 people at once. While Cao Chuan was having a blast, she remained motionless. Cao Chuan spoke up. You girl, you really surprise me. I thought you would let them go. Chen Qi's legs were a little weak. This was a lingering effect after her outburst and a feeling of fear. The more she thought about it, the less she could calm down. Hearing Cao Chuan's words, she buried her head in his embrace. Soon, Cao Chuan felt his shirt get wet. She was crying silently as if venting her emotions. In short, these 2 experiences tonight were more exciting than her previous 18 years of life. Her small brain capacity could not recover, and her internal processing was almost burnt out. Perhaps only with Cao Chuan could she feel some safety. They shared a secret unique to them, and they both had blood on their hands. That made them allies. This matter could not be told to her family, so she had to bear it alone. Suddenly, Cao Chuan was the only one in the whole world she felt close to. One can imagine how strong this sense of dependence was. This situation could not be blamed on Cao Chuan. After all, he was helping her vent her anger. Chen Qi could not understand how it turned out like this, but it did not matter. What mattered was that she felt very safe now. She did not know how much time passed. Perhaps she cried herself to sleep, or perhaps she completely relaxed, but she actually fell asleep. Cao Chuan did not find it strange. This seemed to be a characteristic in the genes of destined heroines. They would fall asleep in a man's arms after crying themselves out. He carried her in a bridal style back to the car, and drove her straight home. Cao Chuan recalled the entire night. It was all hard work. He did not enjoy any benefits, leaving 2 great luck reserves untouched, which was a loss. To be fair, Cao Chuan did not intend to do anything today, because once he consumed the luck of the 2 women, Chen Fan's halo would inevitably be damaged by half. Then the contest between Chen Fan and Lin Han would lose its balance, and Chen Fan could easily be killed by Lin Han. If Chen Fan died before he could consume the destined heroine's luck, it would also be a big loss for Cao Chuan. He decided he would just steal a little bit for now and then consume it all at once in the shortest possible time, breaking the halo before Chen Fan could react. Early the next morning, Niu made breakfast. She slept very soundly and woke up full of energy. She drank a lot the night before, but did not black out. It was just that the alcohol hit her later, making her unable to move and very dizzy. She could still clearly remember Cao Chuan taking her home. Her brother was a gentleman. That was not the key, however. The key was that it was her first time going to a bar, and she realized that place was so much fun. Her body and mind felt as if they had been cleansed. The beautiful young woman had gone bad. Now she just wanted to find a time to go play again. With her brother, it was safe. While making breakfast, Miyu hummed a song, clearly in a great mood. After making breakfast, she went to her daughter's room. "Wake up, little sleepyhead," Miyu said, her tone very sweet. She did not remember when her daughter came home last night. Woken up by her mom, Chen Kiki rolled over, then remembered something and suddenly opened her eyes. Miyu had already turned and was walking toward the door. "Hurry up and eat, it will get cold soon." Chen Kiki sat up and looked around. Her own room, her own desk, her own study materials. When did she come back? She rubbed her hair, feeling as if she had a very long dream, but it was so real. She took out her phone and checked the chat history. Everything became real. She realized she had essentially killed someone by proxy. Chen Kiki was in a daze for several minutes, finally getting up amid Miyu's urging. Her coat was gone, and her long pants were gone too. Chen Kiki's small face flushed as she changed into new clothes and ran to the bathroom. She sat at the dining table. "Mom, you have become even prettier," Chen Kiki said. Miyu was delighted, then her face turned stern. "Stop flattering me. You are not allowed to go to the library today. If you want to study, study at home. You are almost in your senior year of high school, and you are still going out to dinner with classmates and playing so late? You are getting ahead of yourselves before even reaching senior year, hanging out with bad company." In the past, Chen Kiki would definitely have defended her classmates, but today, she simply nodded. "I know." Seeing her daughter's expression, Miyu assumed it was just a childish spat. "I am going to buy groceries." Miyu changed her clothes and left. Chen Kiki hesitated for a few minutes, then picked up her phone and sent a text message to Cao Chuan. "Uncle." No reply. After 2 minutes, Chen Kiki pouted and sent another message. "I want to come see you." Still no reply. She did not want to send a voice message, and she did not know his phone number. She did not want to keep sending messages to avoid annoying him. Helplessly, she ate her meal in silence and went back to her room. It was not until 10 in the morning that Cao Chuan finally replied. "I just woke up. You want to come play with me? Come on, I will have the bodyguard pick you up." As soon as her phone vibrated, Chen Kiki eagerly picked it up. She smiled when she saw the reply and typed, "Okay." She changed into a new outfit, wearing a backpack, sneakers, and a school uniform skirt. As she headed out, her mom was hanging clothes on the balcony. "Mom, I am going out." Ha! Miyu was not paying attention and only felt a figure flash through the living room before the person ran out. She chased to the doorway and shouted down the stairs, "Where are you going?" "To see my uncle. I already told him," Chen Kiki called out. Her voice grew further and further away as she ran down the stairs. Miyu was stunned for a moment, then reacted. As long as she was not with her classmates, it was fine. She did not know when this girl and Cao Chuan became so close, but she trusted Cao Chuan very much. To prevent any trouble, she took out her phone and called him. "Brother, did Kiki make plans with you?" Cao Chuan said, "Yes, she texted me earlier, saying she had some questions she wanted to ask. I happened to be free today, so I sent the bodyguard to pick her up." Miyu nodded. "Then are you coming for dinner tonight?" "I will buy some groceries this afternoon." "Still want to go to the bar?" Cao Chuan teased. Miyu's face flushed, and she playfully chided him. "Brother." Cao Chuan smiled. "Going to a bar does not mean you are going bad. It is mainly to relax. Just do not let the kids know." They chatted for a few more sentences then hung up. Regarding some things from last night, both of them were adults, and tacitly avoided discussing them. Miyu did not think much about what Chen Kiki wanted to see Cao Chuan for. She trusted Cao Chuan completely. Chapter 417. Cao Chuan had been quite busy. Li Qian-su, the sweetheart guru, truly lived up to her name. Not only was she beautiful, but her singing was also exceptionally sweet and professional. In the professional jargon of the music industry, it is called resonance. Her oral cavity allows her voice to easily evoke resonance in people. Then, there is also something called the fundamental tone. To explain it, the lowest frequency sound produced when an object vibrates is called the fundamental tone. It is a very professional description within the industry. For example, when someone makes a low, muffled protest sound, that is a fundamental tone. Although Cao Chuan is not the entertainment type of villain, he has some understanding and professionalism in the domain of music. He is very strict and professional about sound. He knows if a person's voice is pleasant or not the moment he hears it. After discussing professional music questions with the sweetheart guru, Cao Chuan left and went to the golf club to wait for Chen Kiki. He simply planned to take Kiki to experience the scenery of nature. The scenery here at the golf course is beautiful. It is close to the sea, and as far as the eye can see, there are no tall buildings, only green lawns. Of course, Cao Chuan had no great interest in golf. The last time he played was with old Lu, and Suya was also there wearing a school uniform. Cao Chuan won tens of millions, $1 million per ball. Since then, he had never come back because it was boring. He is not a politician, so he does not share that hobby. Chen Kiki arrived near noon after a long journey. When she arrived, Cao Chuan was in a private room of the Chinese restaurant, holding a book and acting like a cultured person. It was a book that sold well overseas, translated into more than 30 languages, with a considerable global fanbase. Its name is The Power of Now. It is a book about living in the present, and Cao Chuan liked it very much. The head waiter led Chen Kiki to the private room. Cao Chuan waved his hand and told them that the dishes could be served. The head waiter nodded and left, closing the door behind him. Chen Qi said sweetly, "Uncle." Cao Chuan looked her over. Regarding the school uniform, it pleased him greatly, and she deserved a reward. He raised his hand and patted the sofa next to him, saying, "Come." Chen Qi sat down without any resistance. Cao Chuan closed the book in his hand, handed it to her, and smiled. "Have you read this book?" Chen Qi glanced at the cover, which featured a translation of the work by Eckhart Tolle. "I have not." Chen Qi shook her head. "The extracurricular books my parents bought for me were all like the 4 great classical novels." Cao Chuan nodded in understanding. "You can take it back and read it. This book is quite good. It talks about not recalling the past, not delving into the future, but living in the present." Chen Qi understood. This was Cao Chuan telling her not to think about yesterday's events. But she truly could not help but recall everything from yesterday. The more she thought, the more restless she became. That was why she was so eager to see Cao Chuan. Being by his side made her feel very safe and at ease. Cao Chuan nodded with a smile, looking at her with an appreciative expression. He raised his hand to tidy her fringe and asked, "Do you play golf?" "No." Chen Qi shook her head. Her family was comfortable, but golf, a sport for showing off, was miles away from her usual life. "What a coincidence, I do not either." Cao Chuan laughed heartily. Chen Qi laughed too. "You do not either? Then you only came here to eat?" "No, mainly to show off. Look, I posted my location at the golf club on my social media." Chen Qi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Cao Chuan continued, "Since neither of us plays, how about we go play billiards in the leisure area after dinner? Later, we can go out to sea and have a barbecue on the boat." "Okay." Chen Qi's eyes sparkled. Actually, what they played was not important. What mattered was that they could keep chatting. Although he was called an uncle, he did not look like an elder. Whether it was his appearance or the way he talked, he did not constantly ask about studies or preach. Most importantly, the two of them shared a huge secret. This kind of relationship made it easy to get close. In the afternoon, Cao Chuan put down all his work. He accompanied her to play billiards in the leisure area. Surprisingly, Chen Qi's billiard skills were good, unlike many who often miss the cue ball. Chen Qi hit the white ball very accurately, and the sound of the balls clicking stunned Cao Chuan. Could she be a professional player? "Chen Qi, you are good. I really did not see it coming that you are so amazing." At such a young age, she is not inferior to Miu Yu at all, especially when she bent over to hit the ball. Fortunately, Cao Chuan was a true gentleman, with a serious expression, looking straight ahead. Of course, Cao Chuan's billiard skills were also very good. In his previous life on Earth, he played since he was little. If it were football, Cao Chuan would admit he is no good. But with billiards, he was skilled at every shot. Past 3 o'clock, Cao Chuan calculated the time, and made a call to Miu Yu. They had agreed to have dinner together, but plans often change. Cao Chuan said, "Girl, I will not be home for dinner tonight. We are going out to sea. You come too." "Ha." Miu Yu was puzzled. Cao Chuan explained, "Kiki has been studying with me here, and the results are good, so I am rewarding her with a yacht trip for dinner. You do not need to cook. Come with us and remember to bring a swimsuit." Miu Yu did not refuse, but just before hanging up, she mumbled, "That girl, she has gone wild playing." Fortunately, it was Cao Chuan's invitation, or she definitely would not have agreed. "Mom agreed?" "Of course she did. You do not even look at who is organizing this. If I show up, would your mom dare not give me face?" "I am her brother." Cao Chuan nodded smugly. "With young girls, you must treat yourself as a young person, be a bit more spirited, and occasionally show off a bit to bond." Chen Qi was amused by his arrogant demeanor. After a light laugh, she asked, "Are you really just mom's junior high school senior?" "What else would I be?" Cao Chuan retorted. Chen Qi's small face was suspicious, and she guessed, "You would not be mom's first love, would you?" Cao Chuan laughed and feigned being choked. He did not have water in his mouth, but since she brought up such a topic, he decided to cooperate with her. This is called an interactive response. When two people communicate, the more responses you give, the more the other person wants to share with you. When you have just met, you need to cooperate with her performance. When you have known each other for a long time, then you should tease her. That is called pua. After Cao Chuan acted as if he were choked, the young girl looked smug, as if she knew he and her mother had a special history. She found Cao Chuan very interesting and wanted to discuss more topics in depth. Cao Chuan laughed, raised his hand, and lightly tapped her head, feigning anger. "You impudent girl, talking nonsense. If your dad heard that, would he not fly back from Beijing to kill me?" Chen Qi covered her forehead and complained that it hurt. "It is good that it hurts. You are not allowed to talk nonsense about this outside. Old Chen would take it seriously, and then your mom would not have an easy time, and I would not be able to freeload food and drinks anymore." Cao Chuan's words had a lot of ambiguity. It was a tacit admission, yet not an explicit one. It deepened the relationship in front of the girl, giving her the feeling that she knew the truth, ensuring she would keep his secret. Because they had previously shared a secret, there was now an additional layer of trust. As for her dad, it should not be a big deal. After all, this was just a first love. This girl, for Cao Chuan's sake, would now betray many people. A moment later, the billiards game continued. Cao Chuan received a call from Loli. "Speak." Okay, I know. Let her wait. We will talk when I get back." Cao Chuan's expression slightly darkened as he put down his phone. Chen Qi saw Cao Chuan's face change and grew nervous. It was not out of fear, but because they were like grasshoppers on the same rope, and she worried for him. "What is wrong?" What happened? Is it about last night's matter? Chen Qi stepped forward, a sweet scent wafting from her, and she asked softly. Cao Chuan rubbed her head, shaking his head with a smile. Do not worry, I will handle it well. It will not affect you or your mom. He did not answer the phone's content, but it was no different from answering. Chen Qi immediately became nervous. Is it the police? Do not overthink it. Come, play billiards. Cao Chuan shook his head. Chen Qi suddenly became distracted, and she missed the cue ball twice in a row. Cao Chuan saw this would not do. They were having fun, but now this girl was full of worries and could not concentrate. Cao Chuan stepped forward, grasping her cue stick with one hand from behind and holding her hand with the other, personally guiding her. 3 points in a line. Breathe. Steady breathing. Do not swing your backhand left and right, be stable. Both the stroke and the stop must be steady. Bang. The white ball hit the black ball, and the black ball went into the pocket. As the ball dropped, a great weight seemed to lift from her heart. It might also have been the close contact that made her feel flustered, and her small face flushed red. Cao Chuan extended his hand. You won this round. Let us go, walk with me. Chen Qi put down the cue stick, placed her hand in Cao Chuan's, and they left the leisure area hand in hand, heading into the golf course. They did not play golf, but just strolled on the green lawn, feeling the breeze, and her mood gradually calmed down. Cao Chuan slowly said, when you are on summer vacation, I will take you to Feng City to play. Then you will know that what happened last night is nothing at all. And that call just now was from my assistant, telling me that the authorities are visiting me. Remember, it is just a visit, so do not worry, there will not be any problems. No one will trouble me for a few damned hooligans. Understand? Chapter 418. Are you married? No. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Chen Qi suddenly asked this strange question. Thinking about it, Chen Qi had not used an honorific in several hours. She did not call him uncle but used you instead. It seemed she intended to interact with Cao Chuan as an equal. What did she want to do? You big fool, what do you want to do? So impolite, no respect for your elders. Why not? Chen Qi was surprised by this answer. She thought old Cao was married. After all, by his age, he was probably a year or two older than her mother, or at least the same age. Although he looked young, and you could not tell his age without being told, no matter how young he looked, his age was still there. Cao Chuan said, I am waiting for someone. Ah. Chen Qi was startled. She subconsciously assumed Cao Chuan was waiting for Miyu. Do not ask about that. Let us go, we will stroll back slowly. Your mom should be here soon. Later, we will go to the yacht marina nearby and head straight out to sea. Oh. Chen Qi nodded obediently and stopped asking. She had already gotten the answer she wanted, and at the same time, she felt she had guessed a lot of inside information. Old Cao and she held hands, walked on the grass for a long time, and covered a long distance. It took them 20 minutes to walk back. Miyu was also picked up by other bodyguards. Miyu did not think much of Chen Qi's outfit. After all, in those years, school uniforms were not that provocative. Besides, did students not just dress like that? But Miyu still gave Chen Qi a fierce glare, blaming her for going wild. She probably requested the trip out to sea. Otherwise, Cao Chuan had promised to eat dinner at home that night, so why would he suddenly say he wanted to go out to sea? After rolling her eyes, Miyu looked at Cao Chuan. Why are we suddenly going out to sea? Did this naughty girl ask for it? I did not, Chen Qi said quickly. Cao Chuan smiled. It has nothing to do with our daughter. I suddenly decided it. This girl has been a bit tired with her studies lately. She is about to enter her final year of high school, so the pressure is high. Relaxing a bit is beneficial. Exams are all about who is more relaxed, who is more stable. Brother, do not speak up for her. Her studies are not good to begin with. How can she relax like a top student? Does she need to relax? There is only 1 year left. If she relaxes anymore, she will be ruined, Miyu said irritably. Chen Qi was annoyed. Mom, how can you talk about your daughter like that? How are my studies not good? I just get nervous easily during exams. When have my scores been bad in regular quizzes? Upon hearing this, Miyu did not refute. This girl was just a bit unstable in her on-the-spot performance. She usually studied quite well. Although she was not a top student, she was not a bad student either. Cao Chuan smiled. Do not worry, listening to me is always right. If this girl really does not do well in her exams, I will be responsible for supporting her for the rest of her life. Anyway, going to school is just to find a good job, and I can arrange a secure job for our daughter right now. Hee, uncle is the best, Chen Qi said. She was also a sharp one. She stepped forward, linked arms with old Cao, and smiled at Miyu. Brother, you just spoil her, Miyu said, annoyed, but her words contained more indulgence than resentment. After all, Cao Chuan was not wrong. What was the purpose of studying? Was it not for a good job and to earn more money? With Chen Qi's learning ability, being a scientist was out of the question. Do not talk about dreams. Talking about daily necessities was the most rational approach. All right, we are already out playing. Studying will not suffer for half a day. Let us go out to sea. Oh, did you bring your swimsuits? A hint of panic flashed in Miyu's eyes. Her daughter was still there. Although a swimsuit did not mean anything, saying it out loud always felt a bit awkward, did it not? It is in the car's trunk, Miyu replied. Let us go. We can soak in the hot springs later. The weather is not too hot or too cold, but it gets a bit chilly at night, so soaking in the hot springs is the most comfortable. Never doubt Old Cow's heart nature. Old Cow sometimes made calculations, but who does not make calculations? Unless they are a fool. But sometimes, Old Cow was also very much a gentleman. For example, with the hot springs he mentioned, Old Cow had not thought of doing anything. In fact, he would not even go in, just let Miyu and Chen Kiki soak. Miyu needed to relax and learn to enjoy herself, to let her know that life could actually be very pleasant, not just centered around the kitchen every day. The same went for Chen Kiki. Her spirit needed to relax. So comfortable. This was Chen Kiki's first time soaking in a hot spring in her life, and it was an indoor hot spring on a super yacht. There was a window next to it, and outside was the sea. Although it was pitch black and nothing could be seen, the feeling was different. One's horizons broadened considerably. You naughty girl. Miyu gave her daughter an exasperated glare. When did you get so familiar with him? Instead of studying hard at home, you run out to play. Your dad is not home, so no one can control you, right? Oh dear. Chen Kiki got a headache. She had just managed to relax, and now Tang Monk was reciting the tight band spell again. The afternoon had been so much better. Even if they were just aimlessly walking on the lawn, the feeling of complete physical and mental comfort was unparalleled. In all her years of studying, that afternoon was the most relaxed. I am talking to you. Oh, my dear mother. Chen Kiki gave a bitter smile. It is so hard to finally come out and relax. We should be happy, but you keep talking about studying. I am not having fun, and I am not learning anything either. Miyu said angrily. You are still being reasonable. I am telling you, Mom, this afternoon, great uncle admitted he was your first love. Chen Kiki's words were instantly depressing. Miyu's belly full of complaints suddenly did not know what to say. But then, Miyu got angry, furious with embarrassment. You naughty girl, spouting nonsense. Others might not know the situation, but how could Miyu not know? Let alone being 2 grades apart back then. Even if they were in the same grade, recognizing someone as a brother at school could not possibly mean first love. Schools in those days were still very innocent. After all, everyone was focused on their studies. Plus, the school's rules were very strict. If puppy love was discovered, it was not just calling parents like now. They might even be expelled directly. The most terrifying thing was that not long after returning to school, a law came out regarding hooliganism. You dare to have puppy love, I think you want to be shot. Each era had its differences. So it was clear that Chen Kiki was deliberately lying and making fun of her own mother. This was just asking for a beating. Furthermore, based on Miyu's understanding of Cao Chuan, he would never joke about such a thing. Oh, Mom, what are you doing? I was wrong, Mom. Ha 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 ha. I will not do it again, I really will not. The disobedient girl was taught a lesson by her mother. Although her mother knew her daughter was spouting nonsense, her daughter's wingman act was indeed successful. As a result, after soaking in the hot springs and returning to the yacht restaurant, Miyu's eyes held a hint of something, and she somewhat avoided Cao Chuan's gaze. She felt guilty. Eating grilled steak, drinking a little red wine, they chatted happily. And after the hot springs, they were not wearing formal clothes anymore, just changed into new inner wear, and a new white wool bathrobe on the outside. You girls should not drink red wine. Have some juice. Cao Chuan slapped away the small hand that was reaching for a stemmed glass. Chen Kiki pouted. I am already an adult. I used to drink beer at home during the new year, and I even drank beiju. That is still not allowed. If you want to drink, wait until summer vacation. Cao Chuan handed the wine glass to Miyu. Miyu smiled and lightly snorted. Just listen to your uncle obediently. Juice it is, humph. While eating dinner, the yacht also headed back. They definitely would not be staying out overnight. He had something to do later. Lowly called in the afternoon. It was Lin Ninja who came to see him about the house being attacked. Previously, Chen Fan was in Old Cow's safe house, pursued by Lin Han, and then Chen Fan blew up the street. The most severely damaged courtyard was under Cao Chuan's name. The authorities were also looking for Thor, so this led them to Cao Chuan. As for the thugs last night, not a word was mentioned. Just as Cao Chuan had said, no one would bother Cao Chuan for a few damned thugs. Around 10 o'clock at night, the yacht docked. They had already changed clothes and were slightly tipsy, feeling just right. They arrived at the yacht club parking lot. Chen Kiki suddenly linked arms with Cao Chuan and said to Miyu, Mom, you sit in the front passenger seat. Uncle and I will sit in the back. Miyu thought about it and did not refuse. Then they got into their respective cars. They did not chat much on the way. The car was quiet, but soon, a small hand was in Cao Chuan's hand. Chen Kiki held Old Cow's hand, not speaking, just quietly. Cao Chuan chuckled and shook his head, understanding Chen Kiki at this moment was extremely lacking in a sense of security. And this sense of security could only be given by Old Cow, no one else. It took over an hour to get home. Miyu got out of the car. Chen Kiki whispered, I will come find you tomorrow. After saying that, without waiting for Cao Chuan's reply, she pushed open the car door and got out. Miyu waved. Drive safely. Cao Chuan chuckled. You should not be telling me that. You should be telling my driver. Miyu gave Cao Chuan a glare, then also started laughing. You are such a joker. Go on, good night. Haha, good night. The motorcade left, heading directly to Feng City Villa. Lin Minja had arrived in the afternoon, and then the housekeeper said Cao Chuan was not home. Upon learning that Lin Minja had official business to discuss, the housekeeper also proactively helped contact Cao Chuan's assistant, Loli, Lin Minja communicated with Loli by phone, and then Loli told her to wait there. She originally thought she would only have to wait a little while, but she ended up waiting from afternoon until early morning. It was only because Lin Minja had this patience, plus Cao Chuan's status outranked hers by a generation. Otherwise she would have gotten angry long ago. Oh, you are still here. What could not wait until tomorrow? Why did you have to wait for me to come back? Is it very urgent? As soon as he entered the courtyard, Cao Chuan saw the girl sitting idly in the courtyard. Master Cao Chuan. Lin Minja stood up and bowed. Cao Chuan waved his hand. You can skip the formalities. Tell me, what do you need me for? Wang Haodong also seemed to have matured. He no longer blindly fawned over him, but would fawn when they met, taking time out during work to do so. Unlike before, when he would stay up all night with Tang Xiaoxiao, which was truly annoying. Chapter 419. Never underestimate the channels of the authorities, especially the 18 Bureau. As a special department, the 18 Bureau has enormous authority at its disposal. Many things others cannot find, they can investigate without any hindrance. The 18 Bureau did not initially know the identity of Thor. However, after Thor's third appearance, during the confrontation between Chen Fan and Lin Han, the 18 Bureau traced the property back to Cao Chuan. Whether it was a coincidence or not, they had to investigate further. A brief investigation revealed that Cao Chuan had been spending a lot of time with Chen Fan's mother over the past few days. Even though Cao Chuan had lowly erased some traces, it could not completely stop the investigation. Combining this with the areas and times of Thor's appearances, they naturally zeroed in on Chen Fan. There were several intersecting points. The small park that was destroyed was only 2 kilometers from Chen Fan's home. Chen Fan was present during the attack at number 16 high school. Also, Cao Chuan's courtyard was the central area of the lightning strike. Cao Chuan was very close to Chen Fan's family. Of course, there was also the meeting where Lin Minja had seen Chen Fan, and felt at the time that he was no ordinary student. All these factors combined, and Lin Minja strongly suspected that Chen Fan was the so-called Thor, and that he must have undergone an ability user awakening. There was also another possibility, that Chen Fan was trained by Cao Chuan. After all, Sister Lei Ting's awakening was facilitated by Cao Chuan, and her ability was also lightning-based. This was why Lin Minja visited today. Although the 18 Bureau was keen to recruit civilian geniuses, considering that Chen Fan might be an ability user trained by Cao Chuan, the 18 Bureau had to ask for his opinion, to avoid any misunderstandings. Lin Minja politely presented some of the investigation materials, handing them to Cao Chuan with both hands. Cao Chuan glanced at them casually, neither denying Chen Fan's identity as Thor nor denying the speculation that he was trained by him. Cao Chuan smiled. So, are you here to ask me to hand Chen Fan over to you? Lin Minja shook her head. Director Qi did not mean that. Director Qi was wondering if an ability user like Chen Fan could join the 18 Bureau as an unofficial member. Director Qi was the new director. Before taking office, he knew about Cao Chuan's strength and the background of Feng City. However, he could not directly speak with Cao Chuan. Hearing that Lin Minja had met him, he sent her to represent him, as it is easier to get things done with an acquaintance. The higher-ups in Feng City were still in their honeymoon phase, so naturally, no one below dared to provoke Cao Chuan's wrath. The housekeeper brought over the tea set. It was Cao Chuan's habit. He would drink tea from time to time, a habit he developed in his previous life. Even if he only took a sip or did not drink at all, he still had to brew tea while chatting. Otherwise, would it feel like he was part of the system? Cao Chuan brewed the tea, not directly answering Lin Minja's words, as if he were contemplating. Lin Minja stood obediently to one side, not urging him, even lowering her breathing, afraid of disturbing his thoughts. A moment later, Cao Chuan poured her a cup of tea and pointed to the chair opposite. Lin Minja thanked him, sat down, and picked up the teacup. Cao Chuan then spoke. This kid Chen Fan is good. If he can join the 18 Bureau as an unofficial security officer and adapt to society in advance, it would be a good thing both publicly and privately. However, this matter needs to depend on his own wishes. I always respect a child's opinion. Lin Minja felt Cao Chuan's words were a bit strange, as if he were the boy's father. Her heart flickered with a strange thought. Could it really be what she was thinking? The father on the household register went to the capital, but Cao Chuan had been spending time with Chen Fan's mother these past few days. This was indeed possible. Thinking about it, it made sense. If he were not an illegitimate child, how did Chen Fan activate his ability? And how did he suddenly become so powerful? This seemed even more potent than Sister Lei Ting's power. One a biological son, one a disciple. The difference in closeness was evident. Of course, Lin Minja felt she had stumbled upon something extraordinary, yet she harbored no contempt or disgust. This was the sense of identity brought by status. A poor man with 2 girlfriends is a scumbag, but a rich man with 2 girlfriends always feels like too few. Even if it gets out and some people curse him, it is only a minority, and it is not because he has 2 girlfriends, but because of his wealth. Sharjia, is it okay if I call you that? Cao Chuan took a sip of tea and asked. Yes, Master Cao Chuan. Lin Minja quickly refocused her thoughts, her expression serious. Cao Chuan smiled. Speaking of which, we are practically family. There is a question I wanted to ask you. Master Cao Chuan, please speak. Do you like Lei Ting? Cao Chuan's tone was casual, but his gaze was sharp, fixed intently on her. Lin Minja's delicate hand trembled. Some tea splashed from the cup, scalding her fingers. Panic flashed in her eyes. No, Master Cao Chuan, how could you think that? Lin Menja had always kept this matter buried deep in her heart. No one knew. Even her family did not know her preferences. From childhood, she had always given her family a sense of reassurance. There was no possibility of her having an early romance. Later, as she grew older, she dedicated herself to her studies and work. But because she was not very old yet, her family was not worried about her marriage. They always felt that things would happen naturally. Even when facing Lei Ting, Lin Menja did not show too much intimacy, afraid of scaring her. The current societal atmosphere was still very difficult to accept for such matters. It would get better in a few years. Who would have thought that Cao Chuan's single sentence almost scared her to death, instantly seeing right through her? If these words got out, she would not be able to face anyone. If it reached Sister Lei Ting's ears, they would not even be able to meet again. Thinking of that scenario, her heart clenched. Cao Chuan chuckled. You do not need to rush to deny it. Do you know what my ability is? Lin Menja shook her head. The stronger a person, the more secretive their ability. Presumably, no one knew Cao Chuan's ability and strength, because no one had seen him act. At least in official records, he had not made many moves. But no one would think he was a defenseless person. I can see through a person's future, a time-based ability. So your future is laid bare before me, with nowhere to hide, Cao Chuan said seriously. Lin Menja was suddenly startled. A time ability? Cao Chuan nodded. Do you want to know your future? Lin Menja's mind raced. Did this mean he saw from her future that she and Sister Lei Ting had that kind of relationship? She could not help but feel a surge of joy, but then also a shock. Because Cao Chuan had discovered it, he might very well ruin it for her. After all, Sister Lei Ting was his eldest disciple. Now it depended on his intentions, whether he would help her. Lin Menja pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. I want to know. Cao Chuan smiled. You will die in the future. Lin Menja's body stiffened. Cao Chuan never lied. Even if he did not know the specific details of Chen Fan's story, she knew that human lifespan is limited, and everyone dies eventually. Cao Chuan continued. The fuse for all of this is Chen Fan. This kid Chen Fan has the fate of a lone star, bringing misfortune to his father, mother, siblings, and dearest loved ones. That is why he could not live with his biological father since childhood, and it is best to find someone to bear the misfortune. Whether you believe in this theory of fate or not, it exists. And Chen Fan's biggest tribulation in this life begins when he turns 18, which is this year. Originally, you and Chen Fan had no intersection, but from the moment you came to me just now, your points of intersection appeared. There are 2 of them. The first is that you want to recruit Chen Fan into the 18 Bureau, and specifically into the 3rd team. The second is your younger sister, Lin Qiansu. Your younger sister has a good impression of Chen Fan, perhaps not love, but as his identity as Thor is revealed. Once your younger sister knows Chen Fan is Thor, this good impression will transform, and love will blossom, and no one can stop it. Your Lin family will gradually be drawn into the great conflict among ability users, because of the relationship between you 2 sisters and Chen Fan. The entire family will ultimately be unable to escape, leading to ruin. Have I made myself clear enough? Listening to Cao Chuan's words, Lin Menja's face became grim. It was not anger, nor disbelief. On the contrary, she believed his words very much, because she had previously felt that her younger sister, Lin Qiansu, had a good impression of Chen Fan. She had even warned her sister before, telling her to stay away from Chen Fan, because at the time Lin Menja felt that Chen Fan was more cunning and calculating than most peers. To prevent her sister from being hurt, she told her to stay away. At the same time, Lin Menja also knew that her sister seemed to idolize Thor. So, thinking about her sister discovering Chen Fan's identity, she would definitely fall hopelessly in love. Looking at her expression, Cao Chuan smiled. So now, do you still want Chen Fan to join the 18 Bureau and become an unofficial member? Lin Menja was conflicted, but this girl was also very clever. Lin Menja stood up, then plopped down on her knees in front of Cao Chuan, her expression solemn. Master Cao Chuan, I also want to become your disciple. Sister Lei Ting had already become one, so she was not unable to take a man as her master. Although she did not like men, it also depended on what kind of man. Moreover, by becoming Cao Chuan's disciple, was she not getting closer to Sister Lei Ting? Furthermore, since Cao Chuan could see through her future, and knew she had some unconventional feelings for Sister Lei Ting, yet was still willing to tell her so much, it was clear that he had some thoughts about her. Of course, she did not think this thought was about romance. She just felt that she was also very strong, and had both strength and comprehension ability, so Cao Chuan might be cherishing talent. Otherwise, why would he tell her so much? This girl had been smart since she was little. Chapter 420. You want to be my apprentice? Cao Chuan chuckled. You are clever. Do you want to follow in Lei Ting's footsteps? Actually, Lei Ting is not much different from you. Her future was not promising either. You two have some similarities. Back then, she did not even wait for me to refuse. She simply dropped to her knees and kowtowed 3 times. She performed the 3 traditional kowtows, one for the heavens and earth, one for the ancestors, and the final one to accept Cao Chuan as her master. Lin Menja was intelligent. As soon as Cao Chuan finished speaking, she immediately kowtowed in the same manner. Then, she picked up the teacup beside her and offered the tea to him. Cao Chuan looked conflicted, worrying for a few seconds before finally taking the cup. He did not drink from it immediately. Lin Menja watched the teacup in his hand nervously. This was the moment of truth. If he drank it, he accepted her as his apprentice. If he did not drink it and poured it out instead, there would be no hope at all. Cao Chuan spoke slowly. Do you know what you must do after becoming an apprentice? You know nothing, yet you dare to ask to be an apprentice? Lin Minja replied loudly. Minja has no regrets. Cao Chuan shook his head. He leaned forward and whispered close to her ear. Lei Ting is my lover. After becoming an apprentice, you have to serve your master. Do you still want to be an apprentice knowing that? Lin Minja trembled violently. She felt that even if it meant kowtowing every day, or serving him in the most menial ways, she could accept it without complaint. She was filial, but she had not expected this kind of relationship. How could her sister Ting be involved in this? Thinking of Lei Ting and Cao Chuan together, her heart clenched with pain. Cao Chuan was an honest person, and he knew how to handle different people. He saw Lin Minja's nature, so he naturally would not treat her the way he treated other girls. A more direct approach would actually yield better results. Cao Chuan handed her the teacup. He did not pour it out, nor did he put it back on the tray. He was giving her another chance to choose. Think about it carefully. Cao Chuan chuckled. I do not have many apprentices, but each one is willing. I never force anyone, nor do I use anything to threaten them. Even if you change your mind, and do not become an apprentice, since you are Lei Ting's subordinate, and I have stated that you are one of us, I will naturally help your Chen family avert disaster. I will not let Chen Fan's fate cause your family to be ruined. You do not need to have any psychological burden. Choose, or do not choose. It is up to you. He paused, then added, however, let me be clear upfront. Since I have seen your future, and know your thoughts, you will not be able to meet Lei Ting in the future. Even if you are a girl, I will not accept it. I hope you can understand. Cao Chuan's words were a calculated maneuver. The first part was an offer of help, but the final sentence was a threat disguised as a rule. It was a well-reasoned trap that was impossible to refute. Simply put, if she appeased him, he would let her see Lei Ting. If she did not, he would keep Lei Ting to himself, and he would not need Lin Minja at all. It was a classic power move. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was not idle. He stayed within the school gates during the day, but at night, he would don a mask and hat and sneak out to Feng City. Chen Fan had no choice. The more dangerous the world became, the more he needed to level up and gain justice points. He had not returned home recently. Instead, he had assumed a false identity, adopted the nickname Grim Reaper, and registered as a bronze mercenary at the Feng City Mercenary Guild. He took on missions and earned points to enhance his abilities and physique. Cao Chuan knew all of this, as he had arranged many bodyguards to protect Chen Fan in secret. Chen Fan sensed their presence, but did not drive them away, because Cao Chuan had already informed him of their purpose. Since Cao Chuan knew his identity, Chen Fan did not hide anything. However, Chen Fan was not as experienced as Lin Han, so he was targeted again. A young office worker was no match for a former king of soldiers. After Lin Han's injuries had healed by 60 to 70%, he began to stake out the area around the high school. He did not believe Chen Fan would never leave the school. Lin Han also noticed the hidden bodyguards, which further solidified his belief that Chen Fan was Cao Chuan's illegitimate son. At the Mercenary Guild, Chen Fan, wearing his Grim Reaper mask, looked at the newly released missions. Mission updates always occurred at midnight. The guild was crowded and lively at this hour. Chen Fan looked at the bounties. Points were secondary. What he needed was strength. Although he was only a bronze rank mercenary, he took on missions that only gold mercenaries dared to accept, hoping his opponents would be experts. That way, defeating them would earn him more points and more system justice points. Unfortunately, bronze rank mercenaries had many restrictions. He could only complete 10 missions before he could upgrade to silver rank and take on more dangerous missions. He could have asked Cao Chuan for help, but the Child of Destiny was supposed to be self-reliant. Chen Fan finally found a mission that appealed to him. It was a wanted poster. The points were respectable, 50 points, but the target's strength was high, so it was recommended for a two-person team. He tore the mission slip from the board and went to the registration counter. The clerk at the counter glanced at his mercenary rank and asked sweetly, "Are you sure you are not teaming up? 50 points is not too little for two people, and it is safer." "No need," Chen Fan said, his voice deepened to disguise his identity. "Then I wish you success." The clerk did not say more. She had seen too many people overestimate themselves and then quickly disappear. In the crowd, Lin Han, also wearing a mask and hoodie, observed Chen Fan and saw the mission he selected. He secretly placed a listening device in Chen Fan's pocket. He would listen to the mission details later, then go ahead and prepare. He would find an opportunity to kill Chen Fan while he was pursuing the wanted criminal. With the target as bait, he would hire a few helpers to stall the bodyguards. This time, he had to kill Chen Fan. If there was a chance, kidnapping him first would also work. He would see if Cao Chuan was afraid this time. The most important thing was that Lin Han could not find Lu Sihan's whereabouts. He wanted to kidnap Chen Fan as a bargaining chip. Currently, Lin Han dared not move against Cao Chuan, because he was afraid Cao Chuan would use Lu Sihan to threaten him. Master, Lin Minja was a decisive person. After considering the pros and cons, she once again raised the teacup above her head with both hands, making her final decision. Offering the tea meant becoming an apprentice, and in this context, becoming a subordinate in every sense of the word. Have you thought it through? I have thought it through. No regrets. No regrets. Cao Chuan had not forced her. She had decided it herself. The prediction of her future, while containing some manipulation, was based on his genuine ability to deduce plot lines. He saw that she was shrouded in dark clouds, a sign of impending bloody disaster involving bloodshed. As the sister of a female lead, she was bound to the Child of Destiny's jinx-like attribute. If she stayed on her current path, the Lin family would surely suffer. Cao Chuan took the tea again. Lin Minja looked up at him. Her face showed no expression, but her flushed ears betrayed her inner feelings. Watching Cao Chuan bring the teacup to his lips, her heart skipped a beat. She knew that if he drank this tea, the transaction was complete. Cao Chuan did not drink yet. He held it to his lips and made eye contact with her, giving her one last chance to back out. He was not merely trying to manipulate her, he was forcing her to acknowledge the gravity of her choice. Lin Minja bit her lip. "Master, please, drink the tea." Alas, why bother? Cao Chuan looked helpless. Lin Minja originally felt some dissatisfaction, but looking at Cao Chuan's appearance, she felt he was a good person, and that she was forcing him into this. For Sister Ting, it was all worth it. "Master, please drink the tea." Her voice was steady. It seemed she had completely made up her mind. Cao Chuan finally tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Then he handed her the teacup and raised his hand, palm upwards. "Come on, get up." "Yes." Lin Minja hesitated for a split second before placing her hand in Cao Chuan's. She stood up smoothly and placed the teacup back on the tray. "Sit down." Cao Chuan patted his leg. Lin Minja slowly sat down. "Are you going back tonight?" Cao Chuan asked. "As master wishes." Cao Chuan nodded. "Come with me to a place. Since you have become an apprentice, I cannot let you suffer. I will use all the medicinal baths Lei Ting used before, along with some of her modifications, to enhance your strength. We must ensure the Lin family is not cursed to death by that Chen Fan kid. As for recruiting Chen Fan into the 18 Bureau, do not get involved. Let others handle it. Try to have as little contact with him as possible, including your sister. Find a way to keep her from meeting him. Otherwise, that kid might become your brother-in-law, and that would be a bond that is far too troublesome." Lin Minja suddenly felt that all of this was worth it. "I will listen to master." Cao Chuan patted his thigh. "Let's go. We leave now." Lin Minja's body stiffened. She felt a little uncomfortable, yet she realized she did not truly resist this man. Chapter 421. The Mercenary Guild in Feng City has always maintained accurate information. This is because their primary sources are departments like the 18 Bureau, the police, and state security. These departments have a deep cooperative relationship with the guild. If ordinary investigators cannot handle a suspect, they compile the information and send it to the Mercenary Guild. The information department verifies the details, and only after confirming their authenticity is a mission issued. Loli is in charge of the verification team. This ensures the reliability of the sources and guarantees the safety of the mercenaries. It prevents a rookie from accidentally accepting a mission to capture a high-level boss. To put it plainly, the members of the Feng City Mercenary Guild are Cao Chuan's enforcers. He does not want to suffer unnecessary losses, as these people may play a crucial role at critical moments. Over time, this has led to a culture where mercenaries trust the missions implicitly, often performing them without hesitation. Cao Chuan wants to cultivate this kind of loyalty, where the agents strike wherever they are directed. Upon receiving his mission, Chen Fan rented a car within Feng City and set off overnight. The target was a man responsible for a 7-person family massacre in Yun County, who had been pursued by state security. Due to several failed apprehension attempts, they sought help from the guild. The suspect was not physically overwhelming, but his defensive and escape abilities were formidable. Intelligence confirmed he was a Pandalin shifter living deep in the local mountains. His affinity for the earth made him almost like an earth-based ability user, making him nearly impossible for ordinary people to catch. Because of this, the mission required 2 mercenaries to ensure he could not escape. After a 2-hour drive, it was nearly 3 in the morning. Inside Xiaoanyu Mountain, the Pandalin was resting in a cave 5 meters underground. Digging was effortless for him. When footsteps appeared a kilometer away and began to move closer, the Pandalin received feedback from the earth and woke instantly. The scruffy, middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes did not waste a second. He began digging a tunnel to escape. Meanwhile, Chen Fan tracked him using a tablet provided by the guild. While some targets had tracking chips, others did not, so the guild provided a general location to narrow the search. Chen Fan saw the red dot moving rapidly and knew his appearance had startled the target. He smirked. His nose is quite keen. But can you really escape? Chen Fan pursued him, his speed at least twice that of the Pandalin. The distance closed to less than 100 meters. His physical agility and speed were pushed to the limit. Without even using his lightning abilities, Chen Fan knew his physical strength alone was enough to shatter the target's scales with a single punch. He closed the gap to 50 meters. The red dot stopped moving. The target was hiding nearby, afraid that movement would reveal his position. Chen Fan would not be polite with a murderer. All he wanted was justice points. He raised both hands, striking a dramatic pose to prepare his ultimate move. He called it Thunderbolt. When fully utilized, if one's mental energy is sufficient, 10,000 bolts of lightning can tear through the sky and cause massive destruction. Chen Fan did not have that much mental energy yet, so he could not summon 10,000, but 100 would be enough. Fall. He shouted sharply. Let you hide. I will fry you until you are cooked. Thunderclouds rolled in, instantly appearing overhead. Hundreds of lightning bolts fell in unison, striking almost every square meter of the forest. The bolts were so wide they connected into a single wall of light. From a distance, it looked as if a 50-meter-wide pillar of electricity had leveled the area. Unless the target went dozens of meters underground, no living creature could escape the strike. The Pandalin was, of course, no exception. It never imagined such a powerful individual would come to apprehend it. It was too much. For a small county town, was it really necessary to send someone like this? And was the target even wrong? That family were poachers who killed countless members of his family. He only sought revenge. Unable to voice his grievances, he was shocked to death. Damn it. This guy. In the distant forest, Lin Han watched this scene with a lingering fear in his heart. Is he even human? The god of thunder could not be much more powerful, could he? Fortunately, Lin Han saw that after using this attack, Chen Fan's face became noticeably fatigued. His mental energy consumption was significant. This is the flaw of espers. Although many can use the great power of heaven and earth for defense or attack, the consumption is immense, and the more powerful the ability, the greater the toll. Excessive use can even damage one's foundation. Unlike shapeshifters, whose Dharma idol also requires mental energy, their power lasts a long time. As long as the idol is not damaged, the origin remains unharmed. Lin Han's idol had been damaged last time, which is why his injuries had not fully healed. As for martial artists, they are too weak and suffer lifelong internal injuries in fights. Trash. In the end, we shapeshifters are the most awesome. The Pandalin was on its last breath. Chen Fan pulled it out of the massive lightning crater and confirmed the kill. 50 points acquired. Suddenly, tigers were echoed from behind Chen Fan. There was more than one. As he turned his head in confusion, an immense sense of terror and crisis surged from the bottom of his heart, making him feel like a cat with its fur standing on end. With his mental energy nearly half depleted, his reaction was a beat slower. Kid, die. A familiar voice rang out. Chen Fan instinctively performed a front roll to dodge, but he did not fully evade the strike. A sharp pain shot through his back. His clothes were torn open in several places, and blood stained his shirt. Fortunately, the roll prevented a fatal wound. It is you again. Chen Fan endured the pain and raged. Last time, it was this bastard who ambushed him, and now it was him again. Even with a mask, the voice was unmistakable. It is your grandpa. Come and die. Lin Han was smarter than last time. He did not waste words. His hands moved in a blur, launching a fierce assault that rained down on Chen Fan like a tempest. He seemed determined to prevent Chen Fan from using his lightning ability. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The bodyguards in the distance did not come to rescue him. They were held up by the tigers from earlier, which were desperately fighting them. It was a well-calculated ambush. Chen Fan quickly fell into a disadvantage. Even with his strengthening fluid, his physical strength was only on par with Lin Han, and he could not gain an advantage. Lin Han also had his Dharma idol to help him. The pressure forced Chen Fan to gasp for breath, and he did not have the leisure to concentrate his mental energy. Soon, Chen Fan sustained several new injuries. Lin Han showed no mercy. He knew he had to finish this quickly to avoid unforeseen circumstances. The attacks from his Dharma idol and his physical body became increasingly fierce. This is the advantage of shapeshifters. It is like a 2-on-1 fight, and the two have a natural, tacit coordination. They attacked the upper and lower roots simultaneously, making it impossible to defend. In just a few minutes, Chen Fan could not hold on. His mental energy was depleting rapidly. He had only recently awakened and was still in a weak stage. His combat skills were far inferior to Lin Han, who came from a mercenary background. Bang! He was eventually knocked unconscious to the ground. Lin Han did not waste words. He picked up the boy and ran, having captured a live one. Lin Han knew he could not let Chen Fan wake up. He had to constantly inject him with sedatives. Otherwise, there would be no way to guard against his ability. He had heard rumors that the authorities in Feng City possessed drugs that could suppress abilities, but that was just a rumor. In reality, the most effective way to deal with an esper is to kill them or keep them in a perpetual state of mental energy depletion. By the time the bodyguards killed the tigers and rushed over, Lin Han and Chen Fan were nowhere to be found. The bodyguards were not anxious. They searched for a while, reported to Loli, and called it a day. When Cao Chuan received the news, it was 20 minutes later. His night had just ended. After a medicinal bath and a massage, he had been resting. Lin Menja lay weakly against his chest, exhausted, and was fast asleep. Cao Chuan's phone rang, but it did not wake her. Cao Chuan answered. Speak. Loli reported everything about the situation with Chen Fan. What the hell? Not dead? Kidnapped? Are they doing this kidnapping thing again? Cao Chuan was speechless, suddenly feeling like he was back 2 years ago. It is truly you, Lin Han. The whole world has changed, and I have changed, but only you stay the same. Your original intention is as firm as a rock. I am starting to admire you. If you can send me 3 fingers, I will give you a thumbs up. Chapter 422. The next morning, Lin Han returned to Zonghai and settled into a safe house he had prepared long ago. He used pre-prepared sedatives to knock Chen Fan unconscious, ensuring he would remain asleep. These drugs could keep Chen Fan under for 8 hours, after which he would need to be medicated again. Gradually, Chen Fan would develop a resistance to the drugs, so the dosage intervals would need to be shortened until they became ineffective, or he died. Lin Han felt a bit troubled. He had planned everything thoroughly, but once he actually captured Chen Fan, he faced a dilemma. What should he do now? Should he directly contact Cao Chuan and admit he kidnapped his illegitimate son? If he did, he would have to reveal himself. How could he use Chen Fan to exchange for Lu Han if he did not reveal his presence? If he did reveal himself, how would he explain his return? Cao Chuan was not in Feng City at the time. He had brought Lin Minja to his safe house for herbal baths. After waking up and having breakfast, Lin Minja felt a little unaccustomed and sore, but everything else was normal. She even felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. They ate breakfast together. Master, what is my future like now? Lin Minja asked, having come to believe his claims. Cao Chuan looked at her, watching intently as if truly peering into her future. The surrounding space underwent regular distortions, a display that made Lin Minja completely believe him. Old Cao had merely created a private domain space and manipulated the flow of time within it to move back and forth, which looked very impressive. After observing, Cao Chuan said thoughtfully, "Do you hope for a boy or a girl for your future baby?" Lin Minja was stunned, then reacted. The implication was that she would have good luck. She had not considered becoming a mother until that moment, but now she felt certain she would become pregnant. Lin Minja had not fully committed, as she secretly liked Lei Ting, but she played along. "A girl, I guess. Then congratulations to you." Cao Chuan smiled. Lin Minja pouted. "Master, you know I am not asking about that, but about our family. Will my younger sister end up with Chen Fan?" "No, she will not." Cao Chuan shook his head with a smile. "Really? With my intervention, your family will be safe and sound. You will even gain the attention of a higher-level big shot, especially your sister. I will help her activate her ability, and she will also become my disciple." Lin Minja's expression changed. Cao Chuan, being experienced, knew exactly what she was thinking. He snorted. "Do not worry. Since I have you, she is just an ordinary disciple. I am helping her out of consideration for you. Otherwise, she would not be able to awaken her ability on her own." Lin Minja believed him and said gratefully, "Thank you, master." Just with words of thanks. Lin Minja nodded in agreement. She was not foolish. After one day of close interaction, she knew what old Cao's preferences were. Practice makes perfect. Later that morning, Lin Minja went to work. She reported the situation and had others contact Chen Fan, bringing him into the 18 Bureau as an external staff member for an internship. Meanwhile, at school, Chen Fan skipped class. Lin Qian-su did not think much of it at first, but after not seeing him all morning and afternoon, she became worried. During dinner, he did not reply to messages or answer calls. The destined heroine had a premonition that something significant had happened to Chen Fan. It was a classic display of their luck. After only one day, she instinctively felt something was wrong. The next day, Chen Fan still did not appear. Lin Qian-su contacted her sister, Lin Minja, about her suspicions. Lin Minja was not worried, as she knew from Cao Chuan that Chen Fan occasionally went to Feng City to work as a mercenary. Disappearing for a day or two seemed normal. Lin Minja said in a deep voice, "Did I not tell you to have less contact with him? What does his disappearance have to do with you? He is my classmate. My classmate might be in trouble. Can I not worry a little?" Lin Qian-su found a clumsy excuse. Lin Minja replied, "Xiao Shui, I am telling you, have less contact with him. As for his whereabouts, I will have someone investigate. This is not something a student should worry about. Look at the calendar. It is the sprint phase for exams. If you get distracted because of this, do not blame me for punishing you." Although she was warned, Lin Qian-su felt relieved that her sister would investigate. In the original plot, Lin Minja initially opposed their interaction, but eventually came to understand. But everything had changed now. Even if Jesus came, Lin Minja would not allow anyone in her family to have contact with Chen Fan. A lone star of bad luck. Just thinking about it made her scared, so she planned to find Master that night for comfort. Chen Fan's disappearance affected many people, including Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan received a call from a stranger using a voice changer. "Is this Cao Chuan? Who are you?" "Who I am is not important. What is important is that Chen Fan is in my hands." Cao Chuan chuckled inwardly, feigning surprise. "What?" The next second, he calmed down. "What Chen Fan? You have the wrong number. He, Cao Chuan. Prepare 1 billion, or wait to collect Chen Fan's body." The call ended. Cao Chuan played along, having lowly tracked the call. It was traced to an ordinary person who had lost their phone. Lin Han had stolen it and used it to contact Cao Chuan. He was quite cautious. Cao Chuan decided to pretend he could not find him. Night fell. After work, Lin Minja went to Cao Chuan's safe house to serve him. She mentioned Lin Qian-su's call from that morning. "Chen Fan is not at school. It has been less than 2 days, and my sister already suspects something happened. I feel like that girl has fallen for him." Cao Chuan examined her and said casually, "Young love is human nature. You do not need to worry. I will teach her well later, but your sister's suspicion is correct. Something happened to Chen Fan." Lin Minja was stunned. Cao Chuan's expression was grim. In the afternoon, an anonymous kidnapper called, saying Chen Fan was in his hands and demanding 1 billion. Lin Minja's face showed a strange expression. A kidnapper dared to kidnap the Feng City Lord's son. This was looking for trouble. Cao Chuan added, "I investigated all afternoon and tracked the call, but I could not find any trace of the kidnapper. The other party is capable and cautious, not an ordinary kidnapper." Lin Minja's expression became serious. She knew the background of Feng City. If Cao Chuan could not find information, this was serious. If the kidnapper knew Chen Fan was Cao Chuan's illegitimate son, they were using him to coerce Cao Chuan. "Do you need me to do anything? Help me investigate through the 18 Bureau's channels." "Okay, I will just." Before Lin Minja could finish, Cao Chuan's phone rang. The caller ID showed an unremarked number. Lin Minja looked at Cao Chuan, questioning him. Cao Chuan nodded and put it on speakerphone. Hello, he. President Cao, have you prepared the 1 billion? Cao Chuan cursed. I do not even know who this Chen Fan is. And you expect me to prepare 1 billion for you? I just had someone burn over 30 billion for you. Did you not receive it? Lin Minja pursed her lips and smiled. She knew this was a psychological attack, testing to see if the other party truly knew about Chen Fan's relationship to him. If the other party knew, the scope could be narrowed down. Okay. Since you do not know him, I will just kill him directly. Anyway, he is useless. But before he dies, I will cut off his limbs and dig out his eyeballs and tongue. I will send these parts to you. Since you do not know him, you can do whatever you want with them. Wait. It sounded like the other party was about to hang up, and Cao Chuan spoke instinctively, feeling anxious. He. What? Does President Cao have anything else to say? Cao Chuan said in a deep voice, you win. Tell me what you want. Do not pull that 1 billion crap with me. I have it, but I will not give it to you. Anything but money is fine. I am strong and healthy now, and I do not mind finding someone else to have a few more children. Lin Minja had witnessed Cao Chuan's stinginess, but she realized this was a strategic psychological attack. That bad man. Meanwhile, Lin Han on the other end of the call felt his heart sink, his expression changing drastically. Damn it. This is a familiar feeling. Is this the rhythm of having another illegitimate child? Chapter 423. No. Is he bluffing me? Lin Han quickly reacted. If Cao Chuan truly did not care about Chen Fan's life, he might have just hung up the phone, just like when Cao Zhengyang was kidnapped back then. He truly did not care then. He even almost helped Lin Han tear up Cao Zhenjiang's ransom note. What a beast. But it was different now. The man named Cao spoke fiercely, but it was more about negotiation and psychological tactics. Lin Han, his voice altered, sneered. If not money, then an exchange of hostages. What hostage? I did not kidnap any of your people. Who the hell are you? Cao Chuan asked again. Lin Han did not answer. He said, I know you have a daughter named Bu Yao. I want her. You want your mother. Lin Han was so stunned by that remark that he did not know what to say. Originally, he had intended to be indirect. He could not just directly demand Lu Han, as that would be too obvious. So he mentioned Bu Yao first. Cao Chuan would most likely not agree, as Bu Yao also had a mother behind her. Rumors said she was Cao Chuan's fiancée, and Bu Yao was his legitimate stepdaughter. How could Cao Chuan offer Bu Yao for a hostage exchange? Then, Lin Han would finally demand Lu Han in exchange for Chen Fan. Because Lu Han had no family power behind her, exchanging an orphan like Lu Han for the life of a bastard son seemed like a good deal, right? Just a woman. It was not that Lin Han intentionally devalued Lu Han herself. It was just that, given Cao's status, he would never lack women, and naturally would not disregard his illegitimate son's life for a woman. Even if, for argument's sake, Cao Chuan had other illegitimate sons, Chen Fan was clearly being groomed for greater things. His strength was far beyond those two weaklings from before. Unfortunately, Cao Chuan was completely unyielding. Just wait to collect the body, Lin Han said, exasperated. Wait. Cao Chuan spoke again. Lin Han said sinisterly, Cao, one word. I want Bu Yao. I also have one word. You want your mother. Damn it. Just wait to collect the body. You wait. Lin Han almost crushed his phone. He finally retorted, I will wait for your mother. Lin Minja, nearby, suppressed a laugh. She had not even realized it herself, but ever since she had dealt with Cao Chuan, her smiles had become more frequent, and this matter really hit her funny bone. This was a conversation between a kidnapper and the victim's family. Can you believe it? Damn it, change your demand. Money is a no-go, and Bu Yao is also a no-go. She is my daughter. Cao Chuan feigned hesitation. Lin Han was secretly pleased. It was just as he had guessed. Even if he had other illegitimate sons, Chen Fan was still very important to him. But Lin Han did not directly mention Lu Han. Instead, he angrily said, Cao, I am not negotiating with you. This is a kidnapping, understand? You have no right to bargain. Cao Chuan also got angry. Damn it, I am a businessman, and bargaining is what I do. What? You, the kidnapper, are so awesome? You kidnapped him to get benefits, right? What do you get if you kill him without benefits? You get nothing. I am giving you a chance now to change your demand to one I can accept and you can get benefits from. A win-win for both of us. Lin Han was furious. Are you even human? Is that what a human says? Cao Chuan said, how about this? I will give you time to think. Contact me when you have decided. I will accept any demand I can agree to, but I am giving you a chance, so you also need to show sincerity. Treat Chen Fan well with good food and drink. If he gets even a scratch, our deal is off, and you can just kill him. Slam. Old Cao hung up the phone directly. Lin Han, infuriated, smashed it. Luckily, it was not his phone, or the loss would have been significant. He then kicked the unconscious Chen Fan several times, finally calming down. Aren't you afraid of provoking him? What if he really kills Chen Fan? Lin Minja's small face was flushed from laughing. She pressed down the hand that was messing with the lamp, as she was ticklish. Cao Chuan shook his head. This guy gives me a very familiar feeling. He must be some enemy of mine from the past, otherwise he would not be using a voice changer. My words just now were also a test. If he were a regular kidnapper, he would not waste words with me. So I am betting he will not dare to kill the hostage, otherwise all his plans will go to waste. Do not forget Chen Fan himself is not weak. The fact that he was kidnapped means this person has been planning for a long time, and will not easily kill the hostage. Lin Minja nodded in realization. That makes sense. 10 p.m. Lin Minja dragged her somewhat heavy body back home. It was indeed a bit heavy, with several hundred million in weight added to her body. Sister, Lin Qian-su, in a yellow tracksuit, came forward. She had just finished running in the home gym, and her temple hair was damp. But the girl's tone was a bit anxious. Sister, Chen Fan's situation. Lin Minja was bending down to change her shoes, her figure's curves fully revealed. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Minja looked up and glared. How many times have I told you, you do not need to worry about Chen Fan's matters. Your current task is studying, reviewing, and the college entrance exam. Although you are good at studying, and even a study committee member, being an ability user is not just about being good at studying. Lin Qian-su mumbled, I am just concerned about a classmate. Actually, Lin Minja was really a wingman. Originally, things between the young man and woman would not have progressed so quickly, but with Lin Minja nagging like this every day, even if Lin Qian-su had not thought in that direction before, she was now thinking about it more or less. Gradually, did the ideas not start to form? Lin Minja finished changing her shoes. The socks she had been wearing were gone, and she was now barefoot, putting on slippers. She interrupted her sister. I do not care if you are classmates or boyfriend and girlfriend. In any case, you should not be distracted by these things now. Even if Chen Fan really gets into trouble, it is for his family to consider, or for our 18 bureau to handle. It is not for a classmate like you to worry about. Also, speaking of ability users, I will find you a master later. Lin Minja was used to being bossy at home. Her parents were busy, and an elder sister was like a mother. Lin Qian-su did not even dare to argue, and her original personality was very weak, with a gene of passive obedience. Do not let her strong appearance in class fool you. That was mostly a disguise, and she was imitating her sister's way of managing the class. After all, she was a study committee member, a small-time official. Being too weak would not do. Lin Qian-su pouted and followed behind her sister, weakly saying, Sister, just tell me. You said I should not be distracted, but now I am always worried something might happen to my classmate. Lin Minja sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, and squinted at her sister. Lin Qian-su, trying to please, went forward to massage her sister, kneading her leg muscles. Lin Minja looked at her sister's ingratiating expression, shook her head, and chuckled. Do not worry. Your classmate's background is not that simple. Nothing will happen to him. Ah, Lin Qian-su was dumbfounded. Is his family not very ordinary? Only on the surface. Besides, his strength. At this point, Lin Minja's tone suddenly paused. She almost let it slip. She could not let her sister know that Chen Fan was the so-called thunder god. Otherwise the girl would definitely fall in love with him. She knew her sister's personality very well weak. This type of personality was too easily swayed by strong people. It was also because of this personality that Lin Minja could be as domineering as she pleased at home. The more she was like that, the more obedient her sister became. Once Lin Minja showed weakness, Lin Qian-su would easily take advantage. They were sisters, who did not know each other. Speaking of which, Lin Qian-su was raised by her older sister Lin Minja. Although they were only about 6 years apart, from the time Lin Qian-su started kindergarten, it was Lin Minja, who was already in elementary school, who was responsible for picking her up and dropping her off. A true case of an elder sister being like a mother. Lin Minja's demeanor changed. Xiao Shui, your sister would not harm you. Chen Fan is really not a good match. This was being a wingman again. Many romances start with teasing. Lin Qian-su's small face flushed. Sister, I have told you many times, he and I are really just ordinary classmates. It is best if you are ordinary classmates. Go take a shower quickly. When the weekend comes, I will take you to meet your master. She had mentioned it earlier, but Lin Qian-su had not paid attention. Now that her sister brought up finding a master again, it had to catch Lin Qian-su's attention. Finding a master? What kind of master? A master who can make you an ability user. Lin Minja recalled the events of the past few days. Her body warmed up. Something had just flowed onto her, but Cao Chuan had promised her it was just an ordinary apprenticeship. Lin Minja said, he is also my master. Sister, when did you get a master? How come I do not know? Is it Sister Lei Ting? Lin Qian-su clearly knew about Lei Ting's existence, as her sister had mentioned her superior, Lei Ting, several times at home. No, but Sister Lei Ting is also his disciple. Wow. Although Lin Qian-su did not know who this master was, she had heard her sister say that Sister Lei Ting was very formidable. Whether it was ability users' abilities or martial arts, she was among the best of her peers, incredibly powerful. Since even Sister Lei Ting and her own sister were his disciples, then her becoming a disciple would be like adding more closeness to the family, right? With these two layers of relationship, Lin Qian-su could not help but become curious about this master. In a blink, it was midnight. Cao Chuan drove to the bottom of an old residential building. He did not get out of the car, just opened the window and lit a cigarette. Soon after, a girl in a skirt ran over and got into the back seat. Uncle. It was Chen Qi. Cao Chuan sighed helplessly. You little girl, why are you eating barbecue in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Are you not afraid of getting fat if you eat too much? You will turn into a little piggy and will not find a boyfriend. I am not afraid, Chen Qi said coquettishly. If I cannot find a boyfriend, I will just follow uncle. Good. That had the right flavor. But Cao Chuan pretended not to understand, shook his head with a smile, patted her head, and then instructed the driver to start the car. Chapter 424. You definitely cannot go to a barbecue restaurant to eat. Instead, have the bodyguards go to a specialized place, buy pre-made semi-finished products, and transport the grill, charcoal, and everything else directly to the villa outside Feng City. Eating barbecue quietly is the most enjoyable way, with no one to disturb. Cao Chuan quickly found out why Kiki called in the middle of the night. She had a nightmare. She was already having trouble sleeping, tossing, and turning with her mind full of the events of the past few days. When a person's brain is unusually active and excited, it is easy to suffer from insomnia and have dreams. She dreamt of killing, being caught, and being killed, then woke up with a start and immediately sent a message to Cao Chuan. Only after sending it did she remember it was early morning. When she sent messages during the day, Cao Chuan would always reply after a long time, so she did not hold out hope, nor would she continue to disturb his rest. But Cao Chuan's reply speed this time was 10,000 times faster than during the day. Chen Qi was shy and did not state the reason for her nightmare awakening. She just made an excuse, saying she was hungry and wanted to eat barbecue, but her mother was asleep, and it was too late to go out alone. This excuse successfully lured old Cao out, as he was also hungry. After coming out, the girl confessed. Cao Chuan did not blame her, but said softly, "Next time you have a nightmare, just tell me directly. No matter what I am doing, I will come and be with you." Really? Really? Cao Chuan smiled. "Uncle, you are the best." Afterward, the late-night snack was enjoyable. Since Miyu was not present, she also had a few beers, just enough to feel slightly tipsy. Originally, she wanted to stay, but Cao Chuan insisted on taking her back, otherwise, Miyu would definitely scold her in the morning. At 2 in the morning, Cao Chuan sent her back. She was slightly tipsy, and extremely sleepy, having already dozed off on the way. When going upstairs, Cao Chuan carried her in a princess carry. He quietly opened the door, closed it, and tiptoed her back to her room, without disturbing anyone. Don't leave." Just as old Cao put her down, and was about to leave, she held his hand and pleaded pitifully. Cao Chuan, being soft-hearted, gently comforted her. Okay, I won't leave." Children who are sick or have nightmares are the most lacking in a sense of security. Cao Chuan was an experienced person. In a blink of an eye, it was morning. At 6 o'clock, the sun rose in the east. Cao Chuan's sleep was relatively short, as is the case when mental energy is strong. A few hours were enough to restore his health. He heard the sound of a door opening outside. It sounded like Miyu was up and making breakfast. Even though Chen Qi did not need to return to school temporarily, her biological clock was set. Normally, Miyu would not let her sleep in. Cao Chuan did not plan to meet her, otherwise, it would be awkward. So, while Miyu was in the bathroom, Cao Chuan slipped away. It was not until an hour later that Miyu woke Chen Qi up. Having gone to bed late, Chen Qi was clearly groggy. There was still a slight pain in her chest. She remembered something and subconsciously glanced around, her face flushed. She clearly remembered flirting under the influence of alcohol last night, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Judging by her mother's expression, she clearly had not noticed anything amiss. After Miyu left, Chen Qi checked herself. There were fingerprints and red marks. No wonder she had such dreams. It turned out to be real. She quickly put on her jacket and left the room. Miyu lectured, "You are sleeping in more and more. You have completely relaxed, haven't you? Although you don't have the college entrance exam, the promotion exam is important." I know, Chen Qi said, retreating into the bathroom. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to Cao Chuan. "When did you leave?" Cao Chuan replied instantly, "I left when your mom woke up." "She saw you?" "No, I slipped away while she was in the bathroom." Chen Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. If her mother had seen them, never mind Cao Chuan's matter, just sneaking out to drink would make her mother furious. Don't let Miyu's gentle demeanor in front of old Cao fool you. In front of Chen Qi, she was a demon-fearing teacher, nagging incessantly, and if you didn't listen, she would use a small ruler to hit your back. "Are you busy today?" "No." "Then can I come find you this afternoon?" "Sure, I will have a car pick you up." Chen Qi happily put away her phone. Looking at herself in the mirror, she seemed to have dark circles under her eyes. She would steal some of her mother's skincare products to cover up the blemishes. Cao Chuan had just returned to Feng City when he received another call from Lin Han. It was another new phone number, stolen from someone else. A child of destiny is different from others. While Cao Chuan or other figures might have their own way of operating, Lin Han no longer acted like a human being, willing to steal from ordinary people to mask his movements. "How is it, Mr. Kidnapper? Have you considered it?" Cao Chuan slurped some tea, his voice leisurely, without the slightest anxiety about his illegitimate son being kidnapped. Hearing the sound of tea being drunk, Lin Han, who had just managed to adjust his mindset, collapsed again. He really wanted to curse in exasperation. "Cao, you are very leisurely, aren't you? Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill Chen Fan?" Cao Chuan smiled. "If you wanted to kill him, you would have already, just like you killed Li Mo and Sabai." A cold glint flashed in Lin Han's eyes. Cao Chuan spoke quickly. "If I am not mistaken, those 2 children were also killed by you. Although I cannot guess your identity, I know you must have a deep hatred for me, so I do not expect Chen Fan to live. Anyway, I am young and strong. I can just have another one." This was to tell Lin Han that he had figured out the matter of Li Mo and Sabai, and had prepared for the worst regarding Chen Fan's safety. The comment about being young and strong was a psychological tactic. Cao Chuan wanted to take the initiative in the negotiation. Unless the other party wanted a lose-lose situation, they would have to negotiate according to his rules. Lin Han felt a surge of frustration. He had a hostage, but why was he still so passive? Okay, I will make a demand. If you agree, I will release him. If you don't agree, I will have to tear up the ticket. Speak. Cao Chuan took another sip of tea. Hand over Lu Han to me. Hand over your mother. Lin Han was so angry he laughed. Refusing the last demand so quickly meant Cao Chuan did not want to talk anymore. However, Lin Han believed that even if he asked for Lu Han, Cao would not be able to guess his true identity, because the real Lin Han was already dead in Cao Chuan's eyes. All right, Cao, then just wait to collect the body. From now on, we will be ceaseless enemies. You had best pray that everyone around you can live safely, otherwise, I will kill them one by one. Cao Chuan's tone was faint. What is your relationship with Lin Han? Lin Han was not surprised by the question. He knew that as long as he asked for Lu Han, Cao Chuan's mind would connect it to Lin Han. Who I am to Lin Han isn't important. What's important is, one life for one, and from then on, your grievances with us will be wiped clean. He used the word us to divert attention, and admitted to a relationship with Lin Han, letting Cao guess the rest. Cao Chuan fell silent. Lin Han's heart swelled with joy. I will consider it, Cao Chuan said in a deep voice. But before that, you must ensure Chen Fan's safety. If anything happens to him, I guarantee you will never see the person you want to see again for the rest of your life. Good. Lin Han said loudly. I will give you time to consider. I will contact you again in 3 days. 7 days, Cao Chuan said. 5 days at most. All right. Lin Han guessed that Cao Chuan would use these days to investigate everything, from former subordinates to Lu Han's remaining relatives. But Lin Han was not afraid. His current identity had absolutely no connection to his former network. As soon as Lu Han returned, Lin Han planned to kill Cao Chuan. A dead knot can only be untied by death. Chapter 425. Over the next 2 days, the relationship between Cao Chuan and Chen Kiki progressed by leaps and bounds. The girl was practically throwing herself at him. That night, 2 days ago, nothing happened. Cao Chuan was very innocent, but he was accustomed to having someone nearby, so his hands and feet were a bit restless while he slept. The handprints on Chen Kiki only faded these past 2 days. But Chen Kiki did not blame Cao Chuan. A girl who is truly infatuated does not care about anything. In addition to their leisure time, 2 pieces of good news came from the Feng City Phase 2 project. The first was the completion and topping out of the second phase, which could open to the public at any time. The second was the issue Cao Chuan was most concerned about. It was the wormhole. The second phase project was just a cover. What Cao Chuan truly wanted was the well inside the facility. After hundreds of researchers worked day and night, they finally figured out the wormhole. This also involved Cao Chuan continuously spending luck. He invested over 3 billion in luck to purchase new materials and new equipment. Finally, the wormhole inside the well was captured. It was captured. In fact, the protagonist of the previous dual transmigration plot, Lu Qing, and the jade pendant he possessed were not too miraculous, but it contained a very unique substance that could resonate with the wormhole. It effectively activated this wormhole, allowing Lu Qing to travel back and forth between its 2 ends. After spending tens of billions of luck, not only was this one wormhole captured, but researchers also discovered no less than 100 similar wormhole-like existences in this world, which is Blue Star. But to call them wormholes, it seems they are in a state of dormancy. Similar to dormant volcanoes, there are also some extinct volcanoes that cannot traverse 2 ends. Even the wormhole path has been folded, twisted, and eventually blocked, leaving only an opening. At first, it truly startled Cao Chuan. Hundreds of wormholes, all detected within the country. It meant people could transmigrate, or transmigrators could arrive, at any moment. It was no wonder there were so many children of destiny. This world had long since changed, and nothing was surprising anymore. However, after the researcher's explanation, Cao Chuan understood that having a wormhole did not necessarily mean one could transmigrate. This thing was more complex than imagined, and the required conditions were very stringent. There were also issues of size and the matter present within, all of which affected whether this so-called wormhole could serve as a passage to a parallel universe. No one could say whether the other side was a parallel universe or the endless void realm. There were so many in the country, and there might be some undiscovered ones. As for overseas countries, it was uncertain, but there certainly would not be few. Cao Chuan held a small, spherical crystal. The small sphere was palm-sized, entirely made of crystal-like material on the outside, with a faint sense of spatial distortion within. This was the captured wormhole. Through this passage, Cao Chuan could transmigrate between the back garden and Blue Star at any time, anywhere, as long as he wished. In other words, from today on, Cao Chuan no longer needed to go to the wellhead in the Feng City Phase 2 project. The wellhead there no longer had a passage. It had already been captured. Besides that, Cao Chuan also had 2 other spheres in his hand, which also contained passages for transmigration. Out of hundreds of holes, only 2 or 3 could traverse parallel universes. The probability was very low. After detection by simulacrums sent by researchers, one side was a parallel universe similar to the Republic of China era. The other was similar to an even earlier tribal era, with no mythical ancient times. Cao Chuan pondered, the 3 crystal spheres in his hand becoming health balls, which he was fiddling with, producing rhythmic clinking sounds. This material was excellent. It was resistant to any known blasting technology. Otherwise, it would be impossible to easily capture such a parallel universe passage. This was black technology. There were a total of 3 parallel universes. One was the back garden. The other 2 could be given to the authorities. Anyway, those parallel universes did not have children of destiny, so they were dispensable to him. The Republic of China era, with its wars, had already passed the Industrial Revolution, and the climate was not suitable for humans. However, the authorities could obtain many resources there. It was not impossible to eliminate the little devils. The authorities could maximize their benefits. Cao Chuan did not ask for anything else, just a share of the profits. It was about binding interests. As for the tribal era, the air was good, but there were no normal people. Cao Chuan shook his head. From the data sent back by the simulacrums, Cao Chuan lost interest in the tribal parallel universe. The people were ugly, like Peking Man, not to mention the girls. It was still the era when they had just started wearing grass skirts. It could be used as a tourist attraction, with many wild animals and research value. However, these things were not urgent. He would hold on to them and play with them for a while first. It was the weekend. Lin Menjia and her sister arrived. The place Cao Chuan lived was Gong Yuehua's villa, which Cao Chuan had already claimed as his own. If it belonged to her, it belonged to him. Even she was his. Counting the days, she should be close to giving birth. He would go back to accompany her and the others after getting rid of the first love. Master, this is my younger sister, Lin Qiansu, Lin Menjia said. She seemed afraid her sister would notice something, so she acted respectfully upon entering. Cao Chuan sized up Lin Qiansu. The sisters looked somewhat alike. Indeed, beautiful women are a dime a dozen, while ugly ones are uniquely grotesque. The youthful innocence that young girls possess was unavoidable. Cao Chuan liked this innocence. It was not just because they were easy to fool, but also because this innocence made people feel relaxed. Strictly speaking, Cao Chuan was not a person who liked to scheme. In his previous life, not scheming would have meant death, and the pressure was immense. He always sought relaxation with his wives. This relaxation was also for the sake of living better, allowing his wives to help whisper sweet nothings. In this life, not scheming would also have meant death at first, as there was a genuine life or death threat from the child of destiny. But now that he had grown, Cao Chuan simply wanted to relax more. However, with older women, he always needed to fabricate lies they liked to hear. With young girls, there was not so much trouble. Young girls might also like to be coy, but they were easy to appease. During his brief observation, Lin Qiansu also secretly observed the person in front of her. Before coming, she had thought her sister's master should be an immortal master with an ethereal aura, a white beard, and white hair. Otherwise, why would both her sister and sister Lei Ting be willing to become his disciples? Only upon meeting him did she realize that the other party was unbelievably young. Did I get it wrong? If her sister had not respectfully called him master upon entering, Lin Qiansu would have probably thought he was a senior brother, or something similar. And he was a bit handsome. Not just his appearance, but also the aura he exuded with every gesture. Fortunately, Lin Menjia pulled her, bringing her back to her senses, and she respectfully said, imitating her sister, Master. Cao Chuan nodded. Lin Menjia then took out a document from her bag, handed it to Cao Chuan, and softly said, Master, this is a professional mental energy test I took my sister for 2 days ago. The report just came out. She should have a chance to become an ability user. She had been tested before, but mental energy can change. Since the emergence of ability users, the authorities have deeply researched these consciousness-related phenomena and established several joint research teams with Feng City. The conclusion reached was that mental energy, or consciousness, can be understood as a special substance in the brain that has a physical form, not just an imaginary construct. It was just that humans had not mastered it before. Mental energy can affect all aspects of the human body. It can even affect the unconscious mind after sleep, and the impact is very significant. Major cities also have specialized research and testing institutions. Currently, only large cities have them, so people from various places who know the news and have a little money will bring their children for testing. The resulting mental energy value can almost confirm whether a person has the foundation to become an ability user. It is not 100%, but there is a very high hope. And mental energy can also be trained and improved, though it increases relatively slowly. So, wealthy families often test periodically. Cao Chuan took the document and glanced at it. A normal, ordinary person's mental energy value is between 15 and 20. This is an initial threshold. If it exceeds 20, reaching 25, or even 30, then it is considered excellent mental energy. Such people will have frequent dreams, and some can even occasionally have lucid dreams. That is, they will remember them very clearly after waking up in the morning. Most people, however, forget their dreams the moment they wake up. These usually have mental energy in the teens and are also easily fatigued in daily life. Further up, exceeding 50 is considered a strong mental energy user, and most of these people emerge from young adults. The most direct manifestation is being able to go days and nights without sleep, whether for play or work, and still maintain above normal performance. Such people also will not die suddenly. This is just one aspect. Such people can have lucid dreams, and even occasionally control their dreams, flying or soaring through the heavens and burrowing into the earth within their own dreams. People at this stage are highly likely to become ability users. Very few reach this stage. Wealthy families can also enhance it through various medicinal diets and special mental energy training. Lin Qian-su reached 101. That was what the test showed. She was highly likely to be an ability user, and a powerful one at that. Whether it was an offensive or supportive type, it was unlikely to be weak. Of course, there were also mental energy values over 1,000, but those were extremely rare. Such people, even if not children of destiny, were absolutely chosen ones. Their mental energy was so powerful that they could do nothing, smoke, drink, stay up late every day chasing women, have no major illnesses, and no minor ones either. Ultimately, they lived long lives, easily surpassing 100 years. This was the most direct benefit of powerful mental energy. This was when doing nothing. If one could slightly utilize this mental energy, then this person had terrifyingly strong intuition, won every gamble, and could even easily perform meritorious deeds on a harsh battlefield through intuition. Then some people could even communicate with spirits, tell fortunes, and even foresee minor future events. As far as Cao Chuan knew, the authorities had quite a few such people. This was the benefit brought by a large population base. These people were extraordinary even in the stage of ordinary people. They could become top students by simply learning something. After activating their abilities, they became even more unbelievably awesome. These people were all top-secret individuals. Their secrecy level was so high that the authorities were even wary of Feng City, which showed how confidential they were. This mental energy value is average, barely usable. Cao Chuan put down the document, clearly not too satisfied. Damn it. Is this the destined heroine's mental energy luck? It must be fake. Any random chosen one, even the most mediocre, has over 100, and some abnormal ones can even exceed 1,000. But Lin Qian-su, a destined heroine, only has over 100. Chapter 426. Normal. Barely usable. Lin Qian-su was stunned, and a look of defiance immediately appeared on her face. 101. When the test results arrived, Lin Qian-su was so happy that she did not sleep all night. Before this, her score had been around 50. Last month, it was over 90. Now, it was 101, finally crossing the 100 mark. This showed that she was growing very fast. Even Lin Menja was happy to see this number, and a rare smile graced her usually cold face. But when it came to Cao Chuan, his evaluation was merely normal and barely usable. What? Are you unconvinced? Cao Chuan chuckled. Lin Qian-su puffed out her cheeks, not answering, but her meaning was clear. Cao Chuan chuckled and shook his head. He picked up a teacup, poured a cup of tea, and pointed. Drink this tea. Lin Qian-su did not ask what kind of tea it was. She was annoyed, and it seemed she had forgotten what her sister had told her before coming. She was supposed to be respectful. Why should she be respectful? If he looked down on her, why should she eagerly try to please him? Lin Qian-su was annoyed. She picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. She only did this because her sister, Lin Minja, was by her side. Otherwise, she would never drink tea given by a stranger. Cao Chuan waited for her to put down the teacup, then waved his hand. All right, you can go back now. Lin Qian-su's expression stiffened. Lin Minja urgently said, Master. A hint of frustration was present in her voice. Cao Chuan replied, Go back and retest your mental energy. We will talk after the results come out in 2 days. Lin Minja suddenly understood. This cup of tea must not be simple. She knew that Master had many good teas. She herself had grown a lot recently, easily mastering all sorts of combat moves. Lin Qian-su, however, did not understand. I just finished testing, Lin Qian-su pouted. Her sister, Lin Minja, pulled her arm. Since Master said so, then listen to Master. Let us go. It was not until she had pulled her sister out of the courtyard that Lin Minja snorted. Why are you giving Master an attitude? Is this a bad habit I have indulged in you? It is he who looks down on me. Lin Qian-su pouted. And he is your master, not mine. Besides, with a mental energy score of 101, even if it is not genius level, it is at least a bit of strength. What does he mean by normal? Lin Minja said in a deep voice, if Master says you are normal, then you are normal. Sister, you. Lin Qian-su was furious. She was usually submissive, but when it came to the issue of abilities, she was confident. Think about it. In just over 2 months, she had broken through the 100 mark from an initial test score of 50. And this was achieved with her inconsistent training, often slacking off. If this was not innate talent, what was it? By the time she was 20, it would definitely be several hundred. This was genius level. She felt that this so-called master was deliberately showing off. Come on, let us go test again, Lin Menja said. I do not want to. Lin Menja's eyes glowed with a dangerous light. You can try. Lin Qian-su quickly caved in, muttering softly. Got a master, forgot your sister. In the end, she went with her sister to a professional agency, and had her mental energy retested, focusing on a brain scan. It took over 2 hours, and she slept through it. This test was conducted in a dream state, where a machine comprehensively created, controlled, and researched the dream, ultimately yielding her mental energy score. This could not be faked manually. Afterward, they paid 100,000 yuan and left. The results would be available in 2 days. Although they could pay several 100,000 more to get the results in 1 day, 2 days was the most accurate. Results in 1 day were fast, but had a fluctuation of about 20%. Meaning, if the 1 day result was 100, it could be 80 or 120. but the 2-day results were very precise, with a fluctuation of no more than 2%. 2 days passed in a flash. Lin Menja brought her sister to the testing agency to collect her test report. She opened the craft paper bag and pulled out the test data inside. She turned to the last page. All sorts of values were listed, but at the end was a unified score. Mental energy, 699. It was just before reaching the Tao of mental energy. One more step and she would enter the Tao stage, which was the baseline for scores over 1,700 to 1,001. Lin Menja's hand trembled. Lin Qiansu was also dumbfounded. It must be wrong, right? 699. Is this mine? Lin Qiansu was overjoyed when she broke 100, but now, in just 2 days, she had reached the 700 mark. She did not feel happy at all. Instead, she was completely stunned. Lin Menja knew that her sister was about to make it big. This score would definitely be reported by the testing agency to higher-level institutions, and then people from the capital would come to recruit Lin Qiansu for the 18 Bureau headquarters. Lin Menja's mental energy score was not low either, growing rapidly. A few months ago, before she had even awakened her ability, she had tested it once, and it was only a little over 100. After a few months, she suddenly awakened her ability, and if she tested again, it would be over 1,000. This was the anointing of luck. She thought she was destined, but there was one difference. Her growth only surged after she awakened her ability. But her sister did not even have an ability, and her mental energy was already like this. What level would it soar to after she awakened her ability? It was unimaginable. This is that cup of tea. Lin Qiansu had also felt obvious changes these past 2 days, feeling full of vitality and spirit, but she had not expected such a huge change. And she seemed to have become smarter, an instant enlightenment. So she immediately thought of that cup of tea. Lin Menja rolled her eyes at her. Otherwise, what did you think? Master said you were normal, and you were still unconvinced. A score of 101. Is that not just normal? Do you still think a score of 101 is a lot now? Lin Qiansu lowered her head, feeling very ashamed. Lin Menja snorted. Master has many good teas. Any one of them can make your mental energy skyrocket. There is also a special ability activation liquid. Sister Lei Ting's ability was activated with Master's help. Sister, Lin Qiansu's small face was conflicted. He will not take me in, will he? Now you know to be afraid, Lin Menja chuckled. Sister, who exactly is this master? I initially thought he was an old man with a white beard, but I did not expect him to be so young. You will know in the future. Let us go. Where to? To apologize to Master, of course. I am telling you, Lin Qiansu, if Master kicks you out later, do not blame me for hitting you when we get home. Cao Chuan was on the phone. Cao, time is up. Have you thought about it? Lin Han said coldly. Cao Chuan's tone was low. You want Lucy Han, right? Nonsense. Nonsense, your mother. Talk to me properly. You are begging me now. Cao Chuan cursed directly. I am begging you, Lin Han laughed in anger. Otherwise, do you dare to kill the hostage? If not, shut up. Lin Han really did not dare. Lucy Han was about to return to his side, so it was not good to complicate things at this moment. After Lucy Han returned, Lin Han swore he would kill Chen Fan. If he could catch Chen Fan once, he could catch him a second time. After that, catching him would not be kidnapping, but directly killing him. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Chuan spoke. You can have Lucy Han. I will hand her over to you, and then our grievances will be settled. If you touch my people again, I will make your death spectacular. Lin Han curled his lips in a disdainful smile. On the surface, Lin Han said, do not worry, I keep my word. As long as you hand Lucy Han over to me safe and sound, I will disappear from Zonghai from now on. Very good, you are quite perceptive. Lin Han gritted his teeth, truly wishing he could slap this man. Who exactly is the kidnapper between us? This is truly infuriating. Cao Chuan did not know his thoughts, but he knew he must be furious. This guy had no magnanimity from the beginning to now, and he was very short-tempered, very easy to manipulate. Cao Chuan said, where do we exchange the hostage? I will give you the time and address. Lin Han hung up the phone directly. He was probably going to prepare. After all, negotiations were not dangerous, at most just mutual cursing. But the hostage exchange was the most troublesome part, where the so-called chain of suspicion would appear. Mutual suspicion, mutual vigilance, mutual distrust, and even direct mutual attack. This was unavoidable. But Cao Chuan was a man of his word. Since he was going to exchange the hostage, he would definitely rescue Chen Fan. So after hanging up the phone, a woman quickly appeared in the room. Master, from today on, you will be called Lucy Han. You have all the relevant information and memories. How you perform is up to you. Yes, this new Lucy Han nodded. Her appearance was identical, but her temperament was slightly inferior, as she was not the real young girl, and she was slightly older than the real one. This was Cao Chuan's expectation for Si Han, so he unconsciously made her older. As long as this Lucy Han returned to Lin Han's side, Cao Chuan would be able to know all of Lin Han's movements clearly and accurately. At the same time, he had planted a ticking time bomb next to Lin Han. A literal ticking time bomb. This girl would explode, and the bomb was the latest type, a 6th-generation explosive. Previously, the second child of destiny, Ya Chen, had his master Yan Sen vaporized on Kaing Island by the 4th-generation explosive, and its power was already incredibly formidable. The 5th-generation all-nitrogen explosive was still under development. Now, Old Cao was using the 6th generation purchased from the system. It was comparable to a nuclear explosion, but it did not harm the environment. It was a single-soldier nuclear explosion, controllable within an extremely small range. The smaller the range of the explosion, the exponentially stronger its power became. This was Cao Chuan's final trump card. Whenever Lin Han became disobedient, he would be sent on his way directly. At this moment, the only thing to note was that Lin Han was also a child of destiny. Although Cao Chuan had the rule-based skill, or obscuring, which could neutralize the child of destiny's malice towards Old Cao, in front of Lin Han, there was already enmity. Moreover, a child of destiny's intuition was very strong, so he was afraid this man would not fall for it. If it were not for this reason, Old Cao would have already placed some bombs around his residence. Now, he could only trick him one more time, through this Lin Han persona. If he could truly discover or sense it, then he would send him off early, finish him off in one go, and not give him another chance. Therefore, to counteract Lin Han's child of destiny intuition for sensing danger, Old Cao made this Lin Han not eagerly acknowledge him as her father, but instead show emotions of not wanting to leave Cao Chuan, even hostility towards Lin Han. This was also reasonable. In Lin Han's storyline, she did not even recognize the real Lin Han, because Lin Han abandoned his wife and child, so her hatred was justified. Not to mention that this Lin Han in front of her was a resurrected spirit possessing another body. Her having this resistance would actually make Lin Han less vigilant. If this Lin Han had obediently acknowledged Lin Han upon meeting him, that would be problematic. After hanging up the phone, the Lin Minja sisters visited again. Chapter 427. This time, it was not bad. However, it was just not bad. Your aptitude is barely passable. Cao Chuan looked at Lin Qian-su's report again, his expression unreadable. Lin Qian-su did not dare to refute him this time. She did not even dare to feel unconvinced. She actually began to feel that she really was not good enough, and needed her master to help her grow and become stronger. Do not get the wrong idea. Although Lin Qian-su was not very old, she was under immense pressure. Ever since the Lin family transformed from a wealthy merchant family into the current awakened family, there were several relatively strong awakened individuals in their circle, including her older sister, Lin Minja. Lin Qian-su was not someone who liked to compare herself to others, but within such a family, she unconsciously raised her expectations for herself. Although Lin Qian-su's mental energy had already surpassed that of ordinary people by several times, it was far from enough. That only meant there was a chance of awakening an ability, not a 100% guarantee. But now it was different. Her master casually gave her a cup of tea, and it pushed her stats to their peak. Even if she could not awaken her ability on her own, it was estimated that the national authorities would still court her. Then, resources would be allocated to help her activate her ability. For her, and for the entire Lin family, it was all beneficial with no harm. All because of a single cup of tea. Without waiting for the sisters to say anything, Cao Chuan simply waved his hand. All right, you two can go back. Lin Minja's heart tightened. It was over. Lin Qian-su also bit her lower lip, feeling wronged instantly. Master. Lin Minja no longer cared that her sister was beside her. She stepped forward to pour Old Cao a cup of tea. Then, she squatted beside him and began to massage his legs. She knew Old Cao's preferences well. He seemed young, but he was very particular about his health. He drank tea and sunbathed every day. Someone who did not know him might even think he was a retired official. He enjoyed it when she occasionally massaged his shoulders, pounded his back, and loosened his muscles. Do not look at how domineering she usually was at home, where her sister could not defy her. But when it came to her sister's future, she was like an older sister who was a mother, willing to lower her status infinitely. Motherly love knows no bounds. Lin Qian-su did not know Old Cao's temper, but seeing her sister's fawning expression, her heart softened a little. It was all her fault. It was her fault for being unconvinced and talking back a few days ago. Xiao Shui, you go wait outside first. Lin Minja said. Lin Qian-su left with her head down, losing her spirit instantly. Only after Lin Qian-su left did Lin Minja fully relax. Master, my sister lacks social experience and has been spoiled since childhood. Please do not be angry with her. Getting angry and harming your health is not worth it. In fact, Lin Qian-su would not lack opportunities in the future. The cup of tea Old Cao gave her alone was enough for Lin Qian-su to thrive in any other department. However, Lin Minja also knew Cao Chuan's status. If she truly displeased Cao Chuan, perhaps a single word could cut off Lin Qian-su's future, or even the Lin family's future. This was incomparable. Cao Chuan looked at the person squatting by his leg, smiling and shaking his head. Then he raised a hand to pinch her small face. She and Ningyu were a little alike, especially their skin, which was very, very white. Cao Chuan said, for your sake, I will not truly be angry with her. But as the old saying goes, a young tree needs pruning to grow straight, and a person needs discipline to be refined. I promised you before that I would take her as a disciple, but you must understand the difference. Her discipleship is not the same as yours. I can be very gentle with you and Lei Ting. Firstly, you both have your own set of behavioral guidelines in society, and do not require much education from me. Secondly, if you two do not listen, I can just beat you later to vent my energy. Lin Minja lightly chided, Master. Old Cao loved her gentle chiding, a kind of delicate charm that no other woman possessed. Cao Chuan smiled and shook his head. But Lin Qiansu is different. Her character must be set straight. She is at a rebellious age, coupled with your good family background. And she is the youngest daughter in the family, always pampered by someone. But you also know the outside world. If she is so stubborn and fearless out there, then it will not be our own family members disciplining her. Although my status can help her a lot, even make many people treat her respectfully, I also have enemies. For example, Chen Fan's matter has not been resolved yet. Chen Fan is a male, and he was kidnapped. He is fine as long as he does not die. But once a girl is kidnapped, I do not need to say what the consequences are, do I? So, being my disciple, being by my side, has both advantages and disadvantages. I cannot protect her for a lifetime. She must become strong and grow up on her own. Cao Chuan said a lot. It was reasonable and substantial. Lin Menjia understood Cao Chuan's painstaking efforts. I understand, master. If you understand, that is good. Starting this weekend, let her come to me by herself. You are not allowed to accompany her, and you are not allowed to let her feel protected. You do not need to come at other times. After all, the college entrance exam is coming soon, and attending an awakened university is very important. Thank you, master. Lin Menjia also felt a bit apologetic. These 2 times, she had brought her sister, and every time something happened, she was the one who actively helped resolve the situation. Cao Chuan had not spoken harsh words out of consideration for her face, which indeed made Lin Qiansu feel emboldened. If she kept accompanying Lin Qiansu, she would not be able to resist intervening many times. It was only when out of sight that old Cao could educate her. Lin Menjia only brushed her teeth and left after about half an hour. Lin Qiansu, outside the door, had been waiting in the car, not impatient, but feeling very uncomfortable and distressed. It was not that she absolutely had to acknowledge Cao Chuan as her master. After all, they were not familiar yet. But Lin Qiansu had always looked up to her sister as a role model. If she was rejected this time, and it was because of her own arrogance, she truly felt she had done something wrong. She did not even dare to face her sister. Just as she was conflicted, her sister came out, and a spark of life returned to Lin Qiansu's eyes. Sis. Later, Lin Menjia raised a hand to push back a strand of hair that had fallen on her forehead, then got into the driver's seat. As Lin Menjia drove, she casually popped a piece of gum into her mouth. Ever since becoming a disciple, she always kept some gum in her car. Although she always brushed her teeth, she was still worried about someone smelling it. After all, she had just experienced these things, and she was still nervous, constantly looking over her shoulder, afraid of this and that. After a while, Lin Menjia spoke. Starting this weekend, you come to master by yourself. You will stay here for 2 days, and whatever master says, goes. Today was Tuesday, meaning it would start in a few days. Ah, Lin Qiansu suddenly turned her head, pulling her gaze back from the car window. Sis, Lin Menjia said. Master said that you are close to the college entrance exam, so you only need to come on weekends from now on. The rest of the time, focus on your studies. Attending an awakened university is very important. When summer vacation comes, he will activate your ability, and then you can go to Beijing for school, and also take up a position at the 18 Bureau headquarters, studying and interning at the same time. At this point, Lin Menjia was a little envious. I estimate you will become my superior, your sisters, even before you graduate from university. Really? Lin Qiansu's face instantly lit up with joy. The young girl's emotions were clearly visible. Lin Qiansu straightened up from the back seat, leaning on the front seat's headrest, looking at her sister. Sis, so I can become his disciple, right? Lin Menjia answered evasively. Let me tell you, Lin Qiansu, be obedient. If master kicks you out again, even your sister will not be able to help you. I promise to be obedient. Lin Qiansu giggled. You had better do as you say. Otherwise, do not blame me for punishing you when we get home. And if mom and dad find out master rejected you, they will probably really punish you. Lin Menjia's words were not nonsense. Although Cao Chuan did not socialize, his status and position were evident. Anyone with a little understanding would try to curry favor with him. Her parents did not know about this matter yet. If they did, no matter how much the family pampered Lin Qiansu, she would definitely get a beating. In a blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. It was early Friday morning. Cao Chuan was personally driving the car. It had been a long time since he personally drove, and for a moment, he was reminded of his days as a leader's driver. However, back then, he was not driving a luxury car. Even if a leader had a luxury car, they would drive it secretly. Usually, an Audi A6 was the most they would use. This was considered good. Some leaders, no matter how much money they earned, ended up not spending a single cent. Eating a bowl of noodles was considered a feast, which was truly tragic. Old Cao was driving, and the woman playing the part of Lin Han was in the back seat. It was close to 2 in the morning when the two arrived at a small private dock on the southeast side of Zhonghai. This was the exchange location Lin Han had agreed upon. Old Cao could understand choosing this location, as the dock was open enough, making it clear if anyone was ambushing them. But the time was set for 2 in the morning in the dead of night. Anyone who did not know might think they were smuggling. This guy was truly a dog. On the muddy road outside the dock, it was as if they were cursed. Whenever it was not a legitimate transaction, they always encountered some rain. A light drizzle, commonly known as a fine rain, was falling. Fine rain wets clothes most easily because it is denser. When Cao Chuan parked, the car lights shone on the 2 figures in the distance. The unconscious Chen Fan was already soaked. That son of a bitch did not even give Chen Fan an umbrella. He just had Chen Fan sitting in a wheelchair, and seemingly afraid he would fall out while unconscious, he had him tied up. He was truly inhumane. Beside him was Lin Han, who was wearing a cool hoodie, a mask, and even gloves, not a single piece of skin exposed. He was extremely cautious. When old Cao got out of the car, the woman playing the part of Lu Han actively handed him an umbrella. Cao Chuan put his arm around her shoulder and walked to the front of the car. He distinctly felt a strong killing intent. The two cars were less than 20 meters apart. Lin Han's side had an unmarked van. Let her go. A sharp reprimand came from Lin Han. Lin Han looked at Cao Chuan and the woman with their arms around each other. Instantly, he was reminded of how it was 2 years ago at the school gate. At this moment, the woman had grown into a graceful young woman, appearing to be around 1.75 meters tall, and her appearance had changed somewhat, but one could still see her childhood features. Chapter 428. Let her go? Cao Chuan sneered. You, a rat hiding in the shadows, have a lot of demands. Didn't I tell you not to harm Chen Fan in the slightest? Yet here you are, treating him like this. I cannot even tell if he is dead or alive, and you want to make a deal with me. Lin Han had sensors around him. He would receive a signal if anyone approached. At this moment, there was no movement, indicating that Cao Chuan had indeed come alone. A surge of murderous intent flooded Lin Han. While letting Cao Chuan's children die out would certainly satisfy his anger, he would not mind killing Cao Chuan himself if he had the chance. Crippling him would also suffice, provided he stayed alive. He could capture and torture him, forcing him to confess about his other children. Even if there were no others, he could make him wish he were dead. Lin Han's thoughts churned. Cao, I admire your courage. You really dared to come alone? Since you are here, stay here. Lin Han moved like the wind. He rushed forward, covering the 20-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. Cao Chuan raised a gun. It was a custom model, different from those on the market, with higher power and faster muzzle velocity, specifically designed for experts. Cao Chuan's firing speed was blistering, and the bullets arched toward the charging Lin Han in a triangular formation. Beyond 7 steps, the gun was fast. Within 7 steps, it was both accurate and fast. It all depended on whose hand the gun was in. Lin Han was a seasoned veteran. He had dodged bullets before. The moment he saw Cao Chuan raise the weapon, he began to sway, dodging left and right. He took 3 bullets in the process. None of them hit vital spots, partially due to the protection of his void god Dharma idol, which weakened the shots, and partially due to a stroke of fate. Lin Han charged fiercely but retreated just as quickly. In less than 2 seconds, he had backed away, a dagger appearing in his hand and pressing against Chen Fan's neck. He shouted, "Do not come any closer. Be careful, or I will kill him." Cao Chuan looked at the menacing figure opposite him, his expression darkening. Is the man sick in the head, or was his villainous halo too strong, rendering him unintelligent? He looked rather foolish. Cao Chuan chuckled. Hey, if you are sick in the head, go get it treated. You were the one who suggested a trade, you chose this place, and you were the one who made the first move. Now you are telling me not to move. Do you have some kind of serious illness? Lin Han's face flushed under his mask. He had not expected Cao Chuan to react so quickly, or for his marksmanship to be so swift and accurate. He had felt the genuine threat of death. His speed, combined with the Dharma idol blocking the initial wave of attacks, had saved him, but a bullet had hit his left shoulder, leaving half of his body swollen, sore, and numb. He dared not think of anything else. He had to retreat and use Chen Fan as a hostage, or he would lose his chance to save Lu Han tonight and likely fall into Cao Chuan's hands. Lu Han let out a laugh, clearly mocking him. This made Lin Han even more furious. He wanted to slice the unconscious Chen Fan in the wheelchair. Shut up, Lin Han rebuked hoarsely. Cao Chuan snorted. You are dishonest, so I will give you 2 choices. Either the transaction is cancelled today, and I set the time and place next time, or you drive back 200 meters, and I will get Chen Fan into the car first. Impossible. Lin Han endured the gunshot wound. His blade pressed into Chen Fan's neck, drawing a thin line of red. Do not be impulsive, Cao Chuan said urgently. If anything happens to Chen Fan, the consequences are not something you can bear. Lin Han seemed to regain some composure. Just now, I was merely testing to see if you had any ambushes. Now, for the official exchange, we release everyone together. Si Han, come over here. I will not. Lu Han said urgently, clutching Cao Chuan's sleeve, her face full of reluctance. This acting even left Cao Chuan dazed for a moment. He smiled slightly, patted her hand reassuringly, and looked at Lin Han. See, it is not that I will not let her go, it is that she will not let me go. I have watched Si Han grow up. How could she leave with someone like you, who hides in the shadows? Lin Han was furious. A sense of betrayal arose, and he felt as if Lu Han had been defiled. He did not want to acknowledge this daughter, but she was young and had clearly been deceived by this hypocritical Cao Chuan. He remembered that she had grown up with her grandmother, enduring hardship, and he had failed his duties as a father. Guilt washed over him, softening his heart. Si Han, I am your father's best friend. I have the same name as him, and he helped me a lot when he was alive. He was framed and imprisoned. I visited him for the last time, but not long after, he was murdered in prison. It is this person beside you who caused your father to be imprisoned, and paid to have him killed. Cao Chuan rolled his eyes. We do not acknowledge that last point. It had nothing to do with him, but he was being splashed with dirty water regardless. If this were the real Lu Han, she would have accused Lin Han of lying, but the current Lu Han played along. Her eyes flickered with feigned suspicion, and she glanced at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan shook his head. Han, do not listen to his nonsense. Even if he hides his head, it does not mean he was your father's best friend. Back then, Lin Han committed crimes. He would have been executed even without prison. I had no logical reason to hire a killer. He is just slandering me. In terms of logic, Cao Chuan crushed him. Lin Han could not refute it. Cao, do you really want to see Chen Fan die here? Lin Han roared. Look, the kid is getting angry out of shame. Cao Chuan laughed. Dad. Lu Han cried out to Cao Chuan. I have been lucky to be by your side for so many years. I cannot let brother Chen Fan get hurt because of me. I will go with him. Han. Cao Chuan looked touched. Watching this display of fatherly love, Lin Han gripped his knife tightly. All of this should have been his. Blood appeared on Chen Fan's neck. I will go with you. Just let brother Chen Fan go, Lu Han said resolutely, her face cold and sorrowful. Lin Han felt like a villain. It was as if he were using an illegitimate child to force a father to sell his daughter. The feeling was unbearable, but the arrow was on the string. He could not let Lu Han return with Cao Chuan, and his wound was bleeding profusely. Han. Dad. My Han. Daddy. Lin Han watched them act out their drama, his eyes splitting with rage. Quickly, let her come over. Finally, Lu Han walked toward Lin Han, taking 3 steps back for every step forward. The 20-meter distance felt like a lifetime. She arrived in front of him. Before Lin Han could speak, she said coldly, I will push brother Chen Fan over. No, you cannot come over, Lin Han said. He feared that if Chen Fan were pushed over, Lu Han would not return. Then you can shoot me dead. If you do not let brother Chen Fan go, I will not go with you. Lin Han wanted to slap her. She was siding with an outsider. He was her biological father. Cao Chuan, by contrast, looked like an audience member, lighting a cigarette and leaning against the car hood. Lin Han felt a terrible premonition, a sense of danger as if something was watching him, ready to tear him apart. He could not locate the threat, but the most dangerous person was Cao Chuan. Do not worry, I will let him go. Lin Han gritted his teeth. He had wanted to approach Lu Han as a benevolent father, but her heart was set on Cao Chuan. He chose to be the villain. Lu Han, I am not discussing with you now. Obediently get in the minivan, or I will kill Chen Fan directly. Lu Han was startled, then sneered. I knew you were not that man's friend at all. Stop slandering my father. I only have one father, and that is Cao Chuan. My name is Lu. As for the Lin Han you mentioned, he has nothing to do with me. Lin Han felt his heart die. He felt desperate. He wanted to kill Chen Fan and Lu Han, then commit suicide, just to cause Cao Chuan's spiritual harm. But the thought flashed and faded. Get in the car. Lu Han checked that Chen Fan was breathing, looked deeply at Cao Chuan, nodded, and climbed into the minivan. Lin Han's hand was trembling. Be careful, Cao Chuan said. Do not let Chen Fan get hurt, or you will not be leaving tonight. Cao, we are not done. It is to the death. So stupid, Cao Chuan thought. Even at a disadvantage, he insisted on platitudes. Cao Chuan forced a smile. After I drive away, you come and take him. If you act rashly, he will not survive a single throwing knife from me. Please do. Chapter 429. Actually, Lin Han had changed. Perhaps there was a slight issue with his bloodline. The former Lin Han truly wanted to acknowledge Lu Han. Even when he was a mercenary overseas, he would pay attention to domestic affairs and Lu Han's growth. He had not shortchanged his daughter financially for her education. He was once the great benevolent uncle. Lu Han lacked paternal love back then. There was a deep bond between them, but that was all in the past. The current Lin Han was different. He did not even have a body, much less a blood relationship. He only had a fragmented soul. This was a common problem for those who undergo the possession of a child of destiny. Having died once, his need for many emotions was fractured. If pushed to a certain point, they would become abnormal. To give the most direct analogy, if it were the Lin Han from 2 years ago, even if Lu Han's words and actions occasionally made him feel disheartened, he would only blame himself for the initial debt. He would not hate Lu Han, even if his heart was hurt. He would try to compensate her even more. He would silently protect her. That was genuine paternal love. But 2 years later, the current Lin Han would become impatient if Lu Han was rebellious. If something disheartening happened, he would even want to hit her. This was the difference between a biological father and a stepfather. Bloodline and emotions had completely changed. Lin Han did not hesitate for a moment. He retreated into the minivan and got into the driver's seat. The dagger in his hand remained firm, always on guard against Cao Chuan. Fortunately, Cao Chuan did not make a move. As he started the car, Cao Chuan smiled and waved, bidding him a friendly farewell. Lin Han responded by extending his hand and giving a middle finger. Then the minivan reversed wildly and sped away in the blink of an eye. Cao Chuan cursed with a laugh. That guy has no manners at all, giving me the middle finger. I will break your fingers later. Lin Han left. The rain also stopped. Cao Chuan stepped forward, looking at the pitiful Chen Fan, shaking his head. He already had a plan in mind. Chen Fan did not have to die anymore. This child, having survived a great calamity, would surely have future blessings. His golden finger could not be snatched. Killing him would yield at most 100 million in luck, which old Cao did not lack now. But if he were nurtured, he would become a super enforcer. Chen Fan would definitely not be inferior to Lin Han in the future, and he would be obedient. Therefore, Lin Han no longer had a reason to exist. He was a bit uncontrollable. A little fun was enough, and it also put an end to the lingering thought of his first love. He could not be kept around for too long. After a while, Cao Chuan circulated his energy to expel the drugs from Chen Fan's body. He quickly woke up, dazed. "Uncle," he said. He opened his eyes to see Cao Chuan's concerned face. In a moment, he understood his predicament. Chen Fan's expression was grim. "All right, go bandage your wounds later. Consider this a lesson learned. Be extra careful when you are out. I have told you this world is not that safe, and you still dared to go to another city for a mission. Are you really that desperate for a few points? If you are short on points, tell me. I will transfer tens of thousands to you in Feng City to spend. Your current mission is to study hard for college, not to do any missions. If something happened to you, what would your mother do? What about your father? You are their only son. It would be tragic for them to see their child die before them." He casually manipulated him, making Chen Fan feel deeply ashamed. Untying the ropes, Cao Chuan patted his head. "Can you still walk on your own? Do you need me to give you a princess carry?" "No, no need." Chen Fan's face flushed. He shakily stood up. After several days of continuous unconsciousness, his body's energy could not keep up, and the effects of the drug had not completely dissipated. Fortunately, this kid was a child of destiny, and his halo had only lost 25%. He returned to normal not long after. However, to fully recover his peak combat strength, he would need at least a few days of rest. Meanwhile, Lin Han, driving away, was still unsettled. He had been worried that Cao Chuan would suddenly attack, and that there might be an ambush. He did not dare to be distracted for a moment. The car was very fast. After driving out of the dock area, the surroundings remained calm. Cao Chuan really had not sent anyone to ambush him, but Lin Han's expression was still grim. "Something is not right," he muttered to himself. "Why do I feel danger getting closer?" Lin Han's intuition was accurate. Even though Cao Chuan had not set an ambush, the sense of crisis grew stronger. It made his heart pound. He did not even have time to comfort Lu Han. The car drove a few more kilometers, completely out of the danger zone, but the sense of danger lingered. Lin Han was not a fool. He soon realized that this sense of crisis seemed to be coming from Lu Han. He glanced in the rearview mirror. Lu Han in the back of the minivan had her head down, looking sullen, clearly upset. Lin Han understood. Although the person had been rescued, her heart was still with Cao Chuan. "She hates me? Does she even wish she could kill me?" Lin Han thought of this, and his expression became extremely grim. Lin Han remembered that rumor had it Lu Han also possessed powers, and very strong ones at that. So, the threats he was feeling should be Lu Han's murderous intent towards him. This explanation made sense. If he was not careful, he might be harmed by Lu Han. "Damn it," Lin Han laughed in anger. "Lu Han, I am saving you, and you actually want to kill me." Lu Han looked up, expressionless. "I do not need you to save me. I just want to stay with my father. My father is Cao Chuan." Although this Lu Han was a simulacrum, she had received some personality information about Lu Han, as well as information about her life and work style during these 2 years with old Cao. So, although she was just a simulacrum, her smart brain could deduce Lu Han's true thoughts. Her actions at this moment were more like reality. Lin Han was furious. He immediately pulled the car over to the side of the road and roared back. "Lu Han, wake up. I am your father, your father's good friend, and Cao Chuan is the murderer who killed your biological father. His hypocrisy has deceived the whole world. Don't be so foolish." Lin Han roared loudly, filled with the anger of disappointment, the anger of a cold and dead heart, and even the anger that she did not know what was good for her. Lin Han was anxious. He still had not taken off his mask, because he suspected that his appearance would be betrayed to Cao Chuan by Lu Han. Although she was currently in his hands, he could not keep an eye on her at all times. If she knew what he looked like, she might sell him out without hesitation. The mere thought made Lin Han feel terrible. This was not rescuing a daughter. This was rescuing an enemy. Lin Han could not do anything to her. Could he really keep her unconscious like he did with Chen Fan? Lin Han was heartbroken, but he would not do that. Yet he could not think of a better solution. Of course, Lin Han never doubted that this Lu Han was fake, because she was almost identical to her childhood self, just a bit older. It was impossible for someone to impersonate her. Coupled with not having seen her for several years, he simply did not understand many details. He arrived at his safe house. He rummaged through the medicine box to treat himself. The wounds were treated in about 10 minutes. The physical quality of a child of destiny was very good. Aside from his lips being a bit pale, it felt like he was on his period. He would probably be bouncing around after a good night's sleep. Lin Han pointed to the second bedroom. "You will stay in there, Lu Han. From today onwards, you will cut off all electronic devices, and are not allowed to leave this room." "Why?" Lu Han frowned coldly. "Why? You ask why? Because I can kill Chen Fan. If you dare to leave, dare to go back to that cow guy, next time I will not be kidnapping, but directly killing Chen Fan." Lu Han was furious but helpless. Lin Han had thought a lot along the way, and in the end, he could only reluctantly use this method, threatening Lu Han with Cao Chuan. Just thinking about it made him feel stifled. Lu Han said no more, turned angrily, and returned to the second bedroom. Lin Han completely relaxed, sat on the sofa, and lit a cigarette. He leaned back, looking up at the ceiling. The sense of crisis persisted, coming from Lu Han. She could counter-kill her biological father at any time. However, after resting, Lin Han's heart eased. He suddenly regained a bit of confidence. As long as he was good to her and used paternal love to influence her, she would eventually accept him as her biological father. After all, he was her biological father. Would she dare to commit patricide? It would be dawn soon. Lin Han decided to go out later and buy some daily necessities for girls. For the time being, he would let Cao Chuan go. He wanted to focus more energy on Lu Han. He hoped to appeal to her emotions and reason with her. After she was influenced, he would find time to deal with Cao Chuan. The monk might run away, but the temple would not. Chapter 430. Kill him. No, there is no rush. Lin Han is still useful. It has nothing to do with whether she is his first love, but rather, he needs to be a whetstone to help Chen Fan grow. Since Chen Fan has been chosen to be his proxy, he needs to grow quickly, become independent, and start to be ruthless. This time, Chen Fan suffered a great loss, which must have left an irreparable psychological trauma. Furthermore, 25% of his protagonist aura was lost to Lin Minja. Even if his heart was that of a saint before, it will gradually become fierce. Once his protagonist aura disappears, or at least half of it vanishes, but his strength remains sufficient, he will become a qualified proxy with Old Cao's help. He can help Cao Chuan deal with any other children of destiny. Because Chen Fan is more like an immortal cultivator. Using heavenly lightning seems like a superpower, but in reality, it is quite potent. When the immortal cultivator children of destiny arrive in the future, Chen Fan can teach them a lesson, making them suffer heavenly punishments all day long. Just thinking about it is exciting. By that time, Cao Chuan can legitimately retire successfully and go to his back garden to enjoy his old age. That time is probably coming soon. Chen Fan's growth rate is fast. Once he completely defeats Lin Han, he will probably have fully grown up. So, Lin Han cannot be killed now. He must be saved for Chen Fan. As for the super bomb inside Lu Han's body, it is just a backdoor, kept for a rainy day. Moreover, with Loli monitoring in real time, if any accident occurs, Cao Chuan would not mind letting Lin Han go offline early. Everything is under control. The advantage is mine. The dawn arrived in a blink of an eye. Chen Fan had been sent to another safe house to rest for the weekend. Next week, he would continue to attend classes. No one knew what he had experienced these past few days, except for Lin Minja. On Cao Chuan's side, Lin Qiansu arrived early in the morning, bringing gifts to formally become his disciple. The gifts were likely prepared by Lin Minja for her. Master. The little girl was shy. It was normal. She was usually led by Lin Minja, always feeling like someone was supporting her. But today, she came alone and was anxious all the way. She hesitated for a long time at the door before ringing the doorbell. As a study committee member at school, she was quite confident, but that confidence was only directed at her classmates. She was currently imitating her older sister's demeanor. Her own personality was actually submissive and very weak. However, her delicate appearance contrasted with her personality. She had a standard oval face shape. It was the type of face that belonged to someone cunning. Lin Qiansu had this delicate appearance. She looked young and tender, but no one who saw her would think she was a submissive little darling. Instead, they would think she was the kind of class cotter who was very cunning. Her facial features showed she was not to be trifled with. Even in dramas, such a face shape easily fits the role of a villainess, looking bad at first glance. Are you very afraid of me? Cao Chuan lit a cigarette. No, not at all. Are you taking me for a fool? If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not. You are trying to deceive me the moment we meet. Do you still want to be my disciple? Cao Chuan's face darkened. This scared the girl badly. She quickly waved her hands, apologizing profusely. Cao Chuan pointed to his cigarette butt. Do you not have any discernment? Lin Qiansu obediently stepped forward, her fingers trembling slightly, forcefully controlling her fear to light a cigarette for Cao Chuan. Then, like a bullied little quail, she huddled to the side. Old Cao was speechless. She was quite arrogant before, probably relying on her sister being there, thinking that Cao Chuan was not scary. Could he be scarier than her sister? But then she realized that even her sister was afraid of Cao Chuan, and even acted coquettishly towards Old Cao, massaging his legs. This action seemed very out of place for Lin Minja. One must know that at home, facing some elders in the family, Lin Minja would never act coquettishly. So, if even the sister, who was the most formidable in Lin Qiansu's heart, was afraid of Cao Chuan, what right did she have not to be afraid? Her submissive nature emerged. She would do whatever she was told. Instead, it made it harder for Cao Chuan to bully her. You are so obedient, how can I bring myself to bully you? Alas, after all, our old Cao is also a kind-hearted man who cherishes women. He has never killed a woman nor let one down. Women are like flowers, especially women like Lin Qiansu, who are a type of delicate flower. Bullying them can be quite exciting. Look at her now. She clearly does not like the smell of smoke, yet she still helps light the cigarette, and does not dare to refute a single word. Cao Chuan asked, for your sister's sake, I will give you one last chance to choose. If you are really afraid of me, I can understand, and I will not force you to learn anything from me. And with your sister by my side, I will more or less take care of you in the future. So, whether to become my disciple or not, you still have the chance to choose for yourself. Otherwise, once you kowtow and the discipleship ceremony is complete, you will not even have the chance to regret it. I am not a very gentle master. At best, I will scold. At worst, I will hit. Do not blame me for not telling you in advance. Lin Qiansu was startled. and a hint of retreat appeared in her heart. Who could endure being both beaten and scolded? At home, although her sister was fierce, she had never actually hit her. The elders in the family doted on her even more. After all, she was a little princess. But she was also a destined heroine, with a stubborn gene. The more she was provoked, the more she would not give up, even if it meant retreating to advance. Moreover, she did not dare to give up. Her sister had told her a lot before she came. This not only concerned Lin Qiansu's future, but also Lin Menjia's, and the entire Lin family's ability to truly transform and stabilize. With someone like Cao Chuan behind them, the Lin family was practically tied to a golden thigh. Not to mention, Cao Chuan also had favor for her, instantly boosting her mental energy to that level. It was only a moment of shrinking back and hesitation. Lin Qiansu made her decision. I am willing to become your disciple. Have you thought it through? I have thought it through. No changes. No changes. After making her decision, a sense of determination appeared in Lin Qiansu's eyes. She was no longer so timid. Good, since you are not afraid, I will reluctantly accept you. Offer tea. The discipleship ceremony will be simple. Lin Qiansu got up. The two sisters' kneeling postures were almost identical. With a plop, she picked up the teacup and handed it to Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan handed her the cigarette, and she quickly took it. This time, Cao Chuan did not hesitate anymore. He took a sip directly, and then returned the cigarette with the teacup. Get up. Lin Qiansu stood up. She was wearing a student skirt that reached her knees. She was not wearing any stockings underneath, just bare legs. This kneeling lasted only 10-odd seconds, and after she stood up, her knees were already red. Her skin was truly delicate. She wondered if she would be able to endure the medicinal bath later. That stuff was really painful. Lin Minjia trembled from the pain back then. Now, with Lin Qiansu, such a frail woman, one could imagine how much it would hurt. Lin Qiansu's discernment was also good. Seeing Cao Chuan deep in thought, she did not idle either. She sat beside Cao Chuan and first refilled Old Cao's teacup. After a second of hesitation, she began to massage Old Cao's legs. This was also something she learned from her sister. Earlier, when her sister was trying to get her an opportunity, she had acted coquettishly with Master in this way. If her sister could do it, then the younger sister naturally could too. Besides, they were bowing to the same master, so in the future she and Lin Minjia would not only be biological sisters, but also senior sister and junior sister. Watching Lin Qiansu massage his legs and act cute, Cao Chuan realized that this must have been subconsciously learned from Lin Minjia, and there might also be a hint of competitiveness. Good habits. If you do not know, learn. If you learn, do it immediately, regardless of whether Old Cao likes it or not. Not bad, not bad. He would find an opportunity later to let her see how Lin Minjia, that girl, coaxes Master. Perhaps she would also be eager to win. If the enemy can come, I can also go. Destined heroines are always stubborn. Alright, your sister learned some acupoint techniques. What looks like leg massaging is actually helping Master promote qi and blood circulation. You do not understand anything and you are just massaging. What are you massaging? Lin Qiansu's small face turned red and she stammered, unsure of what to say. Cao Chuan glanced at her. If you truly want to show filial respect to Master, then study hard, observe well, and in the future, learn some traditional Chinese massage before coming to help Master with a shoulder rub. Lin Qiansu responded. Alright, go to the bathroom on the first floor. There are clothes prepared for you there, and also a medicinal bath to improve your physique and cleanse your marrow. Lin Qiansu quickly got up. She had heard her sister talk about the medicinal bath. Her sister had also warned her that it would be very painful, and that she had to endure it no matter what. As long as she endured it, her body would undergo great changes, and she would gain many benefits. Lin Minjia, as the older sister, truly thought of her younger sister wholeheartedly. So, Cao Chuan did not need to explain further, and Lin Qiansu had no questions. She went directly to the bathroom. However, once she reached the bathroom and saw the clothes, Lin Qiansu froze. What is this? Clothes. Is this called clothes? In this day and age, although cosplay had already held many anime conventions, it was still a niche activity. Especially for good students currently, this was considered deviant behavior. Not to mention, this was not even proper cosplay. It was just a few ropes. She felt like the length was not enough even to hang herself, and the quality was not good enough, the kind that would break with a tug at any moment. Lin Qiansu's face was as red as dripping blood. She did not remember her sister mentioning this, or perhaps her sister was too embarrassed to say. Of course, she did not know that when Lin Minjia first took the medicinal bath, she did not even have ropes. After all, their relationship was different. Lin Qiansu's situation now was still good. At least she had something. Old Cao came in, frowning as he watched Lin Qiansu staring blankly, holding the item with two slender fingers. What is wrong? Does she dislike too much fabric? Why are you still standing there? Master. Lin Qiansu was startled. She had been daydreaming just now, her mind filled with how she would look wearing that item. Although Lin Minjia had not told her about this item, Lin Minjia had told her that the medicinal bath would be very painful, that she had to persevere, and that Master would also help by pressing her shoulders. So, she had been daydreaming just now, thinking, if Master saw her, what would it be like? This is, clothes. Lin Qiansu asked softly. Did your sister not tell you that the medicinal bath stimulates an internal heat physique? If you wear too much, it will cause meridian blockage. Do you not understand heat dissipation? Cao Chuan's face was serious. Your sister did not even have these things to wear back then. I prepared these for you because I was afraid you would be shy. They can cover the necessary parts, but they are not tight, precisely so they do not press on the meridians and acupoints. Lin Qiansu suddenly understood, but understanding did not mean she could immediately accept it. She stammered, not even daring to lift her head. 3 minutes. Cao Chuan turned and left. I will come in after you are changed in 3 minutes. Watching Cao Chuan's retreating back, Lin Qiansu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Chapter 431. Meanwhile, Lin Han felt a flicker of fatherly emotion. Buying things for his daughter, and taking care of his own flesh and blood brought him a genuine sense of bliss. However, the moment he thought of his daughter's current appearance, and how she remained close to his enemy, that feeling immediately soured. A chilling heart, disappointment, bitter contempt, pain, and soul-piercing agony washed over him. Lin Han also discovered a problem. After he installed the listening device and left the house, the constant sense of crisis disappeared. This proved his previous intuition was correct. The dangerous feeling came from Lin Han. When he finished shopping and returned home, entering the apartment building, the sense of crisis reappeared. It was infuriating. Lin Han stopped in his tracks. He strongly disliked that constant, life-threatening sensation. While he was shopping, he had actually relaxed a lot, and his mood had improved. Now, just as he returned, before even entering his home, he felt it again. At that moment, Lin Han wanted to distance himself from Lin Han. He acted on the thought without hesitation. Lin Han was not one to dither. He suppressed his discomfort and returned home. He put his things down and called Lin Han out. She remained impassive, her face devoid of emotion. Seeing her expression, Lin Han felt his temples throb. He almost regretted saving her. Starting today, you will live here, and I will live elsewhere. I will come over every day to bring food, or have someone leave it at the door for you to pick up. But do not say I did not warn you. If you dare to leave, or go back to Cao Chuan, I will kill Chen Fan. Lin Han raised an eyebrow and sneered. What else can you do besides kill people? Was he being scorned? Lin Han retorted angrily. Shut up. My affairs are none of your business. I do not expect you to be filial to me now. Just do not cause me any trouble. These are your daily necessities. You can tell me if you need anything, but you absolutely cannot leave. You will just live here. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Lin Han added in a deep voice. If you are truly bored, you can go downstairs for a walk, but you cannot leave the complex. Nor can you have any contact with anyone named Cao. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Then, Lin Han left. He had originally intended to spend this time with his daughter, using time to soften her, and make her truly understand that Cao Chuan was not a good person. But now Lin Han had changed his mind. He truly disliked that sense of crisis, so he decided to keep some distance from her, renting another apartment in a different building within the same complex. This could still be considered accompanying his daughter. He would find another opportunity to kill Cao Chuan first. His daughter would eventually come around. But he could not kill Chen Fan now. Chen Fan was still needed to threaten Lin Han. If Chen Fan were killed, Lin Han would have nothing to hold over her. Lin Han felt exceptionally frustrated. Over at the villa, Cao Chuan returned to the bathroom. He looked at Lin Qiansu, who wore a skimpy, minimalist garment. The temperature in the bathroom was very high. Steam billowed, making Lin Qiansu's face flush red. Cao Chuan surveyed her with satisfaction. By the way, you do not have any wounds on your body, do you? This medicinal bath will irritate wounds. No, master, Lin Qiansu recalled briefly and shook her head. It is best if there are none, otherwise the injuries will worsen. If there are, it is not a problem, but you must apply some special ancestral ointment. This is my ancestral technique. If you have any wounds, you absolutely must not hide them. This made Lin Qiansu feel a little unsure of herself. She stammered, there should not be any, right? What do you mean by should? Do you not know if you are injured or not? Cao Chuan frowned. Turn around. I will check. How could Cao Chuan be at ease? This concerned her physical health, and anything related to health was no small matter. Soaking in a medicinal bath with injuries, even plain water, would affect wounds and make them swollen. He checked her thoroughly for several minutes. As a master, Cao Chuan was absolutely responsible. Finally, Lin Qiansu entered the tub. The dark medicinal water obscured her figure, and her eyes darted, not daring to look at him. Before she could fully relax, a sensation of pain and itchiness swept over her. She remembered her sister had said the medicinal bath would be very painful. From the moment she felt a slight pain, she had already held her breath, ready to resist. Relax. Cao Chuan spoke softly from the side. This might be a bit painful, but it is entirely beneficial for your meridians. In fact, the more intense the pain, and the longer it lasts, the greater the transformation your body will receive. Especially the first medicinal bath, which is crucial. Try to absorb all the medicinal effects. Let yourself relax. If it truly becomes unbearable later, I will help you. Thank you, master. Listening to his words, Lin Qiansu was deeply moved. Her mindset changed. Simply because of the thorough examination just now, the lock on her heart's door had become very easy to open. If Lin Qiansu was still reserved, and even a little afraid of Cao Chuan just now, she now felt a peculiar sense of closeness. This closeness would grow stronger with more frequent and extensive contact. So, when she started to feel intense pain, Cao Chuan pressed down on her shoulders. 1. To prevent her from instinctively getting up due to pain. 2. To help her calm down. Stroking her shoulders, Cao Chuan said softly, "Do not be so stiff. Try to take deep breaths and relax. Absorb the medicinal effects. Do not waste them. You will have other opportunities for medicinal baths in the future, but the effect will never be as good as the first time. It is only painful at the beginning. Just endure it and it will be fine." "I understand, master." Lin Su gritted her teeth. She swore, since birth, she had never felt such excruciating pain. It was a pain that came from her very bones. It felt as if her blood vessels, meridians, and muscle fibers were all tearing apart. Such a sensation was beyond words. Meanwhile, Chen Fan lacked no resources. Cao Chuan was cultivating him, giving him various century-old medicinal herbs and crystals. This was to help him recover quickly from the internal injuries he had sustained from that man, while he was unconscious. Fortunately, they were not too severe. However, while meditating and recovering his abilities, Chen Fan's heart twinged a few times. He did not think much of it, only assuming it was a lingering after effect that would pass with time. At the same time, his hatred for shapeshifters resurfaced. Chen Fan did not know the man's true identity, only that he was a shapeshifter. He tried hard to recall the face he had seen at the time. Honestly, he could not remember much, but if they met again, he would definitely recognize him. Now, Chen Fan harbored a certain wariness towards all shapeshifters. Not long after, Chen Fan received a call from his mother, Miyu. "Hello, Mom. You child, are you not coming home this weekend?" Miyu asked suspiciously. "You are not dating someone at school, are you?" "I am telling you, Xiao Fan. The college entrance exam is coming up soon." "No, Mom," Chen Fan said, exasperated. "I have been reviewing recently. The school provides many study rooms, so the environment here is much quieter, and the atmosphere is better for studying than at home." No one knows a son better than his mother. From Chen Fan's words, Miyu did indeed gather that he probably was not dating, but he was definitely hiding something. Miyu had felt that Chen Fan had become a bit strange since a while ago, but she could not pinpoint what it was. Before she could figure it out, such a big incident happened at school, and Father Chen went to the capital, and she gained another senior brother. Many of her thoughts were no longer focused on Chen Fan. Miyu grumbled, "You siblings really do not make things easy for me. Both of you are always running off. You are at school and not coming home. Your sister is constantly bothering your uncle, and now she has run off again. And your dad in the capital has not called back in days. Our family is falling apart." Chen Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Mom, it is not as exaggerated as you say. Old Chen is expanding his territory in the capital. As a leader, he has to socialize. A call every few days is already good. I am studying. What could possibly happen to me at school? As for Kiki, that little gold digger, uncle is so rich. If she does not bother him, she cannot exactly bother you, can she?" "Hey, how are you talking, child? How can you talk about your sister like that? Do not talk nonsense." The mother and son talked for a few moments before hanging up. Actually, there is a nuance to the idea of a gold digger. It is a normal human desire for consumption. No one dislikes spending money. It is just that everyone's philosophy of spending money varies in amount. Chen Kik's habits inherited the excellent tradition from her mother, Miyu. Miyu also had this trait of enjoying a quality life, which is why Cao Chuan played this card. Good food, good drink, plus a few small gifts. Chen Kiki would be incredibly happy. Ma. After Chen Kiki entered the room, she immediately jumped onto Cao Chuan and planted a big kiss on his face. Her affection was unconcealed. Cao Chuan held her, shaking his head with a smile. "How did you sneak out again?" "Just now, your mom called me and told me to give you a good talking to." Chen Kiki whispered in Cao Chuan's ear, breathing out, "Would you even dare to scold me? This little thing." Chapter 432. Everyone has a different personality. Some people are naturally more open. Consider Chen Kiki, and then look at Lin Su, who is currently in the medicinal bath. Lin Su is older, but she is actually the shyer of the two. Well, that is not entirely accurate. At first, Chen Kiki was also shy, but after experiencing life and death, she developed a different kind of emotion for Cao Chuan. Of course, Cao Chuan had not done anything inappropriate. The feeling of falling in love is truly about the enjoyment of the process. Cao Chuan lacked nothing now, so he preferred to enjoy a pure, daily life. Sometimes, secretly holding hands was more intoxicating than grand, passionate encounters. He turned his head and heard a voice. "Oh, whose bag is this?" Chen Kiki had sharp eyes and immediately spotted a shoulder bag on the sofa. It was clearly a woman's luxury item. Even a replica would not be cheap. It definitely belonged to a woman. That much was certain. "It is my disciple," Cao Chuan said with a smile. "A disciple? A female disciple?" Cao Chuan nodded. Chen Kiki looked around and noticed a pair of white sneakers by the door that she had not paid attention to earlier. They were neutral sports sneakers, but the laces were pink, and the size did not look like a man's. The feet must be very small. They were probably beautiful feet. "She is taking a bath in the bathroom," Cao Chuan explained. Chen Kik's small face instantly fell. A female disciple? Coming to her master's house to take a bath? Was this an appropriate relationship? The little girl was jealous. Cao Chuan understood her thoughts, but did not respond. Instead, he would occasionally use his seniority to guide her, telling her not to act recklessly. He reminded her that at most, they could hold hands or occasionally share a normal hug. That was all. It was just like the intimacy she had shown when she first entered. Cao Chuan did not respond to her question. Instead, he asked, "Are you willing to clean it up?" Sometimes it works this way. The more you are not given a response, the easier it is to fall deeply into it. Conversely, if you get a response too quickly, you will not cherish it. This depends on the person and the situation. Chen Qi's personality is like this. She is clearly the type who dares to love and hate, and she does not even care about worldly opinions. It is understandable. In this plotline for Chen Fan, she is the biological sister of the child of destiny, connected by blood rather than soul. In the late stages, it is estimated that there will be a moral degradation. Her inherent personality must include the courage to love and hate, to go against the whole world for love, and to directly disregard criticism. Otherwise, if he had this sister and then gave her away, would he not be cursed to death? For normal people, you can avoid crossing the bottom line of morality. You can put her aside and not touch her, but you absolutely cannot give her away. Her personality is like a pot of boiling oil, where a single drop of water can easily cause a chemical reaction. Therefore, Cao Chuan needed to cool her down constantly. He could not let her get too passionate, otherwise, this passion would come and go quickly with insufficient depth, making it difficult to last. This is actually a type of manipulative tactic. However, this tactic requires skill. If not handled well, it can backfire. A personality that dares to love and hate means that once she is hurt or rejected a few times, she might easily give up, turn around, and never bother with you again. This requires skill and an understanding of the fundamental dynamic. Cao Chuan's foundation is solid because the secret between the two of them is very important. There are lives involved. Because of this, Cao Chuan can easily control her without fearing that she will run away, giving him more room to maneuver. What are you thinking about? Cao Chuan smiled and shook his head. She is taking a medicinal bath to strengthen her physique. I told you she is my disciple. Oh, Chen Qi still felt a bit displeased, but she could accept this explanation. Afterward, Chen Qi linked arms with Cao Chuan, sitting beside him and chatting about pleasant things. Before long, Cao Chuan checked the time. You wait here for a bit. I will go in and check. I also need to stimulate her meridians for better absorption of the medicinal effects. I will go with you. Chen Qi did not finish her sentence before Cao Chuan interrupted her. She is taking a medicinal bath. Is it appropriate for you to observe? Do not make it awkward. You can interact with her after her medicinal bath is over. All right. Cao Chuan returned to the bathroom and performed the usual routine of promoting energy and blood circulation to enhance drug absorption. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Su was completely drained of strength. Her eyes no longer held a normal gaze, only a silken, unfocused quality. Only then did Cao Chuan withdraw his hand. Wiping her down, he said, continue to soak for a while. When the medicinal water's color lightens, you can come out. After you come out, just put on the large bathrobe over there. Remember, do not wear anything else inside for now, to prevent pressing on the meridians and acupoints. Did you hear me? Lin Su dared not meet his gaze, humming softly through her nose. If not for Cao Chuan's excellent hearing, he probably would not have heard the sound. That is good. I will go out first and have the cook prepare some medicated dishes for you. Another half an hour passed. Lin Su came out. As per Cao Chuan's request, she wore a thick, opaque large bathrobe that reached her ankles, revealing almost nothing. However, there was more to it than met the eye. Lin Su's hair tips were slightly damp, and a flush of red spread across her small face. Perhaps the medicinal bath caused her whole body to radiate heat. At this moment, the two girls met each other's eyes. At that glance, both were startled. Lin Su, Chen Qi. They knew each other. Chen Qi was Chen Fan's biological sister and a famous school beauty. Although there was no official ranking, the students knew which classes had pretty girls through word of mouth. Lin Su was also a well-known figure in the school. Moreover, Chen Qi often came to the senior year block to find Chen Fan for lunch, so the whole class knew that Chen Qi was Chen Fan's biological sister. Cao Chuan watched from the side, amused. Oh, so you are playing the shock card with me? Cao Chuan also feigned surprise. You two know each other? That is good. No need for me to introduce you. You two have fun. I will go upstairs to make a call. By the way, Xiaoxiu, do not be in a hurry to change clothes. You need to air out for at least half a day. Oh, I understand, master. Lin Su replied obediently, without any questioning. This was the time to give them some alone time. When Cao Chuan went upstairs, Chen Qi asked, confused, how are you my uncle's disciple? When did this happen? Why have I not heard about it before? Is he your uncle? Lin Su asked back instead of answering. Yes, is my mother's brother not my uncle? Oh. In just a few sentences, their identities were clarified. On the surface, Chen Qi seemed closer, at least with the identity of a niece. But in reality, the master-disciple relationship should be closer, especially for ability users, martial artists, and shapeshifters. This kind of master-disciple relationship is a genuine bond where kneeling before a master means taking responsibility for their old age. However, the two girls chatted quite harmoniously, and nothing confrontational happened. First, they were familiar with each other. Second, their thoughts were not focused on conflict. Especially Lin Su, who, although very shy, did not overthink the situation. As for Chen Qi, she did not think too much either. However, when Lin Su bent over to pick something up, Chen Qi instantly saw what was inside her bathrobe. So big. That is not right. She had not noticed that at school. Chen Qi pouted secretly, feeling a little displeased. Being big is great, huh? I am not small either. However, it was not just this that displeased Chen Qi. It was mainly because she felt that Lin Qiansu was not at all as conservative and pure as rumored in school. She was completely shameless. Taking a bath at her master's house was one thing, which could be explained as a medicinal bath. But coming out wearing a bathrobe, seemingly conservative, yet with nothing underneath? Would a proper woman do such a thing? How shameless! Lin Qiansu also reacted, and the corner of her eye caught sight of her collar, revealing a large expanse of white. Seeing Chen Qi's disdainful gaze, her face flushed, and she quickly straightened up. Only then did a bit of awkwardness set in. Lin Qiansu did not know how to explain, and Chen Qi did not bother to ask. Thus, neither of the two women spoke, and the atmosphere on the sofa became even more awkward. I am going to walk around in the yard. Chen Qi stood up first, breaking the uncomfortable atmosphere. Lin Qiansu breathed a sigh of relief after Chen Qi left. She rubbed her flushed cheeks. Ha, where is Qi? When Cao Chuan came down with his phone, he only saw Lin Qiansu alone in the living room, and the girl was acting strangely. She was actually pulling at her collar, looking down and peering inside. What the hell? Did she not see it herself normally? Was she that curious? Damn it. She did not understand respect for her master at all. What good thing was she looking at? And she did not even think to let her master look first. Lin Qiansu quickly withdrew her hand and stood up. Her face had never been normal. Cao Chuan somewhat suspected she had high blood pressure. What are you looking at? Cao Chuan asked directly. Most women cannot handle such directness, let alone Lin Qiansu, who did not understand much. Lin Qiansu was extremely shy, pouting. Master. The tone was the same as her sister's, soft and gentle, especially the subconscious coquettish tone, which made Cao Chuan's backside tingle. Unbelievable. When she gains that kind of depth and charm in a few years, who could resist? Cao Chuan looked embarrassed and said awkwardly, sorry, it just slipped out. By the way, where is Qi? He explained it again, solidifying the previous question, letting her know that Cao Chuan had seen it, and seen it clearly. But Cao Chuan also explained that it had slipped out accidentally. She could only endure it and hold it in. The more she thought about it later, the shyer she became. Sometimes, misunderstanding is the starting point. If you seize the opportunity to deepen the misunderstanding, the relationship will progress by leaps and bounds. Qi went to the yard. Oh, come, sit down. I will check your meridians. Cao Chuan was full of righteous air, sitting openly on the sofa, as if the previous misunderstanding had simply vanished. Lin Qiansu was a bit embarrassed, but did not refuse or resist. After all, during the medicinal bath just now, what needed to be touched had already been touched. Although it all happened underwater, it was unavoidable. You see, the medicinal bath becomes clearer the longer you soak. Initially, it was concentrated enough to block vision, but later the water became much clearer. Chapter 433. It was fortunate that Chen Qi had not returned yet when Cao Chuan finished checking Lin Qiansu's meridians. Otherwise, Lin Qiansu might have fainted from embarrassment. Lin Qiansu tried to brainwash herself, telling herself that her master was upright, and that this was merely to improve her strength. She forced herself not to overthink the situation. Later that evening, Chen Qi returned, and they had a medicinal meal. Lin Qiansu was famished. The medicinal bath had consumed most of her calories and physical strength. After eating, she felt a wave of drowsiness. Cao Chuan told her to go upstairs to the guest room to rest. He instructed her to lie without a blanket so there would be no pressure on her meridians, allowing them to breathe. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Qi's mother called. Cao Chuan had to send her home. Inside the car, Chen Qi held Cao Chuan's hand as usual. She asked if Lin Qiansu would be living with him from now on. Cao Chuan shook his head. He told her it was not appropriate for a young lady like her to live there. She would only come over on weekends to strengthen her body, staying on Saturday night, and returning home on Sunday. Chen Qi pouted, clearly unhappy. She wanted to live there as well, even if only for a day. She asked if he could talk to her mother. Cao Chuan laughed. He told her that her mother took her studies very seriously, and would never agree to such an arrangement. Chen Qi's eyes darted around. She suggested that he find her a tutor. She reasoned that if she had a tutor, she would have an excuse to come over every weekend to study. Cao Chuan knew the girl was clingy. He gently stroked her hair to comfort her. He told her not to worry, and that he would handle her mother. He promised to spend time with her whenever he could. After sending Chen Qi home, her mother, Miyu, opened the door. She wore a thin dress, and her eyes lit up when she saw Cao Chuan. However, upon seeing her daughter, Miyu instinctively straightened her posture. She scolded Chen Qi for running wild instead of studying at home. Chen Qi quickly explained that she had been studying at her uncle's place, and that he had promised to find her a tutor. Cao Chuan smiled and told Miyu that he knew several university professors, including some who had retired, who were excellent teachers. Miyu listened to his explanation and invited him inside. Once they were in, she glared at her daughter and ordered her to go shower because she smelled like alcohol. Chen Qi explained that she had only had a tiny sip of red wine. Cao Chuan immediately took the blame, saying it was his fault. Miyu did not dare to scold Cao Chuan, so she directed all her frustration at her daughter. After Chen Qi left, Miyu began to complain to Cao Chuan. It was evident that Miyu was a sensible woman. Even when she had to lecture her man, she did it in private, ensuring he never lost face in public. Miyu feigned anger, asking him not to spoil her daughter. Cao Chuan smiled wryly and told her it was an accident. He reassured her that he would find a good tutor to improve her grades. Cao Chuan left after chatting for a while longer. Chen Qi came out after her shower and was disappointed to find he had already gone. Back at the villa, Cao Chuan went straight upstairs to check on Lin Qiansu. She was resting soundly. She had soaked in the medicinal bath, and her limbs and bones had undergone a unique transformation. She had also eaten medicinal meals to cleanse her marrow and wash her tendons. Cao Chuan approached the room with a calm demeanor. He checked her meridian condition one last time before leaving the room. Lin Qiansu lay still, her eyes closed, though she had sensed his presence. The next morning, Lin Qiansu changed into a yoga outfit. She felt shy when she saw Cao Chuan, but after a good night's sleep and the effects of the marrow cleansing, she managed to greet him softly. Cao Chuan sat her down at the dining table and spoke directly. He noted that the medicinal bath had been excellent. He told her there would be a few more sessions, roughly once a week, to continuously widen her meridians. He also instructed her to strengthen her meditation and cultivation of mental energy, as that was the top priority. He asked her how she usually trained. Lin Qiansu was relieved to hear the instruction and responded earnestly. She told him she usually practiced regular meditation and fitness training at home. Cao Chuan nodded, then shook his head. He told her it was too slow. While her training method was stable, it relied too heavily on comprehension ability. He noted that her comprehension was only average. Lin Qiansu lowered her head in shame. Cao Chuan told her he could not abandon her just because her comprehension was not high. He asked her to continue her martial artist cultivation to familiarize herself with power control, but they would use different methods for mental energy. Lin Qiansu was touched and asked what those methods were. Cao Chuan told her to eat first. He promised to show her afterward, but warned her that the matter was confidential. Even her family had to keep it a secret. Lin Qiansu asked if her sister knew. Cao Chuan confirmed that her sister knew and would keep it a secret. That was why she had not told her about the training methods before. After eating, Cao Chuan led Lin Qiansu to the second floor. They entered a room that was locked with a complex password. There was surveillance at the door, monitoring in real time. The room had no windows, and the walls were reinforced with special steel to ensure nothing could break through from the outside. Chapter 434. He entered the password and opened the door. The interior was pitch black. Click. As the lights turned on, Lin Qiansu saw the interior decoration. It was a simple, mechanical-style room with steel walls, but it had a ventilation system, so it did not feel stuffy. The most striking feature was a space capsule in the center of the 10-square-meter room. It was full of advanced technology. It was clearly not a simple item. This was the mental energy training pod. Cao Chuan did not explain, and Lin Qiansu did not ask what it was. She entered the room and approached the training pod. This time, Cao Chuan did not enter a password. Instead, he said, "Open the door." Ding. Click. The sensor light at the door flashed, emitting a crisp metallic sound. The thick glass door opened. Cao Chuan pointed to the chair inside. "Go in, buckle up the safety belt, and put on the head sensing device. All your mental energy training will be done here from now on. Although your mental energy value has reached 699, it all came from what I gave you externally, not from your own inherent potential. So your foundation is not stable, just like those martial artists who boost their strength with drugs. They are very weak. At this point, you need to train diligently yourself, first to solidify and strengthen your foundation, and then to break through the 700 mark on your own. Although I can now continue to use drugs to activate your ability, allowing you to directly become an ability user, I would rather see you awaken it yourself. There is a fundamental difference between an awakened ability user and an activated one, and this training pod can increase your chances of self-awakening, make it more stable, and infinitely raise your future upper limit. It gives you limitless prospects, even if your talent is not great, your comprehension ability is not strong, and your aptitude is only average. But with me here, I will help you plan your future. None of this will be a problem. Do you understand?" Lin Qiansu nodded obediently. "Thank you, master." The girl was deeply moved. She felt that if not for her master's help, her future would be ruined. Forget about catching up to her sister's pace. She did not even know if she could become an ability user in the future. Thankfully, she had a master. "Go." Cao Chuan patted her head. Lin Qiansu went in and sat down on the levitating chair, then fastened the safety devices inside. These were not like car seat belts. There were restraints for her feet, abdomen, and neck. Then she put on the head sensing device, which was like a tightening headband, with several sensors attached to her temples and the top of her head. "You can just control it with your voice," Cao Chuan said. He looked at his watch. "From now on, you can train until noon, then come out to eat. Set a timer once you are in. Do not go over time. Mental energy training also has high demands on diet, and you cannot skip meals." Cao Chuan gave a few more instructions. He had only recently exchanged for this machine, and was not sure if it was safe. Let her try it first, since Cao Chuan had not tried it himself. This kind of direct activation of the human subconscious, entering a dream state, was somewhat like virtual online games. In other words, the body remained on the planet, but the consciousness had already been sent to a virtual parallel game world, whether it was a future war, an ancient battlefield, or an apocalyptic scene. The body and consciousness were separated. Was there a risk? Even though Cao Chuan trusted the system mall items, he would not fool around. Was it not just for training mental energy? Was it not just about sending her to a parallel universe to kill people and boost mental energy? Cao Chuan could now directly send his own body to the back garden, to the Republic of China, or even to the tribal era. There was no need to play this game. Besides, if Lin Qiansu really got into trouble, Cao Chuan could save her from the outside. But if Cao Chuan got into trouble, who could save him? So, no playing. The main focus was stability. Lin Qiansu, on the other hand, was now witnessing what high technology was like. Inside the pod, it was almost identical to the real world, and even the sensation of wind blowing on her body was the same. It was very much like the legendary brain in a vat. To put it simply, by experiencing countless events and births or deaths in a virtual parallel universe, anyone's mental energy would greatly increase. It was just that ordinary people could not play, because their basic mental energy was too weak. They might break down after a few immersive deaths. Death carries great terror. Although it is known to be virtual, and not truly fatal, it is highly unlikely to cause actual madness. However, it could foster mental erosion and inner malice. People could gradually become abnormal, and a misstep might lead to becoming a demon. Noon arrived in a flash. Lunch was ready. As Lin Qiansu came downstairs for lunch, Cao Chuan clearly noticed that the girl's eyes were different. In the morning, she was shy like a quail, incredibly obedient. Now, the sharpness in her eyes was undeniable. It seemed she had killed many people. However, when Lin Qiansu saw Cao Chuan, all the intensity in her eyes receded, and she reverted to being a cute girl. Master, you look good. Cao Chuan glanced at her figure in the tight yoga outfit, nodding in satisfaction. Let us eat. They sat down at the table. Cao Chuan casually asked, which universe did you go to? Number 3, the ancient battlefield, Lin Qiansu replied. Do you like ancient times? Cao Chuan asked with a smile. Lin Qiansu nodded. I wanted to experience what it is like to be a female general in ancient times. And how did you feel? Riding a horse was very difficult at first, but it got much better after I got used to it. The increase in mental energy would enlighten a person. Learning things became exceptionally fast. The so-called ancient battlefield was actually similar to a certain strategy game, the kind where she would ride into an army of thousands, her halberd flying up and down, constantly reaping the lives of surrounding enemies. Only, unlike ordinary games, this virtual world was closer to reality, so the rusty-smelling blood would splash out, spraying onto her body, armor, and face, making her bloodline restless. It was immersive. Lin Qiansu did not know how many enemy soldiers she had killed, nor how many times she had died in the army. Anyway, with repeated resurrections and restarts, not only did her killing skills improve, but her mental energy also solidified considerably, and her demeanor changed. Her sister, Lin Minja, was fine. She already had a personality similar to a female general, and had also eliminated many shapeshifters, so while there were changes, they were not as significant. Lin Qiansu, however, had not experienced any of this before, so the changes were naturally very obvious. Cao Chuan ate and spoke, asking, are you resting this afternoon, or continuing? Continuing, Lin Qiansu's voice was very firm. Good, Cao Chuan smiled, neither refusing nor dissuading her. After all, there were only 2 days a week. The remaining days were for mental energy recovery, so there was no need to worry about her becoming a serial killer from too much killing. Moreover, virtual games were not just ancient battlefields. Some other places did not feature this hack and slash mode. Seeing Cao Chuan's satisfied smile, Lin Qiansu felt a little happy. It seemed her choice was correct. If she had rested this afternoon, Master might not have said anything, but he probably would have been disappointed in her. Her comprehension ability was not good. Her aptitude was average. Her talent was not strong either. She could only rely on Master's help. If she disappointed Master, she would be finished. Training continued in the afternoon. However, an uninvited guest also arrived at the house. Chen Fan, the child of destiny. This kid's recovery ability was truly strong. Only 2 days had passed, and he was almost completely healed. Uncle, you are here? Come, have some tea, Cao Chuan said. Chen Fan, of course, did not know that his goddess, the class flower, was training in a room on the 2nd floor. Did I not tell you to rest for a few days? It seems you cannot sit still? Cao Chuan asked. Chen Fan chuckled. My injuries are about 70 to 80% healed. I want revenge. Revenge is not urgent. Although the opponent's strength is not too strong, it is still very easy for him to handle you as you are now. So, for the time being, do not inquire about that shapeshifter's information. I will not tell you, Cao Chuan said. His demeanor, as if he was thinking for Chen Fan, warmed Chen Fan's heart. This guy must have a heart of gold. Anyone who said a few nice words could warm him up. Chen Fan said, Uncle, do not worry. The revenge I am talking about is not now. I want to improve my strength. I want to take on more missions and capture stronger wanted criminals, but my mercenary rank in the city is too low, and I cannot get many missions. Cao Chuan realized. So you want to come to me to pull some strings? Cao Chuan felt dirty after saying it, but fortunately, Chen Fan did not catch on. It seemed old Cao himself was the one acting sly. It was all this villain system's fault for making him bad. Back when he was a driver in his previous life, he was so proper, but now he had gone bad. Truly, life is unpredictable. Chen Fan nodded. Can I pull some strings? Cao Chuan mused for a moment. Logically, I am the most fair person, and would not do such a thing. But since you call me uncle, fine. Later, I will have someone pull out some missions before they are published and give them to you privately, considering it as training for you. Also, deploy more bodyguards. The number of bodyguards last time was too small. If there were more, you would not have been captured. This made Chen Fan a little awkward. However, Chen Fan was happy. Being able to take on stronger missions and capture or kill stronger wanted criminals would allow his ability to gain more justice points. With more justice points, he would level up faster. When his Thunderbolt ability upgraded to the top rank, he would be virtually invincible. Then, seeking revenge on that shapeshifter from before would be an easy matter. He would just blast him to smithereens. Not even a speck would remain. In his previous life, Chen Fan was just a corporate worker, ordinary, and without much temper. But how can a person truly have no temper? He just did not dare to. He had to eat, so it was not shameful. And in this life, with such strong abilities, would he still cower? How could that be possible? Having suffered such a great loss, Chen Fan was filled with hatred, wishing he could dismember the shapeshifter who kidnapped him. However, he was used to enduring, and was cautious enough, so he was focused solely on improving his strength first. Chapter 435. Cao Chuan was not worried about Chen Fan rebelling. That was the benefit of a child of destiny. If he thinks you are a good person at first glance, he will likely believe it for his entire life. If he dislikes you initially, he will inevitably view you as a villain regardless of your actions. Furthermore, Cao Chuan did not have to worry about Chen Fan's negative luck affecting him. He hoped to see the boy grow up quickly and stand on his own. Evening arrived. After Lin Qiansu finished her meal, Cao Chuan had the driver take her home. He did not accompany her. Back at the Lin family residence, her older sister, Lin Minja, had been waiting for a long time. She had not contacted her sister for 2 days, fearing it would interfere with her cultivation. Her master had instructed her not to let her sister feel she had a safety net. A fledgling eagle must learn to fly on its own. Seeing Lin Qiansu again, she instantly noticed the change in her temperament. Sister, you are back. How have the past 2 days been? They have been good. Master has taken good care of me. Although he has not praised me, I saw satisfaction in his eyes. Lin Qiansu spoke to her sister as if she were showing off a treasure, claiming she had performed well. Lin Minja breathed a sigh of relief. She had been afraid her sister would act haughty again and be sent back by the master. If that happened, she would not have the nerve to plead on her behalf. That is good. My little sister has grown up. Please rein in your temper. Master is no ordinary person, do you understand? Oh, do not worry, sister. I am very obedient. That is good. The next day arrived in a flash. The lower grade students returned to number 16 high school, and the campus returned to its usual liveliness. Lin Qiansu noticed Chen Fan in class, as he had been absent for a long time. Where did you go last week? Lin Qiansu asked. I had something to do. Chen Fan was too embarrassed to admit he had been kidnapped. He gave an awkward smile, scratched his head, and touched his nose, looking utterly embarrassed. With that series of actions, anyone would recognize him as a child of destiny. Lin Qiansu did not think much of it. Previously, she might have pressed him for details, feeling something was wrong. Now, she was not that concerned. She felt that if an ordinary classmate missed a week, it was likely a home issue. Since he was back, that was enough. If anything is wrong, you can tell me. We are classmates. Lin Qiansu had originally wanted to mention that she saw Chen Kiki over the weekend, but the class bell rang. She turned to her seat. The class monitor and his cohorts looked miserable. Seeing Lin Qiansu chat with Chen Fan made them uncomfortable, especially given Chen Fan's smug expression. Today, Lin Qiansu was incredibly attractive. Her temperament had changed. If the old Lin Qiansu was simply a beautiful school beauty, the current version possessed an aloofness that aroused a desire to conquer. She had always been direct and disliked those she did not favor. To ordinary classmates, she was approachable, but now her gaze and tone exuded an arrogant indifference. The class monitor could not hold back. Taking advantage of the teacher's absence, he walked over. With a dark expression, he demanded to know what Chen Fan had been doing the previous week. Chen Fan glanced at him and asked if it was any of his business. The class monitor was instantly enraged. He claimed authority, but Chen Fan did not care. As a former wage slave, he hated leaders more than anything. The class monitor threatened him, but Chen Fan just scoffed. The class monitor returned to his seat, pondering how to teach Chen Fan a lesson to show him who was in charge. He decided to find people from outside the school to beat Chen Fan up and send him to the hospital before the college entrance examination. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The college entrance examination approached. Lin Han had made a slight breakthrough, though the sense of danger persisted. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was busy. With Cao Chuan's intervention, he applied to study at home, although Cao Chuan had actually found him a house in Feng City to accelerate his growth. The relationship between Chen Kiki Miyu and Cao Chuan had shifted, becoming closer. A week ago, Miyu went to the yacht club and sailed out to sea. She drank some alcohol, and as is often the case, she made some excessive moves. Cao Chuan regretted it deeply. He had become a grand official once again. He felt sorry for old Chen. After that incident, Cao Chuan and Miyu avoided private meetings to allow time for adjustments. Lin Qiansu had undergone 4 medicinal baths. Setting aside the strength gains, her closeness to Cao Chuan had reached its peak. After each medicinal bath, there was a massage to promote blood circulation. What should have been seen was not hidden, and what should have been touched was not opposed. Habit became second nature. They spent a total of 10 days living together. This girl now almost viewed Cao Chuan's will as her goal. In addition, another child of destiny appeared that month. He was a chef type whose cooking was exceptionally delicious. A simple bowl of egg-fried rice could glow. He pushed a broken cart through the night market, and people lined up for hours just to taste it. The business of other stalls in the market dropped significantly. It was logical to assume that this chef would attract new traffic and help everyone earn money, but his rice was too delicious. After eating it, the skills of national banquet chefs seemed ordinary by comparison. Consequently, people struggled to eat anything else. Even those who had not eaten it were captivated by the aroma and would join the queue. Other snack stalls had only 2 or 3 customers, while his stall had a line stretching outside the street. Cao Chuan sent someone to investigate. The ingredients were the most ordinary rice, eggs, and oil. However, Cao Chuan realized it was a rule of luck. The food he cooked produced a form of mental manipulation, similar to hypnosis, making everyone believe it was the best meal of their lives. The scent was also fake. Cao Chuan could not tolerate this use of hypnosis to deceive diners. He issued a task to Chen Fan to deal with this child of destiny, named Yuan Zhou. The rice was being sold for 288. It was an outrageous price. Chen Fan proved to be much more useful than Lin Han. When it came to acting as a thug, he was obedient and efficient. Because Cao Chuan was in a good mood, he invited Mu Yu for a night fishing trip. They went out on a yacht, drank alcohol, and the subsequent events unfolded. It was an accident. Cao Chuan had simply been in high spirits, but in his mind, he placed the blame squarely on Chen Fan. If Chen Fan had not been so obedient, Cao Chuan would not have been in such a good mood. If he had not been in a good mood, he would not have invited Mu Yu to see, and none of those events would have occurred. Truly, it was all Chen Fan's fault. Chapter 436. Yu, why are you here? Cao Chuan visited that evening. It was after evening self-study, and Mu Yu thought her daughter, Chen Qi, had returned. She opened the door to find Cao Chuan standing there. Mu Yu was startled and somewhat at a loss. Although she had made a mistake before, and when she interacted with Cao Chuan, she did have a bit of a good impression. After all, she is a human. It is normal for people to get to know each other and have a good impression as ordinary friends. Having a good impression does not mean anything, right? So, after that incident, Mu Yu was very regretful and a little scared. She had never thought about divorce or having a second man in her life. Since that day, she told Cao Chuan that she needed to calm down and not meet. Cao Chuan indeed did not approach her for over a week. Her mood had stabilized a lot, but a hint of resentment also appeared. I said not to meet, so he just did not. Not only did we not meet, but there was no phone call, no text message. What did he take me for? This was not Mu Yu being arrogant, but normal human emotion. After all, Cao Chuan had bullied her, and in the end, not only did he not apologize, but he did not even send a message. How could that not make her feel angry? And now, when Cao Chuan appeared at the door again, carrying some gifts, her hard-won calm instantly shattered. Yu, why are you here? I came to see you and my daughter. Yu, please leave. Mu Yu's face fell, and she spoke in a low voice, afraid of being overheard by others. She had made up her mind. A mistake is a mistake, but she could not make it again. One mistake could be called an accident. 2 mistakes, and there would be no excuse. Her heart was in turmoil. Today, I just came to see you and apologize. You said you needed to calm down, and did not want me to come find you, so I did not come for a week. But I know you must be very sad. Cao Chuan looked profound. As he spoke, he somehow entered the house and closed the security door. Perhaps he was worried about the neighbors seeing a man visiting late at night. If it were before, Mu Yu would not have cared. Even if it reached old Chen's ears, it would be fine. She could just tell the truth, that her senior stopped by to drop off some things. But now she felt guilty. Even if she did nothing, she was worried about being seen and gossiped about. She had lived in this community for many years, and the neighbors all knew each other. Someone might see her, and it might get back to old Chen. After closing the door, Cao Chuan handed her the items, small beauty gifts. They were products from his own company, free of charge. She could not refuse them now. She had accepted things before, and refusing now would seem unkind. Besides, she already owed him quite a bit, so this little bit would not make a difference. Then, Mu Yu's hand was held by old Cao. You, do not speak, just listen to me. Cao Chuan continued. It was an accident before, but was it not also a matter of passion, of impulse, that happened naturally? Alcohol was just a catalyst. No, do not speak, listen to me. Cao Chuan interrupted again. In fact, from that year in school, that fleeting glimpse before I left, your most beautiful age was already deeply etched in my mind. Mu Yu mumbled. Did you not say we never met? Cao Chuan pondered. Actually, we met once, but you did not see me. However, even though it was just a fleeting glimpse, it was unforgettable. All these years later, my appearance may have changed, and my memory may have faded, but the name Mu Yu is simply unforgettable. So when we met at the market, and you said your name was Mu Yu, my long-sealed memory suddenly came back to life. Do you know how fast my heart was beating then? After so many years in business, I have experienced all sorts of things, big and small. It is rare for anything to make my heart race anymore, except that one time. I feel this is heaven's kindest arrangement for me, allowing me to see the former you again in the vast sea of people. Of course, I know I should not break up a family. This is my fault. If there is a hell, I will go to it. It has nothing to do with you. Also, I can swear that I will not intrude on your family life. It will be the same as before, so you do not need to feel any burden. Because seeing you sad makes me even sadder than you. Recalling the past, looking at the present, and towards the future, this trilogy, combined with their already broken relationship, made him unstoppable. Knock, knock, knock. After an unknown amount of time, just as Cao Chuan was in the middle of his lengthy, spit-flying speech, a knock came from the door. Chen Qi had a key to the house, but children sometimes forget it, so knocking was normal. Startled, Miu Yu, like a frightened fawn, jumped directly out of his arms, quickly wiped her mouth, and tidied her dress. She glared fiercely, but not too fiercely, at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan gave an awkward smile. Love knows not where it comes from, yet goes deep. This meant that the affair had started at some unknown point, and was now deepening, intensifying, and beyond human control. She opened the door. Chen Qi had returned from evening self-study. As soon as she entered, she saw Cao Chuan, gasped in surprise, and with a joyful expression, rushed into old Cao's arms. Ouch! Cao Chuan's waist was bumped. Miu snapped angrily. You wild girl, you have no manners at all. Are you still a child? Chen Qi completely ignored Miu and said to Cao Chuan, when did you arrive? No manners, call him uncle. Miu nagged again. Cao Chuan helped mediate, saying with a smile, it is all right, it is our own daughter. No need to be so formal. Chen Qi snorted, exactly. Hey. Miu was exasperated and pulled at her. Do not think just because your uncle is here, someone has got your back. Get up, you are so rude. Seeing Chen Qi sitting on him, Miu did not think much of it, but just felt it was a bit inappropriate, as she was not a little girl anymore. And Cao Chuan looked really young. If they walked outside hand in hand, people would probably think they were a couple. It was improper. After much pulling and tugging, she finally managed to get the rude Chen Qi away. She pushed the girl to go wash up. When Miu returned, her face was a little red, and she whispered, hurry and go, it is getting late. Cao Chuan did not object, nodding, do not worry, I will not go back on my word. I said I would not intrude on your life, and I certainly will not disturb it. When did I agree to that? Miu was helpless. But at this moment, it was not good to say more, lest she be pulled and tugged again, and seen by her daughter, which would make her too ashamed to face anyone. Cao Chuan did not leave immediately. He had to wait for Chen Qi to finish washing up and personally say goodnight. Otherwise, the girl would definitely send messages at night and chat for a long time, which would be very troublesome. Cao Chuan was past the age of long phone calls and endless texts with girls. When texting girls, he always wanted to tell them to just stop and talk later. Meeting in person was better. Talking over the phone always felt like something was missing. I will say goodnight to my daughter when she comes out, and then I will leave. Do not be so guilty, no one will know. Cao Chuan soothed with a smile. Miu rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Anyway, you have killed me. Since she was already killed, she did not mind being killed a bit more. They say a woman's desire is 6 or 7 times that of a man's. Who cares as long as she is aroused? That is what matters. So, her refusal was merely a matter of her inner beliefs. In truth, her nature could accept it. Otherwise, she would not have acted that way just now. If Chen Qi had not returned from evening self-study, she might have already gone back to her room by now. Cao Chuan leaned in. Do not you. Before she could finish, her words were completely swallowed. Listening to the sounds from the bathroom, Miu felt an unprecedented tension, her hormones surging. She even felt a little dizzy. After an unknown amount of time, Cao Chuan let go and supported Miu. Before Miu could even open her mouth to complain, Cao Chuan said, my daughter is coming out. Miu did not bother to say more, turned, and left, her legs trembling, almost falling. She stumbled back to the master bedroom. Although she had not looked in the mirror, she knew her current appearance must be very off, easily revealing problems. So she could not see Chen Qi, and that was a close call. Miu had just returned to the master bedroom, and closed the door, leaning her back against it, when she heard the bathroom door open outside. She had almost run into Chen Qi face to face. Miu was also afraid her daughter would come into the master bedroom to find her, so she quickly tidied herself up. Uncle, where is mom? She probably went to the master bedroom to change clothes. Hearing this, Chen Qi boldly stepped forward, burrowed into his arms, took a greedy deep breath, and complained, you have not come to see me for days, and mom would not let me go find you. Cao Chuan stroked her hair. Summer vacation is coming soon. You can come stay with me for a while then, and I will find you an old tutor from my hometown. Can that work? Do not worry, I will talk to your mom about it. Leave it to me. Alright, it is too late. Good night, have sweet dreams. Okay, then be careful on your way, okay? Chen Qi also knew it was not the time to be clingy. Her mom could come out at any moment. She pecked him on the cheek. Cao Chuan sighed helplessly before leaving. Looking at Cao Chuan's expression, Chen Qi smiled happily. She liked seeing Cao Chuan look so helpless because of her. She knew, or rather, she thought she knew, that Cao Chuan was concerned about their identities, so he did not dare express anything. But he must like her too, right? Normally, Cao Chuan was very gentle with her. As for their identities, she did not care at all. Not to mention personality issues, just consider that in this era, it was almost the end of the world. Besides, the millennium had passed so long ago. In this new era, new society, people's mindsets were completely different. Moreover, this uncle identity was not real. He was just her mom's former senior. If no one said anything, who would know? Ever since Cao Chuan saved her last time, her heart could no longer hold anyone else. To put it bluntly, even if it were real, she might not be afraid, let alone when it was fake. Chapter 437. Throughout the last month, Chen Fan was not at school. He had been staying in Feng City to take on missions and level up, resulting in rapid strength gains. With Chen Qi acting as his informant, Miyu remained unaware that Chen Fan had been in Feng City. She continued to believe that he was still boarding at school. Early in June, the college entrance examination arrived. Cultural subjects were not particularly important for those aspiring to attend elite universities for ability users. Barely passing was usually sufficient, as mental energy scores could offset any differences in academic grades. As long as a student's mental energy score was high enough, universities would scramble to recruit them. Chen Fan was already an awakened ability user, and an offensive type at that, meaning his future was boundless. However, as a child of destiny, Chen Fan enjoyed playing the pig to eat the tiger. He possessed great strength but preferred to keep it hidden, insisting on entering his ideal university through the regular examination route. He felt that if he could hide his ability user status and excel academically, he would eventually be revealed as a genius. He relished the thought of the admiration and shock from those around him. Inside Feng City, Cao Chuan had not seen Chen Fan for several days. A call from the young man prompted Cao Chuan to return to the city. Upon seeing him, Cao Chuan gave him a quick once-over. You have done well. After a month, your spirit is contained. It seems you have made quite a few breakthroughs. You are improving very fast. Do you have some special method? Chen Fan rubbed his nose and gave an awkward smile. What special method would I have? I just took on a lot of missions recently. Walking the line between life and death gave me some insights, so my mental energy improved quite a bit. Cao Chuan did not bother to expose the lie, choosing to play along. Improving your strength is necessary, but life is even more important. You must be careful. If something happened to you, how would I explain it to your mother? Especially since I covered for you and got you a month of leave without her knowing. You brat, do not cause me trouble. Chen Fan quickly promised to be careful. Cao Chuan waved his hand. You are not a child anymore. You know what you are doing. Think more about your mother and your sister. Tell me, what did you need me for today? The killing intent in Chen Fan's eyes was undisguised as he spoke. I want revenge. Cao Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Lin Han had been behaving himself, playing with his realistic doll all day, and had not caused any trouble. He was likely timid after being scared by Cao Chuan last time. If he had not been holding a hostage, Lin Han likely would have lost his life. He had been cultivating desperately and his progress was fast, keeping pace with Chen Fan. A fight between them would be a life or death situation. The college entrance examination is in a few days. After it is over, I will give you information on the target. A word of warning, do not underestimate your opponent. You have improved a lot recently, but so has he. Underestimating your enemy will get you killed. Why do not I just take care of him for you? For me, it is a matter of a single word. I can crush him in minutes. Chen Fan shook his head. No need. I will handle this myself. Why bother? Just to save face. If I made a move, it would be easy to kill him, and you would not be in any danger. Is it really necessary to risk it all for a point of pride? Cao Chuan continued to persuade him. He knew that if Chen Fan chickened out, the protagonist halo would fade. Chen Fan let out a long breath. The issue had become a shadow in his heart, pressing down on him and making him feel stifled. If he could not personally resolve it, he felt he would be unable to achieve a breakthrough in his growth. Uncle, do not interfere. I want to use him to sharpen my blade and remove my heart demon. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Cao Chuan patted his shoulder and smiled. Good. That is my nephew. If you had actually agreed, I would have looked down on you instead. The exams are in a few days, so take this time to relax. A balance of work and rest is good. After the examination, I will tell you everything about him. Thank you, uncle. Chen Fan prepared to rest for a few days to reach his optimal state. The college entrance examination arrived. As always, families with examens prepared for battle. Hotels and restaurants around the examination centers were fully booked. 12 years of effort all came down to these 3 days. Cao Chuan never liked studying, but he acknowledged that the examination was a good opportunity. The system was established to give students from humble backgrounds a fair chance, providing a channel for advancement. He attached great importance to the matter and arranged a presidential suite for Miyu next to the school with dedicated catering. Cao Chuan, however, did not show up. He had something important to attend to. Another child of destiny had appeared. He appeared the day before the examination. Cao Chuan had originally paid little attention to these individuals, as he had many trump cards. But as the monitoring continued, his expression grew serious. A young man's voice came through the headphones. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. I have returned to the day before the examination. Well, that is a bust. Who remembers what they studied? In the next few years, it will be all fighting and killing. Who has time to study? To hell with the exam. His identity was uncovered. The name was Zhang Sheng. The name felt strangely familiar to Cao Chuan, like something from a novel he had read in his previous life. It was not a common name like other children of destiny. He had a vague impression, though the specific details escaped him for the moment. Zhang Sheng was 18 years old. His background was that of an orphan. His parents had divorced when he was young, and neither took him, considering him a burden. He was raised by his grandmother. After she died in a car accident, he received compensation and a house, officially becoming an orphan. His academic performance was average. This Zhang Sheng was a rebirth. He had returned to his own childhood. The monitoring continued. Zhang Sheng received a call from the class monitor, a girl who cared for him deeply. She reminded him to get good rest, wake up early, and bring his examination permit. She was like a mother, reminding him for 10 minutes. After the call ended, Zhang Sheng felt a warmth in his heart. Although he had decided not to take the exam, he was grateful for her concern. Marriage is impossible. It is the end of the world. The college entrance examination is also meaningless. Counting the time, December 21st is a full year earlier than the legendary 2012. That means by the end of this year, in 6 months, the apocalypse will erupt. So, does the college entrance examination still have meaning? It has no meaning. But in this life, I have foreknowledge. 6 months to prepare. And the class monitor. I never saw her again after the apocalypse broke out in my previous life. In this life, I will protect her. After listening to the report, Cao Chuan's expression became solemn. A child of destiny of the apocalypse had appeared. It seemed this plane of the composite parallel universe had completely collapsed. Old Cao had 2 choices. The first was to figure out the cause of the apocalypse. There were 6 months to prepare. If it was man-made, there might be a way to stop it. If the apocalypse occurred, this parallel universe would be abandoned by the heavenly Tao consciousness, and there would be no more children of destiny. Although Cao Chuan had a lot of luck saved, he calculated that an active potion granted 1 year of lifespan, for only 10,000 points of luck. By spending 10 billion points, he could secure 1,000,000 years of life. That was effectively eternal life. Even if no more children of destiny appeared, he could live peacefully. The second option was to prepare an escape route if the apocalypse could not be stopped. He did not want to live in the apocalypse. He could hoard supplies, but he could do the same in his own back garden. Keep an eye on him. Try to figure out the cause of the apocalypse. Yes, Master. Chapter 438. Cao Chuan considered many possibilities. The appearance of an apocalypse meant this world had been altered by his presence. With his rule-based skills, such as aura obscuring, the heavenly Tao had become blind, and any child of destiny who arrived was no match for a villain like him. It was possible the heavenly Tao consciousness had not tried to destroy him, but rather simply gave up and decided to overturn the table by forcing an apocalyptic scenario. This was a strong possibility. However, Cao Chuan was not in a hurry. He would deal with problems as they arose, as he had plenty of escape routes. Even if this blue star collapsed, Cao Chuan could travel back and forth between his private dimensions, the Republic of China, and other realms at any time. He could shuttle between various planes. The prerequisite, however, was that he needed to figure out exactly what kind of apocalypse this Zhang Sheng was anticipating. Was it a doomsday flood where the sky fell and the earth collapsed? Was it an ice age? Or was it just a plague of walking corpses? It was also possible that various vicious beasts and monsters would tear through spatial links and descend upon the planet. All were possible. Therefore, Cao Chuan had to constantly monitor and confirm what type of apocalypse this individual was facing, and then make his preparations. The name Zhang Sheng and the idea of an apocalyptic scenario felt very familiar. Cao Chuan rubbed his temples. He could not recall the details immediately, but the sense of familiarity was on the tip of his tongue. He mobilized his memory and began to dig into his deeper recollections. Even without a formal plot introduction, Cao Chuan was not afraid of any child of destiny, but having the context would certainly be more interesting. After a long while, Cao Chuan lowered his hand and abruptly opened his eyes. He had recalled the plot involving Zhang Sheng. Thanks to his powerful mental energy and photographic memory, he could recall details he had only schemed through in his previous life. It was indeed an apocalypse story, but with a twist. A mocking smile appeared on Cao Chuan's lips. So, you hoarded billions in materials, and 6 months later, the apocalypse did not come. You nearly scared me. I actually thought this world had collapsed, and had already planned my escape routes. In a flash, the college entrance examination ended. Shortly after, the class monitor called Zhang Sheng. Her voice was cheerful, as she seemed to have performed well. Zhang Sheng, how did you perform this time? Zhang Sheng was silent for 2 seconds before answering honestly. I did not take the college entrance examination. What? You did not participate? Why? Did something happen? The class monitor exclaimed. Zhang Sheng explained that nothing had happened, but he simply did not want to go to school anymore. He could not tell her that the apocalypse would arrive in less than half a year. These past few days, he had already begun to liquidate his assets, wanting to acquire more capital to store supplies. In Zhang Sheng's view, after the apocalypse, zombies would constantly grow stronger, and survivors would also improve, but materials would continuously decrease. Even very powerful people would eventually struggle to survive in the late stages. Even if zombies could not wipe out humanity, humans would ultimately bring about their own demise. He estimated that out of a global population of 8 billion, fewer than 10,000 would ultimately survive. This meant the entire civilization would perish. The land and rivers would become polluted, and there would be no electricity or raw materials to produce goods. All things would become non-renewable resources, diminishing with each use. Therefore, materials were more precious than anything else. Stockpiling them became his most important task. He had survived for 7 years in his previous life, and now that he had half a year to prepare, he wondered how long he could survive this time. 10 years? 20? Or 50? Class monitor, I appreciate your concern, but I have decided not to go, Zhang Sheng said softly. The class monitor sighed. I do not know what you have been through, but you should not give up. If possible, study for another year. Maybe you can get into your ideal university. Thank you, class monitor. I will consider it. After they hung up, Zhang Sheng muttered to himself that only the class monitor was worth saving. He heard her family background was also good. If he could connect with her and persuade her to believe in the apocalypse, then with her funds and background, she could hoard even more supplies. Surviving alone was not as good as surviving together. It added a bit of fun, but she would likely think he was crazy. Would she believe him? He decided to take it one step at a time. He would find a way to hoard more things. He still had half a year, and he was confident he could get enough food to last a lifetime. Zhang Sheng was confident. Although he had just experienced rebirth, and his strength was not yet peak, he had been a godlike figure during his 7 years in the apocalypse. He had been known as God Zhang. Having returned to this moment, he discovered that his mental energy had increased. His training was twice as effective, and his growth rate was surprisingly fast. This was his advantage before the apocalypse broke out. Cao Chuan could understand this Zhang Sheng. In the plot he remembered, this guy was selfish, not a gentleman in the traditional sense, but such a person was more suitable for the apocalypse. At the very least, he had more principles than most people. The people he killed were usually those who deserved it. So Cao Chuan temporarily held back, not thinking of killing him directly. When the day of the apocalypse failed to arrive, the scene would be entertaining. The plot was a twist on the genre. Zhang Sheng would hoard materials and spread the news, eventually convincing even high-level officials. Then, on December 21st, the apocalypse would not come. The situation would become incredibly awkward. The book had been popular, earning money through the notoriety of the plot. In the end, Zhang Sheng would be pursued by the authorities for killing people and spreading rumors. He would flee, never surrendering, believing the apocalypse was only temporarily delayed. In the grand finale, he would have hoarded over 10 billion in materials, with an open ending where the apocalypse seemed to have come, but also seemed not to have come. Cao Chuan found it interesting. Since the apocalypse would not come in the short term, he would play a big game. He would wait until Zhang Sheng spread the news, and high-level officials believed him, and then Cao Chuan would make his move. He could provide the country with a few ordinary parallel universes, so that most people would have a retreat. Cao Chuan was a very open-minded person now. He was essentially an upright individual. Besides being a little fond of women, what other flaws did he have? He absolutely would not intervene in this matter to trigger a luck connection, and disregard the lives of the 6 billion people overseas. That was definitely not his goal, although the villainous luck from 6 billion people would be immense. If he intervened and had the ability to save the global population, but chose not to, then from a macroscopic perspective, those who died would be indirectly killed by his selfishness. That would generate a massive amount of luck value. But of course, these were just Cao Chuan's internal musings. He was an upright person, and surely, he would choose to save them. Chapter 439. Zhang Sheng had suddenly obtained a special power. It was a storage space, tailor-made for the apocalypse. In the end of the world, a child of destiny without a storage space would not even dare to greet others. After getting this power, Zhang Sheng was in high spirits. The space featured time stasis, meaning items would not oxidize, spoil, or deteriorate. Its capacity was large enough to hoard billions of supplies. He initially planned to dig cellars in the countryside to keep his stash safe from zombies. However, with the storage space, he changed his strategy. Now was the time to make money. He needed to make money frantically. Once he had the funds, he would buy everything he needed. If he had time, he would also make a trip to steal some weapons and ammunition to defend against people. With desperate training every day, and consuming plenty of protein, Zhang Sheng became extremely powerful in less than a week. It was time to get revenge. Zhang Sheng finished dozens of sets of equipment in a frenzied workout. His training for the day was over. He held a piece of salt-free braised beef in his hand. The taste was lackluster, but he ate it with relish. He went to the balcony to look out at the neighborhood. He enjoyed the fresh air and the bustle downstairs. He took a deep breath and lit a cigarette. Cigarettes were truly a luxury item. They were more precious than food because food was a resource that could be found, but cigarettes were non-renewable. In the apocalypse, cigarettes could not be eaten, but they held more value because they provided solace. Some people would rather go hungry than skip a cigarette. Only when they were puffing away did they feel a glimmer of vitality, especially when facing a world full of death. The flickering light of a cigarette seemed to offer hope. It was a spiritual anchor. It is really nice, Zhang Sheng sighed softly. How wonderful would it be if there were no apocalypse? He watched children running and playing in the community square, and a group of old ladies dancing, without any sense of aesthetics. The noise was distracting, but Zhang Sheng did not mind. He almost wanted to join them and dance all night. This was the essence of a vibrant life. After 7 years of experiencing dead silence, everything before him seemed beautiful. Zhang Sheng mumbled to himself with emotion. Dance while you can. In a few more months, you will not be able to dance even if you want to. All noise will cease. The entire world will become a ghost realm. No one will dare to make a sound for fear of attracting zombies and survivors. After surviving the early stage of the apocalypse, the world would follow the law of the dark forest. Survivors would become hunters, facing endless silence, zombies, mutated beasts, and the most terrifying threat of all, humans. Trust would collapse. No one would ever trust humans again. Everyone just wanted to survive. Therefore, everything he saw now was truly beautiful. Zhang Sheng did not wish for the apocalypse to come again, but he knew it was impossible. Zhang Sheng had achieved fusion with the entire timeline. As for new humans and ability users, Zhang Sheng knew about them. It was just that in his previous life, before the apocalypse broke out, he was still an ordinary student, and had not had close contact with them. He knew that these new humans would also be infected in the apocalypse, turning into powerful corpse kings in minutes. If it were not for the existence of source stones within the zombie bodies, ordinary people would have been wiped out within months. Zhang Sheng knew what would happen in the next 6 months, and he knew various ways to make money. He did not remember stock trends or welfare lotteries, but sports lotteries were different. He missed the Champions League final, but there were other matches. His brain seemed to have been enlightened after his rebirth. It became sharper, recalling things he had long forgotten. After selling his house, he tested his memory with a sports lottery to confirm the scores. The scores matched. He increased his investment, earning hundreds of thousands, even millions, in minutes. He needed money. He was not in a hurry for supplies. Once he had enough money, he could buy grain from factories directly. He could even go to large hotels and order hundreds of banquet tables. Since time stood still in the storage space, hot food would remain hot. Do you know what it feels like to eat a hot meal in the apocalypse? You would not trade it for anything. Zhang Sheng was a man with ideas. He had his own plans. After the college entrance examination, high school volunteer applications began. Those applying to ability user universities still had a mental energy assessment. That day, Chen Fan found Cao Chuan again. You brat, I have not seen you for days. Were you out partying with classmates? Cao Chuan asked. No, I do not have many friends. Chen Fan shook his head. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. After settling things at school over the past few days, he had crippled the former class monitor. During the college entrance examination, he had been cornered by thugs demanding money. It was originally a minor matter, but after Chen Fan beat them up, he learned they were acting on someone else's orders. Even if Chen Fan had conceded and paid them, these hoodlums would have crippled his hand tendons, making him miss the examination. Chen Fan did not immediately retaliate against the villainous class monitor. Instead, after the examination, he found an opportunity to sever the class monitor's hand and foot tendons, crippling him. This meant that even if he got into a good university, he would no longer have the same spirit as before. It was a case of killing the person and punishing their heart. This offended the class monitor's father, who had some influence. Chen Fan had been dealing with this matter, but had not asked Cao Chuan for help. The child of destiny still had backbone. Uncle, where are the materials I asked for? Chen Fan demanded. How dare you speak to your father like that? Is this your attitude when asking for a favor? Forget it, you brat. I will tolerate you this once, Cao Chuan muttered. Are you really decided? Let me tell you again, the opponent is not weak. I know. That is why I want to get my revenge myself. Cao Chuan and the boy stared at each other for a long time before Cao Chuan got up, took a document from the safe, and threw it to him. All the information you want is inside. There is also a business card for a well-known private detective. Through the private detective, you can confirm Lin Han's latest location. So before you open the file, I will advise you again. I am not advising you to reconcile, but to tell you that once you offend some people, you must go for the kill. Otherwise, your sister and your mother might suffer. I understand, Chen Fan replied. In his previous life, Chen Fan was just a corporate drone, and had not experienced so much darkness, but he understood the principle that one must cut the weeds at the roots, or they will grow again with the spring breeze. Moreover, in this life, he had already killed quite a few people, and was no longer soft. Lin Han, on the other hand, was constantly getting angry at his realistic doll, and did not dare to get too close. The closer he got, the stronger his sense of danger. His hatred for Cao Chuan grew even stronger. He did not even know how Cao Chuan had brainwashed Lucy Han. In just 2 short years, she had transformed from an innocent young girl into her current appearance. This left Lin Han feeling helpless. That evening, after having drinks and meat at a barbecue restaurant, he suddenly felt like he was being watched on his way home. Is it that cow fellow? Lin Han immediately thought of Cao Chuan. During this time, things had been calm. He had not troubled Cao Chuan, and Cao Chuan had not found his whereabouts. Lin Han would not admit he was a bit cowardly. He would only admit he was coaxing the doll, and simultaneously improving his strength, intending to kill Cao Chuan sooner or later. Now, suddenly being watched, Lin Han's heart jolted violently. Being an experienced veteran, he did not show any abnormality. He walked slowly toward the community. He neither sped up nor looked back. While being watched, a dangerous aura also rose from within him. The person watching him posed a threat. Their strength must not be weak. At this moment, Lin Han did not even consider the safety of Lucy Han. Perhaps in his heart, even if she were taken back by Cao Chuan, she would not be in immediate danger. He was only focused on his own crisis. He was not sure if that cow fellow knew which community he lived in, but he definitely could not go back there right now. Not long after walking, Lin Han turned into a small alley. There were streetlights, but few pedestrians. Night had become less safe lately. Decent people generally tried not to go out at night. Come out, Lin Han said. He turned his head but saw no one, yet the sense of danger persisted. Cow, I know it is you, Lin Han shouted. Chen Fan, hiding in the shadows, sneered. He was not surprised that Lin Han guessed it was Cao Chuan. After all, Cao Chuan had saved him from Lin Han's hands before, and the two of them must have met and formed an enmity. According to the information, this guy had a gunshot wound on his left shoulder. He wondered if it had healed by now. Hiding your head and showing your tail. The work of a rat, Lin Han yelled. He finally found an opportunity to hurl those words back. Before, when Cao Chuan called him a rat who hid his head and showed his tail, wearing a mask and all, Lin Han was furious. Now that he cursed back, he felt a little better. Chen Fan could not stand such words and finally walked out slowly from the darkness. He stood under the dim, yellowish streetlight. Lin Han raised an eyebrow, then let out a huge sigh of relief and laughed. Who do I see? It is you, my defeated opponent. Have you come to offer yourself up again? Then today, your grandpa will take your little head. Chen Fan scoffed in rebuttal. The first time we met, you were beaten by me like an old dog with a broken spine, fleeing in panic. The second time, the old dog ambushed me, and I was caught off guard by your trick. You did not even dare to let me regain consciousness, fearing I would kill you once I woke up. Now, for the third time, I see that you are all talk, just a tough mouth. Are you trying to be an ass? Chapter 440. Lin Han was truly lacking in eloquence. How could he possibly be a match for Chen Fan, who had lived an entire lifetime as a corporate employee? With just 3 sentences, Chen Fan spoke with logic and evidence, making Lin Han flush red with pure anger. Without another word, Lin Han launched his attack. This time, however, Chen Fan was well prepared. Because he was incredibly powerful, he had a deep understanding of his abilities. He did not need much time for incantations. With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning struck. The lightning seemed to have a will of its own, exploding wherever Chen Fan pointed. At the same time, black clouds began to gather across the sky, signaling that a major technique was coming. Do not forget, Chen Fan's physical body was also formidable. After all, he was a man who had consumed the super enhancement fluid. Lightning struck continuously, and black clouds swirled as Chen Fan made his move. He was not afraid of the opponent hurting him, because he was surrounded by a protective barrier of lightning. His strategy was to prevent Lin Han from escaping. Chen Fan held a special short black knife given to him by Cao Chuan, which was highly conductive, and every strike was accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The scene was breathtaking. But Lin Han was no pushover. His combat experience was exceptional. He was a veteran soldier who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Coupled with the lessons he had learned previously, he had acquired several firearms this time. Because of the losses he had suffered before, he had actually benefited, his strength surging significantly. This was precisely why Cao Chuan always aimed for a one-hit kill. Whether they were children of destiny or sons of heaven, these people should not be given experience. Sending them to be killed repeatedly only increased their potential. If they could not be killed in one go and escaped with injuries, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds. This was the unreasonable aspect of the children of destiny. Therefore, Cao Chuan always schemed for a long time, finding the perfect opportunity for a one-hit kill. If he was not absolutely confident in ending it, he would never make a move. It had nothing to do with being cowardly. It was simply because he understood the growth mechanism of the children of destiny too well, and did not want them to grow too quickly. If the children of destiny had no hardships and no opposing villains, their growth would be ordinary at best. Cao Chuan was keeping a real-time watch. Barring any accidents tonight, Lin Han would be leaving. Honestly speaking, old Cao felt a tinge of reluctance deep down. People are forgetful, but every first time is unforgettable. Like a first love, you might have good and bad memories, and you might even wish your first love or ex-spouse would vanish, but you can never truly forget them. Over these past 2 years, there must have been about 10 children of destiny. He remembered some names, but their appearances had faded. Forgetting their names was only a matter of time. In the future, if no one reminded him, he might forget them completely. For example, Li Mo Xiaoyang, or Ye Chen. What did these people do? It did not seem important. Even Chu Feng, who was with his eldest daughter, Cao Zhenjian, would sometimes slip old Cao's mind. But only this Lin Han stood out. He had invested too much emotion and effort, leading to a sunk cost effect. The more invested, the harder it was to forget and let go. Even though the other party was about to leave, Cao Chuan felt a little sad. He thought to himself that when he first became a villain, he thought his greatest enemy was Lin Han, so he eliminated him. Then he thought his greatest enemy was Ye Chen, and he pacified him. As a result, Chu Feng became his major concern again. He dealt with Chu Feng and even bestowed his daughter, Zhenjian, upon him. As a result, Lin Han once again became his major concern. Actually, he knew in his heart that his major concern was not outside, but right here in the Qianqing Palace. It was a heart demon. Perhaps it was because he often mentioned him, day after day, that Lin Han had returned after so many years. People truly cannot stand being constantly mentioned. But this time, once you leave, do not come back. Meeting is not as good as reminiscing, and reminiscing is not as good as not meeting at all. Forgetting each other is the best destination. Lin Han lost. He lost to Chen Fan, just a small defeat, but Lin Han had also lost his brave heart, so he fled. This was very consistent with the fate of a son of heaven. Chen Fan could not catch up to him for a while, but as Lin Han was fleeing, he was ambushed twice by hidden sniper rifles along the way. Lin Han knew these were Cao Chuan's contingency plans, but he managed to dodge them. He also knew he was exposed. He returned to the residential area, woke up Lu Si Han, and told her to run with him. Lu Han was unwilling, and Lin Han could not be bothered to waste words with her. He knocked her out and took her away. There was more than one safe house. This was Lin Han's habit, and there was more than one car in the underground garage, with some specifically prepared for escape. Lin Han escaped quickly. In just a few minutes, he had changed his appearance, switched cars, and driven out of the residential area. Chen Fan lost track of him. He was still far behind in experience. It was also a matter of luck. Chen Fan's luck and halo were inherently incomplete, and because the Son of Heaven was a level higher, Lin Han was very difficult for Chen Fan to kill. Only Cao Chuan, who was also of Heaven's mandate, could achieve a one-hit kill when all calculations were in place. Cao Chuan did not appear, nor did he go to see Lin Han one last time. Instead, he was at home, pouring a glass of water and placing it opposite him, and then pouring himself a good glass of wine. He raised his glass and clinked it against the empty glass opposite, making a crisp sound. There was no one opposite, but there was an empty bowl, a pair of clean chopsticks, and a glass of water. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. He took a sip of wine and began to eat. He was hungry. A loud explosion echoed through the air. Lin Han had a premonition before the explosion. Because of the sudden sense of crisis, he transformed into a tiger's head. Immediately after, the hairs on his entire body stood on end. His intuition told him there was a bomb in the car. His illusory divine aspect emerged, and in that instant, Lin Han still had paternal love. Unable to stop the car, he darted to the back seat, picked up the unconscious Lu Han, pushed open the car door, and flew out, trying to escape. The explosive fuses were sophisticated, high-tech devices. They exploded within a compressed range, causing little damage to the surroundings, but the shockwave was quite powerful. Fortunately, the area was open. The sound was so loud that the entire city of Zonghai could hear the tremendous boom. It scared many people. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Cao Chuan's mind. The plot is settling. The Heaven's mandate has fallen, and the consciousness of the heavenly Tao is dormant. The system is upgrading. The comprehensive plane consciousness is replacing the old. The villain free will is awakening. The messages flooded his mind. The chopsticks in Cao Chuan's hand clattered to the table. The system could still upgrade. And what was this plane consciousness replacement, villain consciousness awakening, and heavenly Tao consciousness dormant? Cao Chuan was confused. But very quickly, based on the system's text description, Cao Chuan understood. The heavenly Tao consciousness had no good or bad, but the previous consciousness mostly placed luck on the so-called children of destiny. Thus, villains mostly became cannon fodder. But Cao Chuan's appearance had changed all of this. The old consciousness had been replaced and was now dormant. A new consciousness had awakened, and this new consciousness leaned more towards old Cao. This was the benefit brought by the battle of Heaven's mandate. Although Lin Han was a bit weak, it did not deny that Cao Chuan's planning was also a reason for this. If he had rushed through, unable to achieve a one-hit kill, Lin Han would have been terrifying once he grew stronger in the future. An unkillable Lin Han would become incredibly powerful. And the system upgrade required 10 years. No children of destiny would appear for 10 years. They would appear after 10 years. But whether this world would still be as it was then was unknown. Perhaps it would already be an apocalypse, or perhaps cultivators would appear directly. Speaking of which, after the villainous heavenly Tao consciousness awakened, Cao Chuan would become the son of heaven of this world, the genuine kind, no longer a villain, and different from ordinary children of destiny. It was equivalent to sitting on the throne of the arena master. Then, any children of destiny who appeared in the future would be the villains, coming to overthrow his rule. Cao Chuan shook his head and smiled. In 10 years, he would already be having a blast in his private garden, perhaps not even returning to this world. But no matter what, Cao Chuan had finally completed the first stage of what a villain should do, which was dealing with the Son of Heaven, the mini-boss. He began to check the villain rewards. Checking rewards was always his happiest moment. On the other hand, Chen Fan felt frustrated. He had let Lin Han escape again, even with his preemptive strike. This guy was really hard to kill. What frustrated Chen Fan the most was that after Lin Han ran off, when he contacted a private detective to pinpoint his latest location, the detective's response was that Lin Han was dead. Dead? How is that possible? Chen Fan did not believe it at all. They were just fighting a few minutes ago. Although he had injured Lin Han, such injuries could not have killed him. The private detective replied that Lin Han committed suicide by holding a bomb. His car and he were directly atomized, with no possibility of survival. Committed suicide by holding a bomb? Was he insane? If you wanted to die, why did you run earlier? What a hassle. Chen Fan suddenly realized that the violent explosion he had heard earlier, which he had thought was a power station blowing up, was actually Lin Han. Why would he commit suicide? Chen Fan pressed. The private detective said that shapeshifters have many enemies. It was unknown who planted the bomb in his car, and Lin Han's personality was fierce. He probably thought that instead of being blown up by the bomb, he might as well hold it and perish together. Chen Fan felt a dull ache in his chest. Damn it, his long-awaited enemy had suddenly died. The outcome was what Chen Fan wanted, but the process was not. Frustrating. At the explosion site, the 18th Bureau arrived. All the teams were there. Team 3 was investigating, and Lin Minja had a look of killing intent. These criminals were too arrogant. This level of explosion was definitely not ordinary. Just the level of this shockwave meant ordinary old buildings probably could not withstand it. The deep pit underground here was at least 10 meters deep. Menja, any discoveries? Wang Haodong asked with a smile. Lin Menja glanced at him. Aren't you supposed to have a keen nose? Go sniff around and see if you can track down the culprit. Wang Haodong chuckled dryly. How can I smell anything here? The air was consumed during the explosion. The scent left now has nothing to do with the culprit, but I did smell that this is definitely not standard explosive, but a new type. Lin Menja scoffed. Do I need you to tell me that? Can't I see it? Chapter 441. Lin Han's suicide cleared the way for Zhang Sheng. However, due to the heavenly Tao's consciousness, Zhang Sheng was not as lucky as the previous children of destiny. Although he still possessed considerable luck, and could be called a child of destiny, he was slightly lacking in some aspects. Just like tonight, Zhang Sheng was also killing people. He stealthily sneaked into a luxurious residential area. There was a man named Wang Linear. He was not despicable, but he had a somewhat dark nature. Wang Lin himself was also a formidable martial artist, and his strength increased dramatically in the early stage of the apocalypse. He had indeed built a survivor base that could accommodate many people. The base was located in this villa area, but sheltering survivors was just a facade. Privately, Wang Lin's ambition swelled, and human nature in the apocalypse was the most fragile. How many bad things Wang Lin did is not a topic for now. Zhang Sheng was not entirely clear about the details either. He only remembered that before he had fully grown, he accidentally came to this small survivor base and was killed by Wang Linear. Most of the people Wang Lin took in were orphans, widows, or laborers of average strength. Anyone with a bit of strength either submitted to Wang Lin or died. There was no third option. Once one's strength began to threaten Wang Lin, there was only one path left: death. This created an enmity. Zhang Sheng did not get his revenge back then, because after he became strong, he returned only to find that the survivor base no longer existed. He did not know if Wang Lin was dead or alive. He had not seen him again in 7 years of apocalyptic life. At this time, Zhang Sheng seeking revenge on Wang Lin was only a partial reason. The greater reason was that he did not want to see so many orphans and widows harmed by Wang Lin again. So he decided to eliminate Wang Lin before the apocalypse. At least, Zhang Sheng felt this way, feeling his own humanity beginning to shine brightly. There was a slight accident when killing Wang Linear originally. He planned to stealthily infiltrate, as Wang Lin also had some martial arts skills. However, just as Zhang Sheng was about to assassinate him, an explosion outside woke Wang Lin up. Fortunately, Zhang Sheng's combat experience was not bad, and his physical strength had improved a lot recently. Before Wang Lin could fully wake up from his daze, Zhang Sheng plunged a dagger into his heart. It was a close call. Zhang Sheng twisted the dagger with one hand and firmly pressed his other hand over Wang Lin's mouth to prevent him from screaming. Wang Lin was slightly overweight, and not very old. At this moment, his bull-like eyes widened, staring fiercely at the masked stranger in front of him. Just by looking at the upper half of the face, he could not tell who the person was. He just felt very unfamiliar, as if he had not seen him before. Why kill me? Why? Wang Lin's last thoughts were to ask why. Although he had some connections with the underworld and occasionally asked people there to help with small matters, he had absolutely never offended any high-level officials. No one should want to kill him. Even if there was a grudge, it should not have reached this point. Unfortunately, Wang Lin could not scream. He could only make muffled sounds, not knowing if it was a plea for mercy or something else. Zhang Sheng naturally would not give him a chance to speak. In the end, Wang Lin died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. It was not until the next day that the servant discovered Wang Lin dead in the bedroom. This guy had no wife, and his only son was still in a foreign country. The police quickly cordoned off the scene and began a rapid investigation. Cao Chuan was speechless. These types of luxury homes have surveillance, not only overt and covert cameras on the perimeter, but some even have them indoors. Did he not know that? Had he gotten used to the apocalypse? Did he think no one would know who he was if he wore a mask? Forget about the amazing veteran detectives. Even a regular member of the 18 Bureau, the Zonghai Branch, Action Team 3, or the professional bootlicker Wang Hedong, could track him down in minutes just by sniffing around the scene. Cao Chuan did not have the habit of cleaning up crime scenes for Zhang Sheng. If he got caught, he got caught. After all, destroying a crime scene and harboring a murderer is against the law. Old Cao does not do illegal things. Old Cao has never killed anyone. Just like last night, Lin Han committed suicide. He insisted on holding the bomb, and there was no stopping him. So there were no surprises. The next day, Zhang Sheng was identified, and the 18 Bureau immediately took action to arrest him. The arrest process was a bit troublesome, but Zhang Sheng was eventually caught. This was the direct effect of the heavenly Tao's consciousness being dormant. 18 Bureau interrogation room. Zhang Sheng sat alone, his hands and feet secured by iron chains. No one had come to interrogate him yet. Zhang Sheng closed his eyes to rest, his mind racing. What do I do now? I clearly cleaned up the crime scene when I left. How did the police pinpoint me so quickly? They say he is a suspect, but looking at the current situation, they have clearly identified him as the murderer. Who puts handcuffs and shackles on a suspect? Am I a death row inmate? Damn it. Trouble, big trouble. Zhang Sheng was in a difficult situation now. He regretted killing him. He should have waited until the apocalypse was about to arrive. The apocalypse was still far off, 5 months away. I absolutely cannot spend these 5 months in prison. I have to save myself. I must save myself. Zhang Sheng knew that even if he went to prison, he would not be sentenced to death that quickly. Enduring 5 months was not difficult, but the hard part was wasting all 5 months in prison without preparing anything. What would he do when the apocalypse came? When the apocalypse arrived, even if he successfully escaped from prison at the fastest speed and gained an advantage by collecting some origin stones and supplies first, it would be too little. He would not be able to live a good life for a few years. Would that not be like being reborn for nothing? Zhang Sheng's mind raced as he began to consider countermeasures. No matter what, he could not stay cooped up in prison. Zhang Sheng's vision was long-term. Having lived another life, he knew how precious these 6 months were. Not a single minute or second could be wasted. Once delayed, his future fate might still be similar to his previous life, eventually starving like a dog. There were many mutated monsters in the wild, and occasionally a few unmutated ones were also someone else's meal. Unmutated beasts, the edible kind, were rare treasures. So, if Zhang Sheng were to waste these last 6 months, he would rather just die. He did not want to live that kind of life again, as he did in his previous life. After rebirth, he might live a better life if he went through it again, but it would only be better. The outcome would be the same. He did not have the courage to walk the old path again. Therefore, even if he exposed himself as a reborn person, he could not stay in prison. Zhang Sheng had not considered escaping from prison. His current strength was not enough to run 100 meters. Even if he somehow managed to escape, he would likely be caught again during the pursuit, or simply killed. So, staying in prison was not an option. Escaping was also not a viable path. Instead, exposing his identity as a reborn person, although carrying some risks, also offered a significant chance of survival. Perhaps he could even cooperate with the high-level officials a step earlier. Take a gamble. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Zhang Sheng's arrest, however, left Cao Chuan a bit bewildered. The plot in his memory absolutely did not include this turn of events. So, the current situation is that the Heavenly Tao's consciousness is gone. The villain has the upper hand, and all children of destiny born before the destruction of the Heavenly Tao's consciousness will be affected. Their originally smooth lives encountered unexpected twists and turns. At the same time, as the new generation's child of heaven's mandate, he could also be considered the butterfly that influenced the effect. Because if it were not for old Cao's planning and scheming, which led to Lin Han's suicide, there would not have been such a powerful explosion. Naturally, Wang Lin would not have been awakened from his sleep. If Wang Lin had not woken up, Zhang Sheng could have easily pressed him to death without his heart rate even accelerating, and he would have had plenty of time and presence of mind to clean up the crime scene. But with the explosion, Wang Lin woke up and almost posed a threat to Zhang Sheng, leading to a brief struggle between the two, which made Zhang Sheng's adrenaline surge. In his excited state, Zhang Sheng might have overlooked details at the crime scene. The most important thing is that Wang Haodong is Cao Chuan's brother. If it were not for Cao Chuan's existence, Wang Haodong's family might have been ruined 2 years ago. So Wang Haodong's existence also became the driving force for quickly finding Zhang Sheng. If it were not for Wang Haodong's keen nose, other detectives might have needed a few more days to find Zhang Sheng, and those few days might have allowed Zhang Sheng to escape this predicament. Every cause has its effect. It is all karma. Cao Chuan took a minute to understand the butterfly effect at play, then gave a bitter smile. He, the dragon slayer, had ultimately become the evil dragon king. Even the Heavenly Tao's luck was starting to help him. This feeling was quite interesting. And this was even before the villainous consciousness had fully awakened. When the villainous Heavenly Tao's consciousness fully awakens, these children of destiny will not even stand a chance. No wonder the system needed 10 years to awaken and upgrade. The next one would have to be delayed until 10 years later, for an awakening and fusion, and the emergence of an even stronger individual, to barely be able to contend with Cao Chuan. The plot has deviated. Let us see how this Zhang Sheng handles the current crisis. I hope he is a smart person, not like the initial Lin Han who tried to escape from prison. That would be boring. On Zhang Sheng's side, he remained silent for a long time. When the interrogators appeared, Zhang Sheng immediately began to act high and mighty. The two interrogators spoke. Wang Lin was a martial artist. How did you, an ordinary student, kill him? Who instructed you? Or, what grudge do you have with him? Zhang Sheng, silence is useless. We have already gathered all the evidence. Even if you do not say anything, we can directly label you and hand you over to the prosecution for public indictment. So, leniency for confession. This is your only chance for a reduced sentence. We hope you seize it. After all, you are not very old. You would not want to be sentenced to death at such a young age, would you? Or spend your entire life in prison? The interrogators asked, clearly having already investigated Zhang Sheng's identity. Precisely because Wang Lin was a minor martial artist, this criminal case was handled by the 18 Bureau. Look how humanized and well-meaning the interrogators were. But Zhang Sheng acted arrogantly. He glanced at the two men with disdain. Although both interrogators were in plain clothes and wore no epaulets, they were too young, so their positions could not be very high. Zhang Sheng said indifferently, "Your rank is not high enough. Call your highest-ranking official." Chapter 442. Zhang Sheng, this arrogant show-off, clearly did not know that his backer, the Heavenly Tao, was already dormant. Had he known, he might not have made this choice. For special ability users who transcend the scope of ordinary humans, no authority would allow them to truly gain freedom. At least, they would not easily grant them freedom, unless his abilities were exceptionally strong enough to overturn the table. Cooperating with any high-level institution is tantamount to entrusting one's life to the other party's conscience. To gamble one's life on the other party's humanity is simply brain dead. Cao Chuan's current collaborations are all based on the principle of kings not seeing kings. He rarely meets with high-level officials anymore. Moreover, Cao Chuan possesses sufficiently powerful personal abilities, coupled with a fabricated background and several successful eliminations of foreign spies, which have genuinely established the prestige of Feng Menlu. Even so, those who would suspect old Cao still do. It is just that because Cao Chuan is strong enough, there have not been any problems with their cooperation. What is Zhang Sheng? He is not clear-headed at all. This counts as him making a desperate move. The branch director arrived. He was the highest-ranking official in Zonghai at the moment. Young man, do you think my rank is high enough? The branch director asked with a smile, flashing his identification card in front of him. Still not enough, Zhang Sheng replied, shaking his head. The branch director's mouth twitched, and the few followers beside him also grew angry. This kid, is he never going to stop showing off? The branch director was in a good mood and happened to be at the bureau. Otherwise, would he bother with him? To put it bluntly, small-time rich people like Wang Lin, plus minor martial artists, would not stir up much trouble if they died. After showing off, Zhang Sheng added, but it is barely enough. This showing off is endless. The branch director laughed in exasperation. Zhang Sheng continued. What I am about to say is definitely a top national secret, so your rank is not high enough. You can only barely serve as a messenger. Furthermore, it is best to clear out these people around you and turn off the cameras. If what I say next is heard and spread by a third person, you will be a criminal of the in-country. The people around could not listen anymore and shouted, Director, this kid is just a lawless murderer. Hand him over to us to deal with. Even if he does not confess, the chain of evidence is complete. Everyone around him spoke up. They all disliked Zhang Sheng anyway. He still carried a lot of provocation genes at the moment, and few normal people found him pleasing to the eye. But since everyone said so, the branch director found it difficult to go with the flow. If he listened to all of them, should he still be a director? The branch director was not in a hurry. He waved his hand. It is all right. I am very curious to hear what national secret this young man wants to talk about. It will only take a few minutes at most. You all go out first. Director, go out. All right, all right. The group left, and the red light on the monitor went out. The branch director smiled. Now can you tell me the top secret? To be honest, I have been an official for so long, and I have really only heard a few national secrets. Today, thanks to you, I will also get a taste and try something new. Zhang Sheng could tell that this old guy was probably a cunning old fox, as his words were full of sarcasm. But Zhang Sheng did not care about the process. All he wanted was an excuse. He also understood the status of the 18 Bureau. It was roughly on the same level as the Inguo department, and some matters could reach the Supreme Command directly. If the other party were just an ordinary police chief, Zhang Sheng would not bother with him at all. Zhang Sheng pondered. In 6 months, it is the end of the world. Counting the time, it was about right. It was not yet July, and the college entrance exam had just ended. So, the actual end of the world was still 6 months away. Roughly, a little over 5 months. The end of the world. The director's chubby hand, which was lighting a cigarette, paused slightly. He was a little surprised. Understood. This kid is crazy. He lit the cigarette, then raised his hand, gesturing to ask Zhang Sheng if he smoked. Zhang Sheng nodded. The director put one in his mouth and helped him light it. The director spoke, still smiling. Is the end of the world your reason for killing people? Zhang Sheng, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, raised his head slightly. He let the smoke sting his eyes and said, whether you believe it or not, I have experienced the apocalypse. I am a person who has been reborn. The branch director was speechless. This explanation was quite novel. Do you need some imagination to be a madman these days? The bar has been raised. Reborn. That is right. Reborn from the apocalypse. Yes. The branch director slowly nodded. Continue. Zhang Sheng took a deep breath. In 6 months, the world will end. At that time, all order and systems will collapse, and the strong will gain the ability to reallocate social resources. This Wang Lin, at the beginning of the apocalypse, raped many people and killed many people, taking pleasure in it. He even almost killed me, so there is no way I would let him live until the apocalypse. The director nodded. Oh, so that is it. It sounds quite reasonable. Aside from the claim of being reborn being a bit unreliable, everything else fits psychological logic, and there is a motive for murder. Zhang Sheng frowned. I cannot help it if you do not believe me, and your rank is not high enough, so I will not tell you too many specific details. You had best relay these words upwards and let the high-level officials make the decision. If you delay the brief preparation time, you will be a criminal of our in-country. This dog-like fellow, constantly spouting criminal of the in-country. The branch director shook his head with a smile. Whether I am a criminal or not, I do not know. But I do know that what you have said is not enough to prove any world end. First, you need to prove that you are truly reborn, and then we might believe that there will be a world end in 6 months. Furthermore, according to outside rumors, the world end is supposed to be next December. Young man, you have mixed up the dates. There are many people who love to fantasize like you, with all sorts of excuses emerging endlessly. Ever since the news of the world end started spreading last year, Many mentally ill people have been causing trouble everywhere, hoarding water, food, and salt. They too were all shouting that the world end was coming. But you are the only one who dared to kill. Oh right, and also the only one who claimed to be reborn. Zhang Sheng looked at the other party's attitude and said angrily, I can prove I am reborn. The branch director became interested. Tell me, Zhang Sheng said. I was reborn one day, before the college entrance examination. I chose to give up the college entrance examination, because studying was useless. The branch director had not seen the case file on Zhang Sheng, so he did not know many details. Giving up the college entrance exam comes at a great cost, unless one is truly insane. But it seemed this Zhang Sheng's logic was sound. Calling him insane was merely sarcasm, assuming he wanted to use it to evade responsibility for the murder. The branch director said, giving up the college entrance exam, this can explain some things, but it cannot prove your claim of being reborn. Zhang Sheng continued, you can send someone to investigate. I did not participate in the college entrance examination, but by using this time, and my foreknowledge of the future, I won several times in football lotteries. Now, there are over 12 million yuan in my bank account, all of which I won in the past few days. I clearly remember the scores of many matches. If I were not reborn, how could I possibly predict the outcome of matches in advance? The branch director was stunned. This time, he did not question or mock him again. Instead, he turned and went out. He beckoned a follower to bring Zhang Sheng's case files, and to also investigate Zhang Sheng's bank card, including the source of the funds in the card. From this moment on, this branch director became a little concerned about the case. He flipped through the detailed case file. Within 20 minutes, another document was delivered to the interrogation room. Inside was the source of funds in Zhang Sheng's bank card. A small portion was car accident compensation. Part of it was the proceeds from selling a house after the college entrance examination. The quick sale price was not high, only about 2 million. The remaining 10 million had a source of funds that was indeed from the sports lottery. And there were detailed records of the lottery winnings, including the scores of each match and how Zhang Sheng placed his bets. In just 1 week, Zhang Sheng had already earned several million, nearly 10 million. Either Zhang Sheng is a god of gambling, or there is an illegal betting syndicate fixing matches. But what does match fixing have to do with an ordinary student? Could he get inside information? As for being a god of gambling, that is even more impossible. Could he really be reborn? Otherwise, how can this foreknowledge be explained? I am starting to get curious about your identity, the branch director said with a smile. Zhang Sheng said, I do not have much time, and there is not much time until the apocalypse. I hope you quickly relay the message upwards, make preparations early, and overcome this difficulty. Otherwise, let alone our own country, all of humanity will go extinct. The branch director was not in a hurry. There were still 6 months, so a few minutes would not make a difference. I have a question. What will the apocalypse be like? Is it the legendary cataclysm, volcanic eruptions, crustal movements, or a world-ending flood? The director asked. Zhang Sheng shook his head. None of those, just zombies. The branch director raised an eyebrow. Zombies. Like the rotting corpses in movies. Exactly. Not just zombies, but other dangers too. I cannot tell you the specifics. Your rank is not high enough. The branch director shook his head with a smile, answering irrelevantly, I am very curious. You say you are reborn, and you talk about zombies. Then you should know that our own country has many special institutions and departments. And there are also many powerful life forms in the Jianghu. There are ordinary martial artists like Wang Lin, powerful ability users, and various shapeshifters. Do you think zombies can cause much trouble? Hearing this, Zhang Sheng sneered disdainfully. If they were ordinary zombies, they would indeed be nothing to worry about. But what if these martial artists, ability users, and shapeshifters you mentioned also turn into zombies? Their power is beyond your imagination. The director's pupils constricted. Not long after, the branch director left the interrogation room. He instructed, this person is to be held in solitary confinement. No one is allowed to contact or speak with him without my order. The people around were bewildered, wondering if there really was some national secret. The branch director did not delay. He returned to his office to connect with his superiors via a dedicated line, which was the 18 Bureau General headquarters in the capital, considered to be a direct line to the Supreme Command. It is hard to say whether the rebirth matter is true or false, but based on the information currently available, even if this Zhang Sheng is not a transmigrator, he possesses super strong fortune-telling abilities, capable of calculating the in-country's luck. Therefore, this matter must be reported upwards. Speaking of fortune-telling, Old Cao had also done some, but before, the heavenly secrets were chaotic, making it unclear. Now that the heavenly Tao consciousness was dormant, Cao Chuan did another calculation. A sky full of red clouds, clouds made of blood. The world was a desolate wasteland. Chapter 443. When Zhang Sheng revealed his identity, President Cao considered it a foolish move. It was utterly stupid. In a situation where he could not protect himself, exposing his secret was reckless. Cao Chuan decided not to interfere. He had not acknowledged Zhang Sheng as his son, and he certainly did not need to now. He had acquired too many sons recently, so President Cao had to restrain himself. Otherwise, his lap would be full of sons, which would be quite annoying. President Cao still preferred daughters. Just then, Gong Yuhua gave birth. Traveling between the two places no longer required using the second wellhead. One only needed to move as they wished. President Cao occasionally returned. After dealing with Lin Han, he relaxed and returned to the manor more often. He waited until Gong Yuehua had a smooth delivery. It was a daughter, Cao Chuan's eldest daughter. The Empress Dowager immediately issued an unprecedented imperial decree, bestowing the title Princess Anning upon her before she even had a given name. This was Cao Chuan's first proper daughter, and the first to bear his surname. President Cao wept with joy. Thinking back to his previous life, he felt it was unfair. He had worked so hard, yet his previous children took their mother's surname. Was it just because his wife gave birth to them? He decided to let it go. There was no point in dwelling on the past. However, with the birth of the little princess, the Luli Bujinyan also grew anxious and pulled Cao Chuan aside for a long time. By the time Cao Chuan finally emerged from the back garden, with his body aching, Zhang Sheng had already been taken to the capital. All of this was within Cao Chuan's expectations, but he was still somewhat surprised. President Cao had considered that the world had changed a lot since his encounter with Lin Han 2 years ago. He thought of Lin Han again, and let out a sigh. After a moment, President Cao composed himself and pushed the thought of Lin Han to the back of his mind. Now was not the time for sentimentality. He needed to focus more attention on this foolish Zhang Sheng. 2 years ago, when Lin Han the King of Soldiers made a powerful return, this was still a normal urban world similar to Earth. Now it had become a strange place merged with too many figures from other stories. With the fusion of these characters, it was no surprise what the world would become. It was fortunate that it had not yet turned into a cultivation plain. The authorities' ability to accept new things was very strong. Now that a reborn person had appeared, bringing with him information that could destroy the world, the authorities would not ignore it even if there was only a slight possibility of truth. The speed of their reaction surprised President Cao. It was incredibly fast. The authorities were very busy. Even collaborations and meetings with President Cao required scheduling far in advance. This indicated that they truly attached great importance to Zhang Sheng. Cao Chuan learned the process from Loli. Almost that same night, the leaders of the 18 Bureau headquarters arrived by special plane, bringing with them leaders from the Nguo Department and intelligence agencies. A joint interrogation was conducted, and Zhang Sheng was once again screened and questioned. The next day, the leaders took Zhang Sheng to the capital, where he was arranged in a secure, old building, surrounded by experts. Nominally, it was for protection, but in reality, it was surveillance. 2 days later, several key decision-makers met with Zhang Sheng through video call. They chatted for several hours. Loli did not intercept the specific content, as it was of the highest level of confidentiality. She had ways to listen in, but she could not guarantee that she would not be discovered. Inside the secret meeting room, several elderly men drank tea, smoked, and chatted. One asked how they should handle the matter of the reborn person. Another suggested that a reborn person was not the problem. He suspected there were reborn people on Feng Manlu's side. Otherwise, some of their technologies could not be explained. This divergent thought was met with agreement from everyone. Feng Manlu was too strong. In the past, everyone had various speculations, but there was no concrete evidence. Now that Zhang Sheng appeared, where there was one, there would be two. Perhaps there were other reborn or transmigrated people before Zhang Sheng. This would perfectly explain how some of Feng Manlu's super technologies came about. Soon, everyone was chatting animatedly until the head leader tapped on the table. He reminded them that now was not the time to discuss Feng Manlu, but the end of the world in half a year. Everyone pondered for a few seconds, then began discussing the end of the world again. This matter was very troublesome. There were two choices: either believe it or do not believe it. If they did not believe it, they could simply ignore him and detain him for half a year. If the end of the world did not come, they could send him to the prosecutors and charge him with murder. But if they believed Zhang Sheng, what should they do next? Within those few hours, Zhang Sheng had already given a general overview of the apocalyptic situation. In the future, there would be zombies and mutated beasts. The troublesome part was the randomness. No one knew who would turn into a zombie. Furthermore, although Zhang Sheng said he survived for 7 years, he did not know how the apocalypse specifically happened. What virus caused it, or where it came from, were mysteries to him. It came very suddenly. This made prevention impossible. In addition to the dangers like zombies, mutated beasts, and mutated plants, there was also the issue of human nature and the consumption of food supplies. Many items could not be stored for long, and in the extreme weather of the future, with temperatures swinging between below zero and nearly 40 degrees Celsius, supplies would rot. Finally, the leading elder spoke with a serious tone. He instructed them to have the intelligence department continuously interrogate Zhang Sheng. If the information was false, inconsistencies would eventually appear. On the other hand, they needed to increase imports of grains, reduce exports, and build civil defense projects and underground granaries for emergencies. He addressed his comrades, stating that if what the boy said was true, their time was running out. Since the appearance of Feng Menlu, the world's situation had changed. They had encountered a great shift not seen in 100 years, and they could not be hesitant. They had to be fully prepared. Even if the news was false, everything they did would serve as a pre-arrangement for future battles. Additionally, they could not bear the risk alone. In a few months, they would quietly spread this matter to give other countries time to prepare. That way, if there was no apocalypse, everyone would suffer the loss together. If there truly was an apocalypse, being prepared earlier would not put them at a disadvantage. At the end of the meeting, someone asked if they should notify Feng City about this. The leading elder nodded in agreement. The tone was set. It was a bold move. The next day, Secretary Chen arrived. He was an old acquaintance, the secretary of the office, a man of high standing. Cao Chuan welcomed him inside for tea. They did not beat around the bush. Secretary Chen took out several documents and handed them to Cao Chuan. The documents contained information about the reborn person. Secretary Chen observed Cao Chuan's expression, but did not see any emotional changes. Before coming, the leaders had instructed him to observe Cao Chuan, as they suspected Feng Manlu might have a connection to a reborn person. Cao Chuan's expression remained calm, only showing a hint of surprise as he asked about the end of the world. Secretary Chen sighed, admitting he was shocked as well, and asked for Cao Chuan's opinion on the matter. Cao Chuan smiled and shook his head. He believed it was highly likely to be true. He mentioned that they had also detected connection points to parallel universes, so it was not too surprising for a reborn person to return. Secretary Chen caught the hidden meaning. He asked if Feng Manlu already had technology that could travel through parallel universes. Cao Chuan smiled noncommittally and said it was recently developed and still in the experimental stage. Secretary Chen's expression changed dramatically. Cao Chuan suggested they discuss the information about the end of the world and whether they should prepare in advance. Secretary Chen stated that if it was true, the leaders would go all out. He stared directly at Cao Chuan and asked if he would like to return to the capital with him. Cao Chuan agreed, stating he would drive there himself the day after tomorrow. Secretary Chen stood up to leave and report to the leaders. Cao Chuan invited him to stay for a meal, but Secretary Chen declined, saying he would drink in the capital later, as he was not in the mood. Secretary Chen stood up and cupped his hands in farewell. Cao Chuan watched him go. He understood the secretary's haste. Suddenly hearing about the existence of parallel universe travel would unsettle anyone. While the concept had existed for 60 years, and transdimensional travel appeared in many television dramas, Secretary Chen had not expected it to exist in reality. If it were not for the Zhongsheng situation, Feng Manlu might not have made it public even after it was perfected. Chapter 444. When Secretary Chen returned to the capital with the news, the high-level officials were instantly shocked. Initially, everyone only suspected that Feng Manlu might have a transmigrator in their ranks, which would explain their access to such advanced black technology. Unexpectedly, Feng Manlu had also developed technology to travel to parallel universes. While they claimed it was only in the experimental stage, everyone knew it had to be more complex than that. Cao Chuan was far too absolute in his statements to be bluffing. Because of the information Cao Chuan brought back, the officials trusted Zhongsheng's claims of being reborn a bit more. However, 2 days later, when Cao Chuan arrived in the capital, he expressed a dissenting opinion during the conference. Leaders, first I want to make one thing clear. Having reviewed the interrogation details, I do not doubt that Zhongsheng is someone who has been reborn. However, I have reservations about the concept of a guaranteed doomsday. A senior leader asked him to clarify. Everyone was puzzled. If Cao Chuan believed Zhongsheng was truly from the future, why would he doubt the apocalyptic outcome? Cao Chuan explained that parallel universes involve atomic energy and the splitting of time. Although he was not a scientist and had not participated in Feng Manlu's parallel universe research, he understood the basic principles. If one compares time to a line, then every word spoken and every decision made at this moment could split into several, or even a dozen, parallel universes. The future is defined by uncertainty. Even if Zhongsheng truly lived through the future, the moment he was reborn, he might have altered the timeline. A slight deviation could result in a completely different outcome. Therefore, the apocalypse might appear as predicted, or it might not. No one can say for sure. The high-level officials realized what was happening. Cao Chuan was speaking in circles. He was effectively saying nothing at all. He was perfectly suited for these types of meetings. Cao Chuan had no choice but to take this stance. If he guaranteed the apocalypse and it failed to arrive, he would look foolish. But by leaving himself in out, he could play the role of the skeptic. If December passed without an apocalypse, old Cao could point to his earlier warning and mock everyone for blindly hoarding supplies. It would be a highlight moment for him. A senior leader smiled bitterly. You are truly sly. We wanted your honest opinion, and you just kicked the ball right back to us. Cao Chuan chuckled. It is not me kicking the ball. It is that I truly do not know what the future holds. To put it bluntly, what if the apocalypse does not come? Would our decisions not be in vain? It would make us look very foolish. But conversely, if the apocalypse does arrive, and we have not prepared, we will be full of regret. The senior leader interrupted him, scolding him with a smile. Still going in circles. Everyone shook their heads, speechless. The senior leader spoke again. Since you are unsure of the outcome, tell us about Feng Manlu's technology regarding parallel universes. Cao Chuan dropped the act and gave a straightforward answer. I can talk about that. It is simply about linking wormholes. I am not a scientist, but in short, Feng Manlu's research team has discovered at least 2 connection points to parallel universes. They have captured these points and sent out robotic probes to these new worlds for research. No live subjects have been used for experiments yet. He gave a general overview of the 2 worlds. One had a background similar to the Republic of China, and the other was a tribal world. Several high-level officials exchanged glances, clearly formulating their own plans. One official asked if the Republic of China world was similar to their own history. Cao Chuan nodded, noting that it had its own versions of the war and the Little Devils, but World War II had not yet begun. The official smiled, clearly considering the potential for revenge and the vast resources they could claim. With current technology, they could return to a pre-war era, obtain limitless resources, and essentially become the overlords of that world. It was a tantalizing prospect. They could bring modern weaponry, such as atomic bombs, and become untouchable gods. It was exactly what a mature politician should consider. With these two parallel universes, the country now had a fallback plan. The only question was how to cooperate with Feng Menlu. Everyone could tell that Cao Chuan was no mere puppet agent. He held considerable authority. A senior leader probed further. If we want to cooperate in developing these parallel universes, what price would we have to pay? Cao Chuan retorted. Which one do you want? The leader smiled. If possible, we would like both. One was a battlefield, and the other was a farm. They complemented each other perfectly. The people of this country had a deep-seated obsession with food and land. The sooner they gained access, the sooner they could prepare to transport a portion of the population there before the potential apocalypse arrived. Cao Chuan rolled his eyes. Leaders, you are making things difficult for me. Cooperative development is fine. We do not ask for much. A fallback option is enough. After much back and forth, Cao Chuan did not budge, only stating that he would go back to discuss it. The use of the word discuss rather than report was not lost on the officials. They realized he held genuine power. Over the following days, the high-level officials held continuous meetings. Cao Chuan's information offered them a new path, but they refused to put all their eggs in one basket. They continued to stockpile grain, water, and supplies, and they accelerated the construction of infrastructure. They had to be prepared for every possibility. 10 days later, Zhang Sheng was released. He was granted a 10 billion yuan interest-free loan. Although it was labeled a loan, it was essentially a gift to reward him for his intelligence. If the apocalypse truly broke out, money would be worthless, but the government used this large sum to observe his next move. Zhang Sheng did not disappoint. The first thing he did was contact various food manufacturers and begin purchasing massive quantities of supplies. His actions further convinced the officials of the impending doomsday. If Zhang Sheng were a liar, he would have likely spent the money on luxury goods, but he bought nothing but necessities. Grain, salt, cured meat, medicine, tobacco, alcohol, tools, and tents were all acquired in bulk. The country followed suit on a much grander scale, building survival bases, civil defense projects, and underground granaries. Their massive logistical mobilization did not escape the eyes of foreign spies. International agencies noticed the strange activity and grew nervous. They could not understand the intentions of this great eastern nation, but these old foxes knew better than to ignore the signs. They began to dig deeper, determined to discover what was happening. In contrast to the frantic activity of Zhang Sheng and the government, Cao Chuan remained remarkably relaxed. He stayed at home, spending his days mentoring his little apprentice, Lin Su, and the eager Chen Qi. It was late July, and the weather was sweltering, but it remained cool inside his home. Master, is there really going to be a war outside? Lin Su asked while massaging his leg. Cao Chuan glanced at her. Why are you suddenly asking about this? I saw on the news that some media outlets are analyzing the country's recent actions, like hoarding grain and civil defense. They are even appealing to overseas Chinese to return home, almost as if they are evacuating citizens. It seems like they are preparing for war. Many people are worried and are frantically buying daily necessities. The price of gold has risen quite a bit. There are all sorts of rumors now. I asked my older sister, and she does not know the exact situation either. Master, do you know? Chapter 445. Cao Chuan reached out and stroked Lin Su's beautiful hair. She was so obedient, and at her young age, she was easy to manipulate. In just over a month, she had completely replaced her older sister, Lin Menjia. While Lin Menjia focused on her work, Lin Su was far more attentive. Cao Chuan chuckled. It will not come to war, but that does not stop us from making some preparations. Once war breaks out, what do you think will be the most valuable thing? He did not mind giving this girl a hint. If anyone else had said this, Lin Su would have dismissed it as a joke. Coming from Cao Chuan, however, the implication was different. Could it be that there really would be big trouble? Lin Su pondered for a few seconds before answering. Gold. If a war happens, currency will become unstable and fluctuate wildly. People will need a safe haven asset. When a war occurs that draws in major nations, gold is an excellent safe haven. But if the apocalypse comes, gold will just be a pretty ore. Cao Chuan shook his head with a smile. Medicine. Go back and tell your family to stock up on various medicines. It is better to be prepared. There was actually no need to hoard food. In the early stages of the apocalypse, as long as one could survive, food supplies would be easy to find. With the parallel universe as a backup, there was no need to worry about starving to death. At most, the food would not be quite as good. But medicine was different. Some special medicines required strict storage conditions, such as temperatures below 10 degrees. If it was too cold or too hot, the medicine would lose its effectiveness. Once the apocalypse arrived, the temperature difference between day and night would be extreme, approaching 40 degrees Celsius. People would not be adapted to it, and many would get sick initially. It was uncertain whether they could survive without medicine. With medicine, however, things became much simpler. It was the hardest currency. Even if one traveled to a parallel universe, medicine could quickly be exchanged for more gold and supplies. Furthermore, in that setting, the price of even ordinary medicine far exceeded that of gold. Therefore, medicine was the perfect safe haven product. The authorities would hoard grain for their own strategic reasons. Then there were weapons and ammunition. This was easy to understand. If the neighbor hoarded grain, I would hoard guns. If the neighbor hoarded medicine, I would hoard guns. Weapons and ammunition were difficult for ordinary people to obtain, but for a family like the Lin family, which had transitioned from business to supernatural abilities, they had special channels. They could source them from overseas, though the shipping was expensive. That day, Cao Chuan went to the Chen family for dinner. Chen Fan happened to be home. Recently, no child of destiny had appeared, so Cao Chuan had not paid much attention to him. Cao Chuan nodded, patting Chen Fan on the shoulder as he opened the door. Not going out to play during the summer vacation. Just got back. Chen Fan smiled. Some things did not need to be said too clearly. Old Cao and he both understood. Only his mother, Mu Yu, and his father, Old Chen, were unaware of some of the things Chen Fan was doing. Since you just got back, stay a few more days and spend time with your mother. Your father, my brother Old Chen, also let loose after going to the capital. He has not come back in so long, really. Cao Chuan shook his head, taking the opportunity to badmouth him. Mu Yu, wearing an apron, wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen. Brother, you are here. Don't talk about Old Chen. I called him this afternoon. His secretary answered, but I could not reach him. Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. A female secretary. Mu Yu nodded. Her voice was so sweet, calling me sister-in-law so affectionately. Mu Yu's tone was cold. A woman's intuition was sometimes inexplicably accurate. Cao Chuan gave a strange laugh. Old Chen is a true man, just like me. Mu Yu rolled her eyes and snorted. Chen Qi also came out of her room at this moment and excitedly pounced on him. Cao Chuan cried out, oh, but still reached out to support her to prevent her from falling. Oh, how old are you? Quickly come down, Cao Chuan said. I won't. Mu Yu also sternly said, Qi, don't be so disrespectful. Come help me chop vegetables. It took a while to get this little fangirl down and send her to the kitchen to help with chores. In the living room, Chen Fan's expression was unpleasant. To be honest, he was angry when his younger sister pounced on Old Cao. He did not know why, but he felt uncomfortable. If it had been any other man besides Cao Chuan, Chen Fan might have made a move. What is wrong? You look terrible. Were you injured on your last mission? Cao Chuan asked with concern. Chen Fan sighed and shook his head. No. Then why do you look so bad? You should rest more often. Missions are endless, especially recently. Cao Chuan patted his shoulder and asked, have you seen the news online recently? Chen Fan knew what he meant and retorted, war. Almost. Cao Chuan nodded. In short, the situation is not great. I came here this time to talk to your mother about the issue of future refuge. Chen Fan frowned deeply. Is it that serious? Cao Chuan replied, I cannot say how serious it is, but precisely because it is uncertain, we need to make some preparations in advance, just in case. I am not worried about your safety, and I have a backup plan for Old Chen. It is your mother and Qi that I have not quite figured out how to settle yet. Chen Fan pondered. Is Feng City not safe either? Didn't they say there are shelters thousands of meters underground in Feng City? Even if nuclear bombs cleansed the entire globe, it would not affect Feng City, would it? That was what people said, but Cao Chuan did not explain. Instead, he looked helpless and shook his head. The situation is more troublesome than imagined. Even the underground city is useless. Even if it were useful, they would not let you use it. Chen Fan was startled. More troublesome than a nuclear cleansing. What level of war is this? Star Wars. Chen Fan could not understand. There were no rumors of an apocalypse circulating externally. Even if there were, they were old news. No one would believe them anymore. Unless the authorities came out to say something, people would not take it seriously. Cao Chuan continued, but you do not need to worry too much. I will arrange a retreat, and what you need to do is improve your strength. No matter what happens, your own strength is the most important. But pay attention to balancing work and rest, and be careful. Chen Fan nodded. He had originally planned to rest for a few days, but now, what rest could he possibly get? The outside world was not actually that alarmed. It was just a few small media outlets, or public intellectuals spreading rumors, putting pressure on the authorities to give an explanation. The effect was not good. The authorities simply ignored it. Only those who knew the truth were racing against time to hoard supplies and prepare their escape routes. As for the authorities, they were not foolish. No rumors about the parallel universe as a retreat were spread. They did not plan to reveal it before the end of the world, but rather after. Otherwise, the situation would become uncontrollable. Furthermore, a Republic of China parallel universe could not accommodate the influx of hundreds of millions of people. It was not that the area was not large enough, but that such an influx would cause irreversible consequences for the ecosystem. Therefore, what the authorities wanted were two parallel universes to transport most of the survivors to the tribal era to build legions and reclaim land. As for some personnel, they would be sent to the Republic of China plain before the apocalypse to establish a foundation. Sending troops in would also prevent them from mutating. In short, it was well thought out. Now, they just needed Cao Chuan's nod. For Cao Chuan, these two parallel universes were not that important. They were originally put up for trade. It just depended on what he could get. After much thought, there was nothing Cao Chuan really needed. The tribal era only had more comfortable air. As for the Republic of China universe, Old Cao had a pursuit. Great luck. World War II was about to begin there. Taking Earth in the original timeline as an example, global casualties exceeded 200 million, and the death toll was in the tens of millions. If one person contributed 1,000 luck, how much would that be in total? That was the only thing that could tempt old Cao. He could only start from this aspect. He needed the authorities to promise to aim for a global conquest without using soft tactics. Kill when necessary, eliminate when necessary. Dead devils are good devils, whether they are Japanese or Western. This was Cao Chuan's only request. In that parallel universe, anyone killed by the authorities' people would have their luck counted towards old Cao, because old Cao brought them to that world, establishing a karmic connection. As for their internal fighting, that had nothing to do with old Cao. Therefore, Cao Chuan not only wanted the authorities to conquer globally, but also to provide some countries with weapons and ammunition to establish this karmic connection, all for luck. The same went for the back garden. Raise a group of subordinates, provide them with better weapons, and let them conquer all directions. Cao Chuan just had to sit back and collect luck. Without a child of destiny, old Cao could not just sit around. Old Cao's request had been conveyed to the authorities, and he was waiting for their reply. Uncle Chen Kiki, who had finished washing vegetables for Miyu, impatiently left the kitchen and pulled Cao Chuan. Uncle, come, look at this. Look at what? Cao Chuan was pulled by Chen Kiki's hand and stood up. Chen Kiki dragged Cao Chuan into her room. Chen Fan was not in the mood to care about such things. Besides, what could possibly happen in his own home? He was just annoyed with Chen Kiki. As a girl, she was not reserved at all, always pulling and tugging at Cao Chuan. Although he was her uncle, it was just a title. They were not blood relatives. Chen Fan was annoyed with her. Here, they entered the room. Cao Chuan asked, look at what? Chen Kiki turned around and pointed to her cheek. Look here. Her face was full of collagen. Upon closer inspection, her skin was fair with a rosy glow, and her blood vessels were visible. Especially, there was a very thin layer of fine hair on her facial skin. Under the contrast of the sunlight from outside the window, it glowed with a golden sheen. Tender. That was the only word. Chapter 446. Old Cao blinked, staring back at Chen Kiki. What are you looking at? Does it look good? Cao Chuan chuckled. I thought you were looking at something else. Yes, it looks good. Our little Kiki is the prettiest. He was trying to coax her. Chen Kiki was delighted, but shook her head repeatedly. Oh no, it is not that. I mean, have I become prettier? Recently, I have been using a lot of the skincare products you gave Mom, and I feel like I look better than before. Cao Chuan laughed. Those skincare products enhance active cells. They allow women who are a little older to look younger, as their faces become full of new collagen. But you are not old to begin with, and you are already bouncy and elastic, so you have reached a certain limit. If you continue to use those skincare products, it will only make you a little fairer, but it will not make you younger. Understand? Chen Kiki suddenly understood, but then her eyes darted. Look more closely, please. Cao Chuan felt he could not do anything about this girl. Being young had its advantages, but sometimes it was very clingy. Those who were a little older would not do such childish things. At most, they would pester him for attention, and once he gave it, they would go about their business. Cao Chuan leaned in a little closer, examining her carefully. The more he looked, the clearer it became. This skin was beyond perfect, and it was quite remarkable. Chen Kiki's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at the man in front of her, and her heart rate suddenly quickened. Suddenly, she moved and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. Without giving old Cao time to react, she bolted, shouting, I could not help myself. I will go make you some tea. Cao Chuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was a hint of sweetness on his lips, but he did not say much. It was fortunate this was at the Chen family house. If it had been anywhere else, Chen Kiki probably would not have escaped. However, thinking of her delicate appearance, Cao Chuan felt his heart lighten. At dinner, Cao Chuan and Miyu sat opposite each other. Chen Kiki was beside him, and Chen Fan was beside Miyu. There was a table full of delicious dishes and a bottle of fruit wine. Eating and chatting, Cao Chuan repeated the things he had discussed with Chen Fan earlier to Miyu. After listening, Chen Kiki did not feel much. Everything was handled by old Cao, so she did not worry. Miyu, however, had to think more, as there were 2 children at home and old Chen outside. Will there really be a war? Miyu asked, her brows furrowed. Cao Chuan nodded. Anyway, the news I received suggests as much. Do not spread this kind of thing around outside. Firstly, there is no accurate information, and secondly, if someone takes it seriously, it could be considered spreading rumors. I will discuss it with old Chen later. Besides, there is a young man in the family who is about to go to university. You and Kiki do not need to worry too much. Just wait for the arrangements. Miyu did not have many strong opinions to begin with, so she could only nod. However, the lingering worry in her brows could not be hidden. Chen Kiki spoke up to comfort her. Mom, do not worry. We have uncle. Hearing this, Miyu felt a sense of security, but also guilt. Cao Chuan had launched various advances, disregarding martial ethics, but Miyu still felt guilty to this day, so she avoided him whenever possible. On the other side, Zhang Sheng also had a headache. He exercised daily, his strength growing rapidly, and the rest of his time was spent purchasing supplies. But he knew he was not free now. There were many plainclothes agents from the Inguo department watching him. They were guarding against him suddenly disappearing. There were many things Zhang Sheng could not do anymore. His previous plan to order banquets from various large hotels and store them in his storage space so he could eat hot, delicious food anytime, anywhere when the apocalypse arrived, was ruined. What a great idea that was. Unfortunately, he was being watched. Although Zhang Sheng had already revealed that he was a person who had been reborn and shared the news of the end of the world, Zhang Sheng knew that his true trump card was his mutated body, which improved by leaps and bounds with any practice, and his storage space. This information could not be revealed under any circumstances. Not only were the purchases of delicious food and hotel banquets delayed, but even the matter of buying firearms from overseas countries was also delayed. Even though he was currently in a semi-cooperative state with the high-level officials, and they had issued special approval for a 1 billion loan to him, Zhang Sheng knew that if he asked for firearms, they would definitely not agree. Damn it. These flies. Zhang Sheng secretly vowed that in a few more days, when his strength was greater, he would find an opportunity to quietly deal with the plainclothes agents, or shake them off. It would be very troublesome if they kept following him like this. The only thing that comforted Zhang Sheng was that his body had mutated after his rebirth. Any training progressed by leaps and bounds, and this rate of progress was becoming faster and faster. Now, doing a few hundred push-ups or sit-ups would instantly develop his chest muscles, biceps, and abs. His physique was perfectly sculpted. After practicing his various skills and combat experience from his previous life, the familiarity with his moves quickly reached perfection. If he were to kill Wang Lin now, he could easily do it in minutes. He could chop off his head with a single knife, which showed how strong his power was. 7 days later, Cao Chuan once again arrived in the capital to engage in in-depth exchanges and negotiations with the high-level officials regarding potential issues that might arise during the parallel universe handover. He concretely proposed several opinions on cooperation norms. He demanded that both cooperating parties fulfill their contractual obligations, implement the 4 major guidelines for cooperation, and work together to comprehensively build a new world of peaceful society. He strove for cooperation, expansion, unification, and rising. The meeting pointed out the need to reduce casualties among the citizens, enhance firepower against the enemy, and stabilize the global situation in the new world. They aimed to actively safeguard the lives and property of the people of the country, and increase the number of enemy casualties. Cao Chuan stated that this was an unprecedented opportunity and a brand new mode of cooperation. He also proposed several practical and feasible improvement plans on how to strengthen synergistic cooperation between both sides, enhance mutual trust, and improve control over the new world. The two sides conducted a 2-day in-depth discussion on the great cause of unifying the new world, exchanged views, and finally reached a consensus. The handover of the wormhole was a bit troublesome, but Old Cao did not need to personally appear. He only needed to send a scientist from Feng Manlu, carrying 2 special metal briefcases. Each contained a captured wormhole, which was the connection port. At the suggestion of the Feng Manlu scientist, the military research department of the high-level officials began building transmigration machines. A special machine needed to be built to place the crystal ball, and then transmigration could occur within it. Cao Chuan did not need this. Cao Chuan had snatched the golden finger, which was more convenient. The entrance to the back garden belonged to a luck rule-type wormhole, while other later discovered ones could only be used for technology, which was a bit more troublesome. As for the Republic of China on the other side, it was similar to around 1927, with the National Revolutionary Army in the Northern Expedition, at Zhonghai also in an armed uprising, fighting fiercely. If the timeline was consistent, there were still more than 4 years until World War II. It was enough time for the high-level officials to prepare. Batch after batch of weapons, equipment, and pioneering troops were transported over. This was the result of joint discussion. First, they would send troops and loyal people, at least to take down a remote county town, act as a county magistrate or something, and then spend money to set up a security regiment. This was the preliminary plan. They had to have a base. Many factories needed to be built over there, because of the size limitations of the transmigration machine. Many large items could not be transported through it. This could only rely on Old Cao's help. Old Cao helped build various military factories. Time was running out for the high-level officials, with only a little over 5 months. At least for now, everyone believed that the apocalypse would descend on December 21st. 5 days later, Cao Chuan returned to Zhonghai. The next morning, Cao Chuan received news from Loli. Zhang Sheng had run away. He bypassed his watchers and disappeared from the house the capital had arranged for him. He must have run at night. He had met with the plainclothes agents before going to bed, but in the morning, Zhang Sheng was nowhere to be seen, and when they went into the house, he was gone. Where is he now? Cao Chuan asked Loli on the phone casually while eating breakfast. Actually, whether Zhang Sheng ran or not was irrelevant to Old Cao. The heavenly Tao's balance had already tilted towards Old Cao. At this point, no one could threaten Old Cao's life and safety. Even the women around Old Cao could not be threatened anymore. Ultimately, it was not just ordinary luck, but destiny. As the last child of destiny, to overturn the heavenly Tao, Zhang Sheng's role could be big or small. He completely changed the structure of this world. He brought about the apocalypse. Anyway, he was useless. Once the apocalypse officially arrived, he would just kill him, and then deal with Lu Qing and Chen Fan. Then there would be no more children of destiny in this world. It would be directly unified by Old Cao. Loli said, "This guy disguised himself and hid in someone's trunk. He has already left the capital, and is heading northeast." "What is he going to the northeast for?" Cao Chuan was puzzled. Logically, should he not return to Zhonghai? Lowly said, it should be reverse thinking. Cao Chuan nodded with a smile. Perhaps. Keep a close eye on him. Just do not lose him. Zhang Sheng, who came from the apocalypse, was more cautious than any other type of child of destiny. Because he had lived for 7 years with the thought of dying at any moment, even without much anti-reconnaissance ability, his carefulness allowed him to easily avoid various overt cameras. And his reverse thinking, not returning to the south, but going north, and then taking a detour from the north, combined with various disguises, meant that for a time, he truly could not be caught. He did not take a car on many road sections, but traversed the forest on foot. His physical strength was enough for him to run from one city to another overnight. Not taking highways, not taking national roads, just walking through the woods. How could he be caught then? This guy was also smart. His phone was turned off and had not been opened. He avoided people he accidentally encountered on the road whenever possible. If he could not avoid them, he would directly kill them, silence them, and throw them into his storage space, creating the illusion of a disappearance. Then he would use other people's phones to check various news. He also stole a lot of things along the way, continuing to store supplies for himself. Zhang Sheng was like a lone ghost in the dark night. In half a month, he circled Hebei province, then arrived in Kilo, secretly boarded a freighter, and wanted to go to overseas countries. When Cao Chuan received this news, he smiled very happily. It was going to be fun now. He instructed, have the overseas hackers set up a trap and transmit Zhang Sheng's information to the intelligence agencies of various major countries. Zhang Sheng must be captured. We cannot let him be too arrogant. Chapter 447. Zhang Sheng's plan was not problematic. He had time, so he decided to sneak out of the country first. He would have more room to collect supplies overseas. He was not short on money, as all his loans had been converted into cash and were sitting in his storage space. He just needed to find a black market and exchange it for a knife. His strength was decent, and he could accomplish many things in secret. In a month or two, when he was stronger, he could infiltrate an armory. In short, going to the United States would be more convenient than staying here. He just needed to return home during the final month. He did not plan to face the apocalypse overseas, because he was unfamiliar with the territory, and he still had to save the class monitor goddess. In this world, the only one who cared about him was the class monitor goddess. Regardless of whether it was due to her responsibilities, or just a kind reminder, at least she had shown him concern. Therefore, she was a definite target. Children of destiny all shared the same trait. Whichever woman treated them well, they wanted to possess her. When facing female characters, their only way of repaying kindness was to make them their mistresses. Unfortunately, Zhang Sheng did not know this. He was just a pawn in a larger game. Halfway through his journey to sneak out of the country, his information had already landed on the desk of the head of the United States Intelligence Agency. Some of the hackers in the American agency were secretly working for Cao Chuan. According to intelligence from home, they had been hunting for one person for the past half-month, and that person was now in their crosshairs. Director Leon glanced at the report. A high school student? Yes, sir. Why are they looking for a high school student? Why isn't the information clear? Sorry, sir, it is still under investigation. Ever since Feng Manlu killed some of our personnel, our intelligence network in that region has been greatly hindered. We need a little more time. Leon took a deep breath. As soon as possible, no matter the cost. I need to know exactly what has been happening on their side recently. Recently, the country had taken frequent, incomprehensible actions. They were selling off overseas assets and using US currency reserves to purchase grain globally. This was highly unusual. Was the country short on grain? Not particularly, but they would not usually go to such extremes. Were they preparing for something? The sudden rush to stockpile grain made other nations wary. The most terrifying aspect was that major intelligence agencies could not uncover the specific reason. There were rumors of war, but every country knew that war was not that simple. It was not just about hoarding grain. A knock came at the door. The head of network intelligence entered. Director, this is the intelligence we just intercepted. Leon looked at the report and beamed. The intelligence was a phone call intercepted by hackers from a massive stream of data. It was a conversation between the head of the National Security Intelligence Agency and a high-level official. It should not have been leaked, but in the pursuit of Zhang Sheng, the head had tracked him to Kilo. After learning that Zhang Sheng might have snuck out of the country, he reported to his superiors in a hurry. This created the perfect opportunity for the leak. The transcript was simple. The official was anxious. We cannot let Zhang Sheng fall into United States hands. If he does, the information might be exposed, which would hinder our upcoming actions. Confirm whether Zhang Sheng has actually left the country. Once confirmed, intercept him and send him back. If absolutely necessary, he can be eliminated. Leon realized this high school student was far more important than he had imagined. He immediately issued arrest orders. He did not wait for the target to arrive in the United States. He ordered the intercept at sea. 2 days later, the smuggling ship was intercepted by an aircraft carrier battle group. Helicopters and destroyers frightened everyone on board. Zhang Sheng did not resist. In the vast ocean, he had nowhere to run. He fell into the hands of the Americans. Zhang Sheng was stunned. They did not have an extradition treaty. Even if the high-level officials knew about this, they would not cooperate with the United States to arrest him. He could not figure out where the problem lay. By the time they docked, he had been transferred to a special plane bound for the American mainland. Interrogation room. Leon personally met Zhang Sheng. He was younger than expected. An aide noted that the young man had tried to escape on the way, injuring several people, before being subdued. Distant guest, welcome to the City of Freedom. It is a pity your arrival was under such circumstances. As long as you cooperate, I believe you will fall in love with this country. I am Leon, the CIA director. Zhang Sheng knew this was a threat. It was the standard courtesy before force approach. If he did not confess, he would face neurological drugs and truth serums. There were people in white coats outside the interrogation room waiting. They did not have time for games. Leon spoke gently. I do not like unpleasant methods. I am about to retire, and I do not want to mess this up. As long as you provide the information I want, you will have my friendship and become our most honored guest. Zhang Sheng raised an eyebrow and made his decision. He was running out of time. I want a green card, freedom, and enough US dollars to last a lifetime. Leon laughed heartily. You have made a correct decision. Zhang Sheng confessed. When he mentioned the end of the world, Leon thought he was being played. However, as Zhang Sheng explained and connected it to the east, the information started to make sense and explained the country's recent behavior. Sorry, Leon said to Zhang Sheng, who was smoking a cigar. I find it hard to believe such talk. The end of the world? Is that not absurd? Zhang Sheng nodded. I think it is absurd too, but it is happening. Or rather, it is about to happen. My country trusts me, which means I can provide evidence. Leon nodded. So, how are you going to convince me? Some things that will happen in the future, because I have experienced them through rebirth. Such as, Zhang Sheng thought for a moment. He had access to his memories. 2 days from now, Real Madrid will play a friendly match against Evergrande. I know the final score. Leon smiled. Are you a fan? What was the score? 7-1, Zhang Sheng replied. Leon asked, who won? Zhang Sheng gave him a disdainful look. Leon realized his mistake and cleared his throat, his face reddening. Cough. Anything else? A football match does not prove you know the future. So many people bet on games. Are they all able to know the future? Chapter 448. Zhang Sheng reviewed his memories with precision. Anything he had seen in his previous life, even a fleeting glance, he could now access and examine. Like a video player, he could slow down frames, pause, or fast forward through his memories. Zhang Sheng continued, in 4 days, the Standard & Poor's agency will lower your long-term sovereign credit rating from AAA to AA+. This should also be the first time in your history that your country loses its top credit rating. Leon remained silent for a long time. He was unsure whether to believe it, but he nodded anyway. I really hope it happens in 4 days. I want to see the results, but, Leon quickly added, these things can be predicted by humans. Ordinary people might not know, but the intelligence and think tanks of major powers can get information in advance. I need events that cannot be manipulated or calculated by humans. This old man was very cautious. Zhang Sheng thought for a moment, then asked, can an earthquake work? Of course. Leon's eyes lit up. I do not know much because I did not pay much attention before, but I know a few places. For example, on the 11th of this month, there will be a 5.8 magnitude earthquake in Xinjiang. Also on the 11th, there will be a 6.2 magnitude earthquake in northwestern Iran. On the 23rd in the afternoon, there will be a 5.8 magnitude earthquake in your Virginia. This information was all things he had scanned over in his previous life. He had not paid much attention at the time, but now he could recall it perfectly. It was all in August. Leon was satisfied. If it were only one place, it might have been caused by some technological means. But besides China, there were also several overseas locations, and even the United States itself. This made it very difficult to fake. Most importantly, he provided precise dates and times, especially for Virginia, which would happen in the afternoon. Although there were still about 20 days left, he could wait. Once he confirmed that the other party was truly a person who had been reborn, able to foresee the future, and his identity was verified, the news of the end of the world would naturally be treated with caution. But Leon had one last question. Have you told China's intelligence agencies about these things? Yes. Zhang Sheng nodded. Leon asked again, as far as I know, they gave you freedom and $1 billion in interest-free loans. Why did you run? Did they threaten your life? No. Zhang Sheng shook his head. Some talking points had already been prepared, so he did not hesitate. I had to leave. The population is too large. You know our country is a populous nation. According to the mutation ratio I know, at least 70% of the population will turn into zombies. Then the continuously infected population will exceed 80, or even 90% of the total. That is to say, China will have over 1 billion zombies in the future. Do you know what that means? And zombies will evolve. Even powerful zombies will develop consciousness, and can breed small zombies. The number will only increase, and the human population will decrease, until the entire country is covered by zombies, with no living people left. In contrast, the United States has a large land area, a small population, and a high survival rate. Most importantly, I can get firearms and ammunition here in advance. Whereas in China, I can only buy some supplies and food, which is not enough to make me feel safe. After listening to Zhang Sheng, Leon nodded. He was now tentatively believing him. There was no logical problem. If it were him choosing, he would also flee from there. Just think, over 1 billion zombies. What a terrifying scale. Most importantly, ordinary people had no weapons or ammunition. They could only run, not fight back. It was too terrifying. Leon said, "Your idea is very correct. As long as the information you provide is true, we will give you the most favorable conditions, even allowing you to stockpile weapons. By the way, why did you not choose Russia? They have an even smaller population and larger land." "Because I do not like Russia. They are two-faced. When things are good, they are like brothers, but once trouble starts, they betray you incredibly fast. They are trash." Zhang Sheng snorted coldly. "Ha ha ha ha." Leon laughed heartily. "I do not like them either, so we are friends." The movements on the side of the United States did not escape the attention of other major powers. After all, a carrier strike group intercepting an ordinary cruise ship, even if it was specifically for illegal immigrants, was too much of a fuss. Soon, China received news of Zhang Sheng's arrest, as did the other permanent members of the Security Council, including Russia. They were all watching each other. 4 days later, when Real Madrid defeated Evergrande 7-1, and then the credit rating of the United States truly dropped, the United States had basically believed Zhang Sheng. They just waited another 4 days to see the earthquake situation. At the same time, the United States began its grain stockpiling plan and restricted grain exports to China, with the bill passing exceptionally quickly. This indicated that more of the American elite had become aware of the matter. Then came the information war. Everyone except China wanted to know what was up with the United States. First China, then the United States. Are they both starting to stockpile grain? Restricting exports and strengthening imports? What is wrong with grain? Is a century-long drought coming? Are you two countries short on grain? Of the world's 4 major grain merchants, how many does the United States have? And in China, 1 expert is enough to feed everyone, plus the father of rice, the father of hybrid corn, the father of hybrid soybeans, and the father of potatoes. Are you really short on grain? If you do this, everyone else is very nervous, especially Russia, which was extremely nervous. They remembered that before the collapse, China and the United States were also secretly doing things, and in the end, the Soviet Union collapsed. Besides, now among the top 3 permanent members, only those 2 were secretly stockpiling grain, and Russia still did not know what happened, which made it very awkward. Are you really treating Russia as a lower-tier permanent member? No matter. Russia also started stockpiling grain. They did not know what was happening, but they figured following suit and stockpiling was the right move. As a result, other countries were dumbfounded. What do you 3 want to do? Russia did not know. They only knew that the United States and China seemed to be playing a very new game, and they were not including anyone else. Damn it. Others dared not speak out in anger either. They could only start pulling strings. All the smaller nations sent out signals for visits, preparing to talk to their allies. If there was a situation, they should bring their friends along. Secretly stockpiling grain was not what a great power should do. Of course, there were also clever ones who just stockpiled grain without asking anything. Who cares why? Stockpile first, then talk. For a time, grain prices soared. Countless people made a fortune in futures, while countless others were liquidated. On the 11th, earthquakes occurred in 2 places. The United States Intelligence Agency immediately took flight, and Leon went to the White House to discuss the end of the world. At the same time, expert teams were dispatched to the 2 earthquake-stricken areas for rescue, secretly investigating the cause of the earthquakes. The main purpose was to check whether the earthquakes were natural, or if there were human traces. Do not underestimate current technology. Although weather weapons are not widespread, it does not mean they do not exist. Regional earthquakes are actually not difficult to trigger. So, as long as it was confirmed that the earthquakes were not man-made, then Zhang Sheng was most likely a person who had been reborn, or a prophet. The possibility of the end of the world would greatly increase. This news could not be kept secret for long. The more elite layers who knew this, the more preparations needed to be made, and the wider the scope covered. The situation in the United States was still a bit different from China. Many wealthy individuals had already prepared doomsday bunkers, some spending hundreds of millions of dollars to build them, complete with air purification systems, crop cultivation systems, and power systems. Rich people silently began a doomsday bunker race. Wealthy people always liked to plan ahead. The news could not be kept secret. It was acquired by Russia's intelligence agencies within a few days. Although not very detailed, the words "end of the world" could not be hidden. Russia currently did not know how China and the United States confirmed this news, but since both of them had started stockpiling grain and preparing, it was highly likely not a rumor. At least there was evidence. The news Russia could know, other European countries naturally would not be too slow to discover. Even on civilian networks, rumors about the end of the world appeared, whether it was private information or intentionally spread by a certain country to confuse the public. This kind of news is like this. If it is constantly suppressed and not reported, it will only make ordinary people suspicious. Reporting it, on the other hand, often causes no fuss, because people simply do not believe it. Especially by rehyping the 2012 doomsday theories from last year, everyone was already tired and simply did not care. The situation gradually became strange. No one considered huddling together for warmth. Everyone was acting independently, desperately building shelters and stockpiling various supplies. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal. In this matter, huddling together was useless. Everyone just needed to be well on their own. It also caused grain and medicine prices to soar again. Of course, the domestic situation was still quite good. Many grain-producing areas had already seen a bumper harvest, and those not yet harvested could be collected before the end of the world arrived. This was a good source of material income. In addition, they also used high overseas exchange reserves to harvest from other grain-producing countries. Russia would have to wait until October to harvest corn, and it was estimated that there would be another scramble then. Anyway, no one was acting human anymore. The countries that received the news later were the unluckiest. They were ecstatic when selling grain at high prices, only to find out later that the end of the world and zombie apocalypse were coming. That feeling made them want to kill someone. It is like a neighbor coming to buy your house, saying they love your place, and the market price is 800,000, but they offer you $1 million. You happily sell it, only to find out later that a high-speed rail will be built there will be demolition, and they directly made several million. You even want to stab him. At the end of the month, a precise earthquake occurred in Virginia. This further verified Zhang Sheng's prediction of the end of the world. And this time, with time to prepare, the intelligence department used various technologies to detect it there, personally experiencing the power of nature. It was absolutely not man-made. This also led to the lifting of restrictions on Zhang Sheng, granting him a new identity, and allowing him to purchase weapons and ammunition. Of course, before this, Zhang Sheng was interrogated again, and the future situation of the apocalypse was meticulously recorded. They even used drugs for the interrogation. Only after confirming that Zhang Sheng had no further utility did they give him a green card and a substantial sum of money. The promise was fulfilled, but there was one condition. He must leave the United States before the end of the world, and was not allowed to stay. From this perspective, Zhang Sheng was still blessed with luck. Otherwise, he would have been silenced long ago. How could he have been given this way out? No one paid attention to Zhang Sheng anymore. As long as he did not break the law, or even if he broke the law as long as he was not caught, no one would bother him. This was exactly what Zhang Sheng wanted. Meanwhile, Blue Star was a bit chaotic. Cao Chuan quietly returned to the back garden to relax for a few days. While he was at it, he would shatter the last bit of halo on Lu Qing and absorb a wave of his great luck. Now, a child of destiny was one less with each death. Old Cao was almost reluctant to make a move. Chapter 449. The Chu Wang mansion had undergone several months of renovation and expansion. It had become the largest princely estate in the capital of the Great Qian dynasty. Its overall area was vast, covering about 600 acres. It stretched nearly 700 meters from north to south, and nearly 600 meters from east to west. Compared to the Forbidden City in the original world, it occupied 55% of that space. Expanding on the foundation of the former Grand Secretary's residence, the estate had swallowed up many neighboring homes belonging to corrupt officials. The imperial bodyguards took charge of the operation. Even without solid evidence, they fabricated charges. The officials had only themselves to blame for building their homes so close to the growing princely estate. With the arrests made, property confiscated, goods sent to the imperial palace, and the land annexed, the display of power was quite arrogant. Using architectural simulation technology, the construction speed was immense, and there was no concern about a lack of materials. With helicopters transporting supplies back and forth, more than half of the project was finished within a few months. Once the Chu Wang mansion was officially completed, the scene would certainly be magnificent. The layout of the mansion was not much different from the imperial palace. The front hall was designed for ceremonies, receptions, and the issuing of decrees. In the middle, there was a dragon gate dao, flanked by guards and high walls. Beyond those walls lay the back residence, where no other men were permitted to enter. The back residence was also modeled after the imperial palace, divided into 6 eastern and western quarters. The outermost area to the north was the back garden, which was also referred to as the back flower garden. At this moment, inside the back residence, and within the northeast palace called Wanfu Hall, the atmosphere was quiet. Given its geographical location and size, the hall should not have been inhabited yet, because it was relatively remote. However, Gong Yuhua had insisted on living there. Little Junya is blessed. These 2 large bowls, with such a large appetite, can she really finish them? I feel like she cannot finish them. She absolutely cannot finish them. Cao Chuan was hungry. Gong Yuhua rolled her eyes at him, and pulled up the collar of her palace dress to cover her chest. Are you even human? You are even trying to snatch your own daughter's food. Gong Yuhua slapped Cao Chuan's hand away. Cao Chuan chuckled. I am just afraid you will get blocked up and then swell. How uncomfortable would that be? No. Gong Yuhua did not believe Cao Chuan's words at all. This man was never serious. She did not even know how she had fallen for his tricks in the first place. After handing little Junya to the maidservants, Cao Chuan pulled Gong Yuhua out for a stroll in the back garden. Walking along the path, one could feel the remoteness of this separate residence. There were 2 enclosing walls, one being the wall of the back garden, and the other the wall of the 6 eastern and western palaces. Living in this place was akin to living in the cold palace within the imperial palace. Why did you choose this place? Cao Chuan sighed and shook his head. Each courtyard had been chosen by the women, and Gong Yuhua, with a status similar to Bu Jinyan, had priority. Yet, she had chosen such a remote location. Cao Chuan understood her thoughts, but he felt she was being far too cautious. Gong Yuhua chuckled. This place is good. It is quiet, and the scenery is nice. Oh, you are overthinking it. Cao Chuan shook his head and smiled. Have you been watching too many palace dramas recently? Gong Yuhua, after all, had been married once before. Originally, this was nothing, as modern people were very accepting. But it depended on whom she was compared to. The women around Cao Chuan were unique, especially since she had given birth to the first child. Although it was a daughter, it was a first. The Empress Dowager and the Empress had granted her a noble title, making her the only titled lady in the princely mansion at present. Cao Chuan was not yet married, and Bu Jinyan had no such title. It was impossible for Gong Yuehua not to worry. She was afraid that little Junya would be ostracized or even plotted against, so she simply stayed away from the central area, voluntarily moving into a cold palace to raise her daughter. Perhaps she was just sensitive. After all, she had lost a child before, and she could not afford to lose this one again. No matter what Cao Chuan said about treating everyone equally or guaranteeing peace in the back residence, these promises felt useless to her. Never underestimate a woman's competitive spirit. On Blue Star, it was fine because everyone was busy and there were constraints. But upon arriving at the back garden and the great Qian dynasty, after a few months of settling into the Chu Wang mansion, everyone began to accept the rules, and their values changed considerably. It was not just a matter of status. A mother is strong for her child. After having a child, one's thoughts change. She began to consider her daughter, always thinking ahead. In the future, when little Junya grew up, even if she could not inherit the family business or the princely title, she should at least have a legitimate status. She was not fighting for herself, but for her child. If they were to live in the great Qian dynasty from now on, these things would be unavoidable. They were all smart women and easily adapted to the current environment. Old Cao, on the other hand, had not quite adapted yet. Gong Yuehua shook her head. Whether I am overthinking or not, I will just live here. It is very quiet, and I quite like it. Gong Yuehua then asked, when are you going to marry Bu Jinyan? In about a month or so. I will deal with the matters on Blue Star first, then we will do it all at once. Cao Chuan was preparing a grand wedding. It would be a perfect ending for his first stage as a villain. Although Cao Chuan had never said it aloud, he did not truly have much affection in his heart. One must know who he was in his previous life. A wise person does not fall in love. In this life, he was a villain. How could he fall in love? If he did not fall in love, how could he speak of true feelings? However, without feelings, there could be responsibility, and old Cao was capable of that. The necessary procedures must be followed, even more formally than those who foolishly fell in love. This was to compensate for what was missing. Will there really be an apocalypse over there? Gong Yuehua frowned slightly. Cao Chuan had told everyone about it when he returned earlier. Cao Chuan nodded. There is a high probability, within a year or two. But do not worry, I have already arranged for Chu Feng. Cao Chuan wanted Chu Feng and Cao Zhengyang to go to the World War II timeline together to serve the country, demonstrating the loyalty of the old Cao family. Other families were also arranged to go, including Bu Jinyan's family, Tang Xiaoxiao's family, and Ning Yu's family. They all went to the World War II side to continue their family affairs. No one should think of coming to the back garden. This was old Cao's territory. They walked and chatted along the way. Crossing small gates and paths, they arrived at the back garden. Although it was called a back garden, it was not quite like the imperial palaces, but rather like a high-end club. Inside, there was a small golf course, a hot spring center, a swimming center, and a sports center. Mostly, there were various plants and flowers. It was a place for leisure and wellness. Dad. Then they saw the two little ones. Bu Yao fluttered over like a colorful butterfly, like a young swallow returning to its nest. Cao Chuan laughed heartily and held one in each hand. Why are you two in the back garden? Bu Yao explained sweetly. We wanted to go for a hot spring bath. Chapter 450. The Chu Wang mansion was sprawling, and Cao Chuan had just returned, so many people remained unaware of his presence. Cao Chuan never truly considered himself a prince in the traditional sense. A typical prince would have made his return a grand affair, throwing open the main gates and announcing his arrival throughout the city. Even within the mansion, such an occasion would usually see all the principal wives and maids coming out to greet him. There was no way it would be like Cao Chuan, who simply slipped into the back garden to visit his children. When did you get back? Bu Yao asked with curiosity. Just now, Cao Chuan said with a gentle smile. His attitude towards these two young women had always been affectionate. They had grown up quickly. When they first met, Lu Han was only 1.6 meters tall, and Bu Yao was 1.55 meters, much like little shorties. Now, Lu Han was 1.75 meters tall, lean and graceful. Bu Yao was 1.65 meters, which was a sufficient height. Dressed in ancient clothing with embroidered shoes on their feet, the two girls were beautiful from head to toe. Before little Junya was born, they were the princesses of the mansion. After her arrival, Junya became the eldest princess, but their status remained unchanged. Setting aside the complex family dynamics, the two of them had grown up by Cao Chuan's side and were spoiled beyond measure. Let us go soak in the hot springs and relax. The air quality here is much better. I will stay for a longer period this time, Cao Chuan said with a smile. Gong Yuehua smiled and replied, then you all go. I will head back to check on little Junya first. All right. Cao Chuan did not force her to stay. She had just given birth, and it was not advisable for her to soak in hot springs at this stage. They had already discussed that she would prepare dinner for the evening, and Cao Chuan would eat with her. One could see from these details that the worldview of these women had shifted significantly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Cao Chuan remained in the back garden. Occasionally, he would visit the imperial palace to discuss ideals, talk about the future, and mislead the Empress Dowager and the Empress. He was essentially painting a grand, illusory picture for them. During this time, he also discussed the wedding arrangements. The Empress was unhappy. Originally, she had wholeheartedly wanted to grant Cao Chuan the title of prince and make him an imperial son-in-law. But then, Cao Chuan brought back so many women in a flash. Each of them possessed extraordinary strength. And beyond the authority of her dragon throne, the Empress truly could not compare to these women in other aspects. During this month, Cao Chuan was not only enjoying himself, but was also controlling the Jianghu forces of the Great Qian dynasty. With the Jianghu monthly report deeply ingrained in people's minds over the past few months, the power of discourse was now completely in Cao Chuan's hands. Nangang Yingxiu's life was not going well. As the Saintess of Sword Servant Mountain, she originally had everything she wanted. But with the exposure of her background and the criticism of Sword Servant Mountain's actions, a rift had formed. Although she and her master, Yi Nanzu, had not explicitly fallen out, the tension was palpable. Especially after Nangang Yingxiu's visit to Cao Chuan that night, Yi Nanzu had become wary of her. Even though Yi Nanzu understood Nangang Yingxiu's nature, this involved national and family hatred. Who knew if Nangang Yingxiu was merely biding her time, preparing to retaliate against Sword Servant Mountain? The human heart is the most difficult thing to manage. The master and disciple were estranged, barely maintaining the appearance of their relationship. Since they suspect each other, what is the point of maintaining anything? Cao Chuan sneered to himself and issued an order. Not long after, the former officials of Great Liang secretly sent people to find Nangang Yingxiu. No matter what, Nangang Yingxiu was Princess Qin Yingxiu of the fallen Great Liang dynasty, and that fact could not be changed. Even if Nangang Yingxiu felt that the old Great Liang had been militaristic and was later replaced by the Xiling dynasty, that was just fate. But facing the old officials of Great Liang who suddenly appeared at her door, Nangang Yingxiu did not turn them away. "Your humble servant greets the princess." The old man leading them had tearful eyes and knelt on the ground. The people accompanying him knelt down one after another. Most of them were old officials, and there were also some young descendants. They all claimed to care about the restoration of Great Liang. Among them were imperial bodyguards, and they possessed a promise from Cao Chuan, the Prince of Chu of the Great Qian dynasty. As long as they could persuade Qin Yingxiu to leave Sword Servant Mountain, Cao Chuan would not mind helping them restore their country. For Cao Chuan, restoring a country was not difficult. The difficulty lay in what he could gain from it. They had privately completed a transaction. As long as they persuaded Nangang Yingxiu to change her name back to Qin Yingxiu, Cao Chuan would agree to help establish a Southern Liang small court. Once Southern Liang was restored and became Great Liang, Qin Yingxiu would marry Cao Chuan, and they would all be meritorious officials who followed the dragon. Their achievements would be honored in the imperial ancestral temple, ensuring 3 generations of wealth. A family with 3 generations of influence could be considered an aristocratic family, which was enough. As for what happened after 3 generations, it depended on whether their descendants were capable. These old officials were excited, and upon receiving the message, they came directly to her. They bowed their heads in submission. "Your humble servant greets the princess. May your highness be blessed with peace and prosperity. Your humble servant has finally seen the princess again." Nangang Yingxiu was completely stunned. Her nature was like a sword, cold and hard. But looking at these old officials of Great Liang, whose eyes were filled with tears, her mood became complicated. A moment later, Nangang Yingxiu sighed softly. "Wherever you came from, go back there. There is no Great Liang in the 9 provinces anymore." "Princess, you must not." "Absolutely not." The old officials instantly became agitated. "Are you not giving us a way to live?" one shouted. "Princess, when the late emperor was alive, you were his most beloved. How can you speak like this?" If the late emperor and empress heard this, they would not be able to rest in peace in the netherworld. "Your highness, Sword Servant Mountain destroyed Great Liang. They destroyed you and countless soldiers and families. You must not continue to aid the wicked. From top to bottom, Sword Servant Mountain is sanctimonious. Who in the entire 9 provinces doesn't know this? You were raised by your enemies, and there is nothing wrong with that, but those nuns have ill intentions. From the moment they took you away, they were scheming against you. Filial piety is greater than heaven, but you cannot show filial piety to those nuns. They are the culprits who harmed your imperial father and mother. If it were not for them, you would be one of the most noble people in the 9 provinces." These old officials cried and shouted, angry at her lack of ambition. The commotion attracted Yi Nanzu's attention. She entered the courtyard with a dark expression, killing intent filling the air. "Presumptuous. It is not for you to speak insolently about my Sword Servant Mountain. Yingxiu, kill them." Yi Nanzu did not act herself, but she ordered Nangang Yingxiu to do so. This old woman had lost her mind. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.